Our story begins 7 years ago, on the day of the Cataclysm, a disaster that reshaped the world. It was called the dungeon opening. So many lives were lost that day, including the parents of our main character. In a single moment, he lost everything, shedding tears of blood. He made a vow, his name Han Soo-yoon. He swore he would become a hunter and slaughter every last monster. Yet, 7 years later, he was cast out, kicked out of the hunter training center. Sitting on the steps, can in hand, he muttered, "This is a curse." He looked to the sky, remembering his dream of becoming a hunter. That's when Hang Manhwa, the instructor, appeared. He addressed the failed cadet directly. "I won't waste words," he said, staring at Soo-yoon. "You can no longer come here." Stunned, Soo-yoon shoved his hands in his pockets and demanded, "What are you talking about?" With a confused face, he asked for the reason behind his expulsion. Manhwa just sighed, placing a hand on his head. He told Soo-yoon to listen closely. "You know better than anyone that a normal cadet only needs a few months here to awaken their abilities and become a hunter." The instructor's expression grew cold as he continued. The problem Soo-yoon had been training for 7 long years. "Since we're being honest," Manhwa began, "the truth is, you're a complete mediocrity. To keep training, you would only stain the reputation of the entire hunter training center." As Soo-yoon stared ahead with a look of despair, others began to mock him. They smirked, whispering about his ridiculous willpower, showing up to train every single day. A man who refuses to see his own place in the world, stubbornly clinging to a hopeless dream, like the most pathetic fool. After 7 years of grueling training, not a single one of his stats had increased. In the present, Soo-yoon crushed the can in his fist, its contents spilling like his broken hopes. Biting his lip, he stared at the ruined metal. Forget awakening a unique trait or acquiring a skill. How was it possible to not raise even a single stat point? As his world crumbled, a mother nearby asked her daughter, "Do you remember the story I told you about how your daddy died?" The little girl smiled brightly, raising her hand. "Of course I remember every single word." With an inspired look, she began to recite the tale. "Back when the monsters first attacked, and our world was helpless, Daddy didn't run away. He died protecting people." Her mother smiled warmly at the memory. "That's right," she said. "So, what should you do when you face hardship in the future?" The girl declared with all her heart, "Face them with your head held high and never give up." Hearing this, Soo-yoon froze. He stared forward as the words echoed in his soul. The mother hugged her daughter, but then they noticed him watching. "Who is that?" she asked. Soo-yoon quickly bowed and ran off, but a new fire burned in his eyes. She was right. He had managed to endure for 7 long years. He couldn't just give up now. No, it was more than that. The correct answer was that he could never give up. A short time later, rain began to pour from the darkened sky as the protagonist ran. He knocked hard on a white door. His hand clenched into a determined fist as he stared at the light from within. Manhwa appeared, his face a mask of stone. "Leave," he ordered, but Soo-yoon pleaded. "Sir, just this once. Just one more time. Please help me pass the hunter exam." He couldn't just throw everything away. Manhwa turned his back. Stepping into the light, he gritted his teeth in fury and hurled an insult. "Why can't you understand? Why couldn't he grasp the simple truth they were trying to tell him?" Soo-yoon looked on, shocked, as Manhwa pointed at him. His expression was ice cold. "Did you come back because you regret the money you wasted on training? I'll give you half of it back. Is that what you want?" Soo-yoon flinched, shouting, "This isn't about the money." But before he could finish, Manhwa's hand struck him like lightning, sending him flying sideways. Soo-yoon crashed into a pile of trash in a dirty puddle. The instructor glared down at him. His voice dripped with contempt. "I can see it in your eyes. It's always about the money." Then he spat out one final word. "Trash!" Sitting in the filthy water, Soo-yoon's hope finally shattered. He thought, if only he had a unique characteristic. No, that was too much to ask. If he were given just a sliver of talent, he wouldn't be in this miserable state. And at that very moment, a system window appeared. "The trial tower commends your unwavering will." Soo-yoon stared in disbelief. Peering into the puddle, he thought, "Commends me who? Who is doing this?" Suddenly, the puddle's surface warped and began to pull him in. As water splashed his face, he screamed, "What is this?" He cried out for help, thinking he was being killed. Hearing the screams, a serious-faced Manhwa rushed out of the house. Glancing to the side, he spat, "Get out of here!" The instructor eyed the mountain of junk, sighing. Completely fed up with it all, he raised his hand and bellowed for all to hear, "This main character is just an annoying fool." At that very moment, Song-yoon's arms went limp as he plunged beneath the water. Sinking to the bottom, his cheeks puffed out. his lungs burning for air. After a moment, he found himself deep beneath the ocean waves. Pierced by otherworldly rays of light as he let out a scream, a system window flashed to life. The Tower of Trials has selected all of Earth's strongest. Floating in a void, Song Yoon stared at the message, wondering. The Tower of Trials. What is this? Has the second cataclysm finally begun? The system prompted him, please select your desired difficulty. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. Song Yoon's eyes widened in shock. He bit his lip, his mind racing. He had no idea what was happening, but a powerful instinct screamed at him to seize this opportunity. The system window displayed 3 options: low, medium, and high. Our protagonist decisively slammed his finger onto the system window. His surroundings blurred as he dissolved into particles of light. A new message appeared. At the end of your difficult journey, Song Yoon will be satisfied with the trial. In a few seconds, entry to the first floor of the tower will commence. With a final, surprised look, he vanished. The system announced, all of the challenger's injuries are being healed. Entering the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Challenger, you must prepare for the upcoming trials. Song Yoon materialized in a place swallowed by endless sand. He stared ahead, his expression stunned.
Am I really in a desert? He asked. The system notified him, weapons are being issued. Song Yoon stood
under the scorching sun, watching as a sword materialized and plunged into the sand. The system's voice continued. The theme of this trial is survival. The reward for overcoming it is the discovery of a unique trait. The protagonist stared forward in shock. A unique trait, he wondered, his heart pounding. The system confirmed it.
The very same trait he had desperately strived for over the past 7 years. Now being offered as a simple reward.
Song Yoon stared at his hands, bewildered. This felt like a miracle. He walked toward the sword, muttering that he had to grab it first. But he stopped short, lifting his leg from a mound that suddenly formed in the sand. He snapped his head to the side, just as a massive torrent of sand erupted from the ground. He scrambled away, yelling. What is going on here? The system window blared. The tutorial trial is beginning. Fear flooded Song Yoon's face. His mouth fell open as he looked away, letting out a choked gasp. The system announced coldly, this is the Tower of Trials. Selected difficulty high. A sand golem now appears. The protagonist looked up at the colossal golem that stood before him, formed from the desert itself. Song Yoon looked up in horror, his arms spread wide. What is that thing? The system window updated. Survive the sand golem's attacks for the allotted time. Time remaining 9 minutes and 58 seconds. The golem raised its massive leg over a fleeing Song Yoon, barely keeping his footing. The protagonist glanced at the system window. His eyes widened in absolute shock. A new notification appeared. Penalty for failure, death of the applicant. A ragged breath escaped Song Yoon's lips. If I just run like this, can I even escape, he thought. The golem looks slow, but because of its sheer size, it moves much faster than I expected. He pushed off the ground, kicking up sand, a desperate thought in his mind.
With my current stamina, I can't run through this desert for 9 minutes. So, with horror dawning on his face,
Song Yoon clutched the sword in his hands. He raised the weapon, a grim realization setting in. It turns out, I have to fight to survive. The meaning of the trial was brutally obvious. He could either run until he died, or fight and face death head-on. As the golem's foot crashed down, he leaped away with a terrified scream. With beads of sweat on his face, he ducked low and looked back at the beast. How can I possibly defeat that thing? He wondered. Suddenly, a painful memory surfaced, mocking voices from his past. Why feel pity for someone who doesn't know his place? He just keeps trying like a stubborn fool. In his mind, the golem's face morphed into that of his instructor. Manhwa's voice sneered. Do you really matter, cadet? Song Yoon gritted his teeth, shaking off the memory. If I keep running away like this, he thought, I'll die a pathetic death. Without even trying anything new, the protagonist quickly turned, his resolve hardening. That's not going to happen, he vowed. With a determined glare, he charged forward at top speed, thinking,
for 7 years, all I've done is challenge the hunter exam when it comes to theory. Song Yoon could proudly say that he was an expert.
His knowledge surpassed any living hunter. If escape was impossible, he had to rely on what he knew. A golem only stops moving once its core is destroyed. The main character, looking exhausted, sprinted from the beast across the sands. He realized the core was completely out of his reach. If that was the case, he'd have to create an opportunity to strike it. Siyun dashed up the dune, Leaping from the sandhill to dodge the golem's devastating attack, he gritted his teeth, plunging his sword deep into the sand to anchor himself. Then, he used the momentum to roll down the slope. The golem stumbled, crashing down the mountain of sand. As it stirred, raising its colossal hand, Siyun saw his chance. Pushing off the ground, he launched himself forward. This was it, his one and only opening. Siyun vaulted off a rock, landing squarely on the golem's body, right beside the glowing red core. A triumphant grin spread across his face. He swung his sword with all his might, aiming for the core. He was sure he'd succeeded, but then, his blade, wrapped in a faint aura, simply bounced off the crimson crystal. Siyun stared in disbelief, his hands trembling as he gripped his sword. He saw the minuscule crack left on the core. It was far tougher than he ever imagined. The golem actually smiled. With a sudden jolt, it stood up, throwing him off its body. Siyun's face twisted in horror. This felt like a curse. He raised his sword, preparing for another assault. If only he could land one more hit, but the golem was faster. Its giant hand snatched him from the air, squeezing him in its fist. Siyun's mouth fell open. Just as I feared. An image of Manhwa flashed in his mind, sneering at him. The golem's voice echoed in his head. As expected. This protagonist is worthless. A failure who doesn't know his place and dares to defy his fate. Siyun snapped out of it, his bloody hand tightening on his sword's hilt. With a blaze of determination in his eyes, he roared. Stop your nonsense, the protagonist, with a defiant glare, hurled his weapon forward. Shut your mouth, you freak, he screamed. The sword flew true, piercing the golem's core and erupting in a blinding flash of light. The golem, crackling with energy, let out a silent scream. A system window appeared. Core of the sand. Golem has been destroyed.
Remaining time, 7 minutes and 8 seconds. Training test. Complete.
Siyun tumbled to the ground amidst the crumbling remains of the golem. Bright sunlight flooded the desert. Kneeling, he clutched his bleeding shoulder. Did I really do that? Did I actually kill the sand golem? A grin touched his lips. He was on the verge of death, but he'd won. A system window flashed before him. Congratulations. You have overcome the first floor of the testing tower.
Siyun pushed himself to his feet, a smile of pure relief on his face. I survived, he whispered. Another message appeared. Reward. Unlocking unique characteristic. 1,000 points acquired. Bonus reward skill. Accelerated regeneration. E+. Bonus reward. 500 points acquired. Siyun stared,
Utterly dumbfounded. He looked at the system window, overcome with powerful emotion. After all, for the last 7 years, he'd poured his blood, sweat, and tears into training, only to be met with ridicule and contempt. Another notification. Unique characteristic is now being unlocked. Unique characteristic necromancy has been imprinted on the player. Siyun spread his arms, a faint light glowing around him. Now, I can become a hunter, too. All that effort, it would finally mean something. As long as he could survive. His eyes shot open in surprise. He saw dark wisps of energy coalescing before him. What is this? The protagonist stared in awe, clutching his shoulder. Is that dark fog, forming where the golem died? He cautiously reached a finger toward the swirling smoke. A new system window appeared. Unique characteristic necromancy is activating. Do you wish to absorb the spirit of the sand golem? Siyun looked on in utter confusion. Absorb? A spirit. So that black fog is my unique characteristic. With a deep breath, the protagonist accepted. He watched in shock as the smoke surged towards him, wrapping around his body. Siyun, beads of sweat on his face, stared at the dark tendrils. You have absorbed the sand golem's spirit. Your mastery increases by 7%. The smoke instantly flowed into Siyun's body. He stared down at his hands, a puzzled look on his face. What is happening? He asked. He watched in fear as the shadowy energy seeped into his very skin. As he raised his hand, the last of it vanished inside him. Number of souls in possession 1 of 5. Siyun realized something incredible. He could feel it. The spirit of the sand golem, now residing within him. But how should he use this newfound power? The system window flashed, instructing him to increase his stats. He poured the absorbed spirits into his very being. Strength increased by 3, and stamina by 2. In sheer admiration, he rose into the air, his hands enveloped in a brilliant smoking light. A crimson aura surrounded him. This was true strength. Songun felt his power surging. Could his stats really be rising this easily? In 7 years of brutal training, this was impossible. But now, a new path to power had opened before him. The system explained the basic effect of his necromancy trait. He could absorb the very souls of the dead, and not only absorb them, but control them at will. Then, a second effect appeared, the ability to constantly increase his stats. The numerical value would be directly tied to his attribute rating and the quality of the soul he absorbed.
A third effect was revealed. He could store souls for later use, with the capacity limit based on the rank of his unique trait. Seong-eun stared at his hands, his heart racing. If he could only return with this power.
He could finally become a hunter just then. A new notification appeared. Transfer to the waiting room is in progress. A shimmering portal materialized before him. With a calm and resolute expression, he walked towards it. There was no other path to take. Moments later, Seong-eun crashed to the floor, the force of the teleportation dropping his sword. He lay there, smoke rising from his body, realizing his injuries were far more severe than he'd thought. The main character looked up in surprise as the floor beneath him pulsed with green rays of mana. "What is this?" he whispered. He stood in amazement, staring at his hands. Were all my wounds healed? Was this a reward for passing the trial? Seong-eun, sword back in hand, turned to the single bed in the enormous room and scoffed aloud. Just one bed in a space this massive? Still, he knew he should be grateful to have a bed at all. He immediately collapsed onto it. Looking up at the ceiling with a grim expression, he pondered what to do next. Could he ever escape this tower? And for what purpose had it summoned him here in the first place?
Seong-eun's thoughts were cut short as the system window lit up. From now on, he could use 5 commands information. Shop, community, inventory, and test. The moment he spoke a command, it would be executed.
Seong-eun sat up, leaning on the sheets, and stared at the window. 5 different command sets. He quickly slapped his own cheeks, trying to focus. Right now, he had to think about one thing and one thing only. Survival. "Open the test command," Seong-eun ordered. The system notified him that the second floor test would begin in 23 hours. And 21 minutes. But he couldn't choose a trial yet. The system simply advised him to wait.
Seong-eun sat on the edge of the bed, intrigued. Just as he expected, more so-called tests were waiting for him.
"Next," he commanded, "open community." The system window confirmed he had entered the community space. The difficulty was listed as high. Seong-eun began reading through the player's messages.
So this was the community. He looked on calmly, observing the absolute chaos unfolding in the chat logs.
Moreover, he realized with a sinking feeling, it wasn't just hunters who were dragged here, but ordinary people too. Suddenly, a message took over the screen. "The administrator has entered the chat. All correspondence is prohibited." Prohibited? What was this? He stared ahead, a knot of fear tightening in his chest. "Is this really the administrator?" The administrator typed, addressing the candidates who had cleared the tutorial test. Seong-eun leaned closer, hoping for a clue on how to get back home. He had to concentrate, to remember every single word. The administrator wrote that it would teach them how to use the points they had received. These points were the main currency of the tower, primarily used in the market. They could also be transferred and exchanged within the community. But inside this tower, you couldn't get even a single drop of water without points, and they could only be earned through tests. Fear gripped Seong-eun's heart. Was that truly the only way to earn them? In short, he had to somehow adapt to life in this brutal place.
The warning about water wasn't a metaphor. It meant he had no choice but to participate in the tests.
He had to challenge them to earn points. The administrator's message concluded, "This is the end of the announcement." It vanished from the chat, and the ban was lifted. Seong-eun looked down, tense, covering his eye with his hand. "If I went back now," he said aloud, "I could become a hunter immediately." He took his hand away from his face. His expression was a mix of confusion and despair as he looked away. His gaze fell to his only weapon, a simple sword. But the weight of the sword brought him no comfort at all. Siyun commanded the system to open the shop. He thrust his shield forward, testing its solid feel. With his blade extended, a critical realization struck him. The hunters dragged into this tower, their stats had been completely wiped clean. They had to master the skills they once knew all over again, and much faster. Siyun knew he couldn't afford to see them as his equals. If he didn't train relentlessly, he would be left choking on their dust. Exhausted, our hero collapsed to the floor, his weapons clattering beside him. He looked up as a surprising green mana enveloped him. Feeling his strength return, Siyun stood confidently, stretching his arm. Nice. Thanks to the waiting room's healing effect, he could push his training to the absolute limit. Perhaps the next trial would be surprisingly simple. But as Siyun reached into the system window, a puzzled look crossed his face.
Why doesn't the waiting room satisfy my hunger? 2. His inventory opened, displaying a variety of items.
He clenched his teeth in frustration, his finger hovering over the screen. He recalled buying all sorts of things, and in the end, he was left with a meager 40 points. If it hadn't been for the bonus reward for clearing the training trial, Siyun couldn't have even dreamed of owning a shield. A notification flashed to life. The second floor trial will begin in 17 minutes and 17 seconds. So much time had already passed. Even the chat window, once a non-stop torrent of messages, had grown eerily quiet as the fateful hour approached. As the trial loomed closer, Siyun, bathed in the system's glow, wondered if he could truly survive. Again, he hardened his gaze. No. It was more accurate to say that he would absolutely stay alive. The system announced the second floor trial begins in 10 seconds. A countdown appeared, each number a heavy beat. 3, 2, 1, 0. Is participant Siyun ready to begin the trial on the second floor? He gave a firm nod and charged toward the portal, confidently striding into a dense forest.
You have entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty selected hard.
Amazed by the ethereal floating leaves, he muttered, "A forest after a desert." A new message appeared. Trial theme assassination. Objective kill the Orc Chieftain within the allotted time. The Orc Chieftain. He peered down from a ridge, spotting smoke rising into the air. It was an entire Orc village.
Siyun stared in disbelief. This is a whole settlement. Does this mean?
I have to infiltrate a place swarming with orcs and take out their leader. Just then, a shrill bird call
Echoed through the settlement. An orc with a menacing glare clutched its weapon, scanning the area.
Siyun watched from the cover of the bushes, his mind racing. In ordinary dungeons, if an orc tribe
has a sentry, it means they definitely have huntsmen. He wasn't even confident he could defeat
a single orc huntsman, let alone this entire horde of monsters. To take on orcs, even hunters, of at least E rank had to form a party. His chances of winning a straight fight were close to 0. Siyun's eyes narrowed as he wondered what to do. Pulling back from the edge, he knew he had to retreat and rethink his strategy. And then, a smirk crept onto his face. He realized there might be one way he could conquer this trial. A short while later, Siyun sat cross-legged, a torch in his hand as he checked the system window. This should be enough firewood. With a serious expression, he touched the torch to the interface, and it instantly vanished into his inventory. A joyful look spread across his face. It actually worked. Later, while observing the orc village again, he noted they looked like lazy animals, but they were actually a race governed by routine. The huntsman left in the morning and returned by sunset. That gave him more than enough time. Siyun had only one weapon against their superior numbers, which was the biggest obstacle to clearing this test. His eyes gleamed with a fiery resolve. It was fire. He watched one orc approach another, hiding behind a tree. He recalled a key piece of information. According to the Hunter Association, orc sentries don't stand guard constantly. They return to the village for meals or rest. Breaks. This was his opening. Siyun quickly hurled the burning torch. It flew forward with perfect aim. The flame landed in dry brush, which instantly erupted in fire. At the same time, an orc looked over, holding a bucket. It pointed a thick finger at the blaze and roared something in its own guttural language. Siyun thought, once that fire engulfs the entire village, I won't have to worry about running into the horde. The rangers were returning. Before the settlement was engulfed in flames, he had to secure at least 2 orc workers. The orcs charged with foolish confidence, buckets in hand. One of them approached the lake, completely unaware. It glanced sideways in surprise, collecting water and barking a question in its own guttural tongue. Without a moment's hesitation, Saint Yun's sword pierced the orc's body. A system window flashed before his eyes. Unique characteristic necromancy is being activated. Do you wish to absorb the orc's spirit? A cold, predatory grin spread across the protagonist's face. He agreed instantly. This was the power he had been waiting for. The system confirmed his command. You have absorbed the orc's spirit. Skill proficiency has increased to 9%. The phantom spirit surged into Siyun's body. But then, the sentry's gaze met his. It was a terrifying, soul-piercing stare. Satan gritted his teeth and turned. Was this thing truly just a sentry? The orc roared, unleashing a furious assault with its weapon. The main character braced himself, blocking the crushing blow with his shield. The impact forced him to one knee, smoke coiling at his feet. His eyes narrowed with grim intensity. Absorption. The system window flared to life. You must increase your stats using the spirits you own. The sentry was on another level. A sinister aura radiated from its eyes as it struck his shield again, snarling with pure malice. Strength has increased by 4 and agility by 2. A surge of power coursed through Siyun's veins. A brilliant blue aura erupted around him. With newfound determination, he prepared his counterattack. In the distance, the settlement fire raged against the sky, sending up columns of black smoke. Skill accelerated regeneration has been activated. As he absorbed the sentry's powerful soul,
He knew this was no time to relax his guard. Increase stats using the spirits you own. Se-Yoon's endurance has increased by 4, strength by 2, and agility by 3. He looked on with a hardened expression. The sentry's endurance stat had been impressively high. But now, he no longer risked instant death against another one. With renewed confidence, Se-Yoon pushed forward. He left the burning forest in his wake. Up ahead, the remaining orcs screamed in terror at his approach. They shouted warnings in their harsh language. He calmly assessed his targets. 3 orc workers and 1 sentry. With the old leader, that made 5. If he could just get around the sentry, he could take the leader's head directly. Se-Yoon burst forward, his sword a blur of deadly motion against the workers. After absorbing the sentry's spirit, these lesser orcs posed no threat to him at all. Blood sprayed through the air, but then the final sentry stepped forward. Its gaze locked onto him with grim purpose. It struck with enough force to shatter stone. Gritting his teeth, Se-Yoon blocked the devastating attack with his shield. The ringing of steel echoed loudly. He noticed the sentry had moved away from the leader. It had abandoned its duty as a bodyguard. This orc was the last obstacle. In an instant, the protagonist closed the distance. He lunged forward with a ferocious battle cry, his sword aimed for the heart. The blade pierced straight through the orc's chest, from a distance. The chieftain watched the explosive conclusion of the fight. Se-Yoon stood over the fallen sentry, breathing heavily, but his gaze shot forward in alarm. A powerful beam of raw yellow mana erupted towards him. He raised his shield, roaring as he braced against the torrent. The chieftain stood confidently amidst the smoke, bellowing a triumphant speech in its own language. But Se-Yoon held his ground, a defiant silhouette within the dark smoke. The leader's confidence turned to disbelief. How had he survived? It began to howl in rage. A new message appeared. Achievement unlocked, the one who withstood the flames. New skill. Burn resistance has been created. Though his face was bloodied and his clothes were in tatters, his eyes burned with resolve. He gritted his teeth.
It's over for you, chieftain. Se-Yoon charged directly towards him.
The leader shrieked in fear, unleashing a final desperate beam of fire. But Se-Yoon was faster. With one clean swing, he severed both its hands. The chieftain roared in agony, looking at its severed stumps with pure terror as it tried to form words. It scrambled away, screaming as it fled into a building. Fury clenched in Se-Yoon's jaw as he slowly followed. He swung the hut's flap open and raised his sword for the final blow. The chieftain was on its knees, hugging its children. An orc child extended a trembling hand towards the main character's leg. Tears streamed down its innocent face. Se-Yoon froze. They care about their family, too. The thought triggered a devastating memory, scarred by fire and blood. His own blood-soaked face, his parents, screaming at him, telling him to run, that he alone must survive.
Snapping out of his memories, the protagonist saw the orc child draw its weapon with a defiant roar.
Rage blazed in its eyes, a crimson aura flaring to life as it pointed its sword forward. But Se-Yoon moved instantly. He slammed the hilt of his sword against its head, shouting that these monsters were nothing like him. What was he even thinking, even if their spirits were doomed to haunt his every step? Se-Yoon would exterminate them all with grim resolve. He swung his blade, splashing orc blood across the floor.
A system window appeared. Congratulations, Se-Yoon has overcome the 2nd floor of the trial tower.
Moments later, the protagonist noted his shield was now useless, but it was the only reason he had managed to survive. Touching the system window, he admitted he was once again on the verge of failure. He calmly looked ahead. The number of applicants had been cut by almost half. This was utterly cruel. The protagonist then saw a shocking message in the chat. Han Sujin wrote that he'd figured out how to return to Earth using a question ticket. Se-Yoon froze. Was there really a way back home? He recalled the 5 commands of the trial tower, just as a system window notified the main character to write his question. The administrator would answer after processing was complete. Each time, Se-Yoon cleared a floor. 1 question ticket was added. His expression turned deadly serious. So it turned out he could have used this right all along, to send a letter asking anything he wanted. An atmosphere of information exchange had naturally formed in the chat, based on answers from the administrator.
Se-Yoon pieced together the main points. After clearing the 5th floor, temporary.
Return stones would go on sale. With them, one could go back to Earth for a few days. And from the 8th floor, a large-scale system expansion was planned. Items allowing a final return to Earth would go on sale. A final return. Se-Yoon stared ahead, his mind racing. If he went back to Earth with only the skills he had now, he could become a top-rank hunter just by improving his stats. The system window then showed his unique stat, Necromancy F, proficiency 65%. He ran a hand through his hair. On Earth, they would call this kind of power a miracle.
But he'd only barely survived the second floor. The 8th floor felt impossibly far away. Still, he had to think positively. His stats, ones at 0, were now approaching an average of 20 points. The status window showed his strength was 18, endurance 15, agility 19, and mana 7. Below that were his unique stat, necromancy, and his skills. Accelerated regeneration, burn resistance, and pain tolerance. Tearing off his ruined clothes, he knew what he had to do first. He needed to absorb the 5 spirits he had risked his life to obtain. Steaming wisps of energy shot towards Se-Yun's body. The status window instantly updated. Strength 27, endurance 25, agility 28, mana 13.
The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. Strength was overflowing within him. He jumped forward at
an unbelievable speed, realizing he was already beyond human capabilities. Se-Yun had only ever read about this in books. Thrilled, the protagonist dashed up the wall, running straight towards the ceiling with ease. He shot forward, leaving a trail of dark smoke, but then looked ahead in fear and screamed. The dark smoke dissipated as he crashed to the ground, leaving a dent in the wall. He wiped the blood from his nose with his hand. His body hadn't yet adjusted to these new sensations. Se-Yun then commanded the system to open the store. A notification popped up. A dead giant's shield has been purchased. 2,100 points will be deducted. This shield was forged by a dark sorcerer from a dead giant tree. Its buff effect triggers when the user's health points are reduced. Se-Yun then asked the system to open his inventory. It was time to use the rewards from his previous trials. The system window appeared. This is a black iron sword.
reaction speed plus 5% and attack speed plus 10%. A black iron sword imbued with dark magic. Next, an assassin's.
Cloak, sensitivity minus 10%. When agility is below 50, the stat is increased by 5. Its magic also increases movement speed by 15% for 1 minute. But there's a 24-hour cooldown. Now equipped, Se-Yun looked ahead. He sighed, knowing he had to get used to this equipment before the next trial. The protagonist ran forward, kicking up a trail of dark smoke. With a confident look, he swung his new sword, thinking he would become so strong that no one would ever be able to catch up with him. Sometime later, sharp stones hung from the ceiling.
Stepping through the portal, Song-Yun found himself in a world of darkness. A system window chimed. He had reached the 3rd floor of
the Tower of Trials. The selected difficulty was high, and the theme for this test was a duel. His eyes widened in surprise. This is a cave. He looked up, drawn to a brilliant light piercing the darkness from above. It was a hole in the vast ceiling. Another system alert flashed. A dark guardian would materialize in 10 seconds, 5 seconds remaining. Song-Yun immediately assumed a combat stance. Just like the sand golem, the guardian could appear from anywhere. He had to stay vigilant. The system counted down, 3 seconds left, and there it was, a dark guardian. His eyes widened as he raised his blade, but the creature was too fast, striking him instantly. An ominous grin spread across its face, gritting his teeth against a surge of fear. Song-Yun retreated with incredible speed. The system's objective was clear: defeat the guardian, his own shadowy double. Song-Yun instantly countered with a powerful kick. They stood facing each other in the gloom. The guardian's grin turned malicious, as a long, grotesque tongue slithered from its mouth. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Skill activated accelerated regeneration. As his own wound began to vanish, he realized if he had been a fraction of a second slower, his spine would have been shattered in half. Song-Yun's gaze sharpened, confusion on his face. He studied the guardian's pose. Was it exactly the same as his?
Could this abomination be imitating his every move? Song-Yun surged forward. He had to confirm his suspicion.
The only way to know for sure was to clash head-on. He closed the distance in an instant, his sword a blur of motion.
The double simply tilted its head, its eyes glowing with a red aura. Song-Yun's attack landed squarely on its body.
He stood before the guardian, watching intently, radiating a dark mana. The creature's wounds healed in seconds. It let out a guttural growl. A confident smile crept onto Song-Yun's face as he watched the enraged double. He laughed.
Looks like I have a recovery skill, too. With an ominous glare, the guardian vanished, reappearing instantly behind our hero.
As its sword swung for the kill, Song-Yun twisted, landing a powerful kick. He was right. This monster was mirroring his attacks. The guardian was thrown aside, its hand outstretched. With renewed determination, Song-Yun leaped forward. If it was copying him, he could exploit the weaknesses of his own fencing style to crush this freak. They attacked each other again.
Skill for skill, move for move. Song Yoon pressed his advantage, but then he saw it. A sword, shrouded in red mana,
hurtling towards his face, giving him no time to think. They both hit the ground, sliding in opposite directions. He looked up in shock, a fresh wound stinging his neck. What just happened? The Guardian's blade had left a searing mark. He barely managed to block the double's next powerful blow with his shield. Song Yoon stared, his teeth clenched. It didn't seem possible. Could it really mean that this monster was getting stronger in such a short amount of time? He quickly leaped away, putting distance between them. The Guardian watched him with a menacing glare. Song Yoon's expression hardened as a powerful aura began to radiate from his body. He took his stance. Sword pointed forward. A system window flashed. The exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak was activated. Movement speed increased by 15%. But a worried look crossed his face. If this fight dragged on any longer, he would be in grave danger. He had to kill it within 1 minute. The system confirmed his fears. Time remaining, 59 seconds. The Guardian roared in fury, steam billowing from its mouth. Song Yoon exploded forward, shattering the ground beneath his feet, launching himself directly at the double. He ducked under a vicious swing, spun, and landed a brutal kick on the Guardian's sword hand. The creature glared with pure rage. Seeing his chance, Song Yoon thrust his sword deep into the double's neck, piercing it clean through.
A victorious grin spread across his face. He'd done it. But the Guardian's mouth opened in a silent scream as its hand shot forward.
Its arm elongated unnaturally as it let out a final, desperate roar. Song Yoon stared down at his own severed hand. He looked at the spray of blood with terror, and a scream of pure agony tore from his throat. Exhausted, he knew this wasn't the end. He had to pull himself together. He forced his focus back to the Guardian, which now stood motionless, its arms limp.
Was it truly not moving, even with a powerful healing skill? That last attack must have taken a toll. It would need time to recover.
This was his chance. He had to finish the Dark Guardian right now. But how could he? Without a sword? The system chimed again. His movement speed had increased by another 15%. Time remaining 11 seconds. He pressed his lips into a thin line, raising his shield. A desperate, insane plan was forming in his mind. He was about to commit an act of pure madness, but it was far better to try something crazy than to simply lie down and die. With grim determination, Song Yoon charged. The Guardian stared forward, a grimace on its face, muttering something in a guttural tongue. But our protagonist shot forward, slicing through the air like a phantom the doppelganger, its eyes burning with a red aura raised, its massive sword arm. Sai Yoon met the attack head-on, his shield deflecting the blow with sheer will. He then delivered a crushing
counterattack. The creature was sent flying, crashing hard against the ground. It struggled to its feet,
its body trembling as it let out an unholy roar. Sai Yoon exhaled a cloud of hot air. Fury etched on his face. He raised his blood-stained shield. This freak, he declared with cold resolve, is going to die. With another powerful slam of his shield, the double's head was torn from its body in a spray of black blood. A system window materialized. Congratulations, the challenger has conquered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Moments later, a new message appeared. Entering 4th floor waiting room. Sai Yoon felt a wave of energy wash over him. Every curse and injury vanished. He gazed at his palm, astonished by the raw mana swirling around it. Calmly, he placed his hand against a nearby wall, then clenched it into a fist with a crack that split the air. The wall exploded into 1,000 fragments. He closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Now that's a proper reward. The system chimed again. Hull's in possession 1 of 5. Sai Yoon realized what this meant. This had to be the spirit of that doppelganger from the cave, the one he absorbed after clearing the 3rd trial. Indeed, it was him. The density of this spirit was immense, on a completely different level from the monsters he'd absorbed before. He watched in awe as a powerful aura emanated from his body, and then the system confirmed it. Mastery of unique, characteristic necromancy has reached 100%. Rank of unique characteristic necromancy has increased by 1 level. Characteristic necromancy has evolved from rank F to rank E. But there was more, an additional effect.
Upon absorbing a soul, there is a fixed probability of acquiring one of the skills imprinted on that soul.
Sai Yoon's eyes went wide with shock. Did that really mean he could steal skills now? Just like that, he remembered how he had to dance on the brink of death countless times just to earn accelerated regeneration. Skills were never meant to be obtained so easily. A wide grin spread across his face. Never in his entire life did he imagine he would possess such a broken, unique characteristic. Of course, he couldn't ignore the fine print. It mentioned a probability of acquisition. He'd just have to find out how lucky he truly was. That was all there was to it. Suddenly, another message flashed.
Entering the community. difficulty high. This was for the 4th floor community, Sayun.
Waved his hand dismissively. This was his 3rd time returning to a waiting room. The sterile environment already felt strangely familiar, almost like home. Then, his eyes were drawn forward, his finger pointing towards the community chat. He saw information about the next test. Is this a combined trial, he wondered? A joint test with a team of other players. One user, Kim Soo-jin, wrote that he might be exaggerating, but another reply confirmed it. The theme for the next trial would be a competition between hunters. Sayun felt a chill run down his spine. Wouldn't that mean they had to kill each other? He stared ahead, his heart pounding. In the next trial, was there a chance he'd have to kill another person? A short while later, the system's voice echoed. Candidate selection is complete, the 4th floor. Trial will now begin. Time remaining 24 hours. Success condition, defeat the Goblin King. Within the time limit. Failure condition, all selected candidates are eliminated, or the time expires. Penalty for failure, death. Sayun's expression tensed as the world warped around him. When his vision cleared, he was on the 4th floor, facing the other candidates. They all stood inside a glowing magic circle, eyeing each other warily. An awkward silence hung in the air. A woman named Lee Ha-yeon spoke up. Since we're a team now, she began, how about we introduce ourselves? She held her staff calmly. My name is Lee Ha-yeon. A faint smirk appeared on her face. I specialize in providing support, outside the tower. I'm an A-rank hunter. Another man, Lee Sang-hun, scoffed. An A-rank? Are you serious? Don't take us for fools. A different man with a stern look spoke next. Han Su-ram, he said curtly. Close combat. I'm a D-rank hunter outside. Sayun frowned. Back on Earth, a D-rank hunter would never act so arrogantly. The main character simply offered a polite greeting. My name is Sayun, he said. I also specialize in...
So, the close combat specialist isn't even a full-fledged hunter, just a trainee? Sunun gritted his teeth, looking
to the side. You mean to tell me S-Yoon is just a cadet? He spat the word freak at the protagonist and warned, don't you dare interfere. S-Yoon met his hostile gaze with a cold calm. However, he said seriously, I am confident in my own ability to fight and fulfill my role. Sunun scoffed. I found a fighter too, but I'm warning you now. If I decide you're just dragging the team down, I will eliminate you myself. S-Yoon thought to himself. He had long grown accustomed to such glares. For a fleeting moment, he pushed aside a haunting nightmare, and his gaze hardened as he looked forward, tightening the grip on his weapon. Sunun, with a serious face and his own weapon resting on his shoulder, turned to the cadet. Just stay in the back and clean up the weaklings. Syun thought, not only is this guy irritating, but I'm more than confident my abilities are enough to make him eat those words. After all, in the test tower, skills are everything. The candidates turned their eyes to the smoke-wreathed door of the castle. After a moment, a system window appeared. The theme for this test, a 3-on-3 competition, the protagonist needed to cooperate with his teammates and clear the stage before the opposing team. The grand gates of the citadel swung open. A furious horde of orcs charged out, weapons raised high. Sunan tensed, gritting his teeth as he blocked their relentless blows. With fresh cuts on his face, he glanced away and yelled, "How are these goblins moving in a battle formation?" He then screamed at the protagonist, "What are you doing? Are you not going to fight S-Yun, standing over the fresh corpse of an orc?" Calmly noted that Sang-hun wasn't even looking. In his direction, Hayun, directing her mana forward, cried out, "The spell is almost complete. Just hold on. A little longer." Sang-hun, wreathed in mana as he blocked the orc's attacks, roared back, "Stop talking, and just give me a buff already, and you better make it quick." Hayun shouted in desperation, "I've already used all my support spells." The main character called her name. It looks like Sunan needs help. "I'm leaving you for a moment." With a frightened look, Hayun begged him to wait, raising her hand against the thick smoke and calling out his name. "If you leave like this," she cried, "then who will cover my back?" Her eyes darted to the side in utter disbelief. "What is this?" The protagonist was standing amidst a circle of defeated orcs. Hayun stared in pure amazement, whispering, "I can't believe my eyes." With furious faces, more orcs leaped forward. Sunun looked on tensely, shouting, "These freaks just keep coming." An orc with rage in its eyes swung its weapon, hurling its massive mace forward. The weapon slammed into the hunter's hand, sending his sword flying. Sunun's weapon clattered to the ground, kicking up smoke and stone. The orc roared with rage as it lunged at the hunter, raising its weapon for the final blow. Sunun clutched his bloody hand, screaming, "Damn it!" His face twisted with fury as he stared ahead. Why was I so unlucky to be on the same team as a cadet? In a flash of steel, S-Yoon's sword cut down the orc mid-attack. Sunun covered his head with his hands, looking down. The remaining orcs stared at their fallen comrade, then let out a furious, unified scream.
Sunun looked up at the protagonist standing guard over him.
Cadet! S-Yoon addressed him by name, his voice sharp. Stand aside! Sunun stared ahead with a grim look, utterly speechless. The protagonist, enveloped in a powerful aura, said with chilling determination, Do not interfere with me. With a blue aura flaring in his eyes, he blurred forward at incredible speed, cutting down several orcs with his sword. A system window appeared. You have received the Goblin Hunter achievement. S-Yoon looked on with confidence. Cleaving through the horde with his aura-shrouded sword, Sunun could only stare, his mouth wide open in shock. After a moment, the protagonist walked forward, absorbing the souls of the slain orcs. He looked surprised, thinking, The black haze from my unique characteristic is invisible to other hunters. This means I can absorb as many souls as I want without any problems. The system window notified him. You need to increase your stats using the spirits you have.
Strength has increased by 3, agility by 4, endurance by 2, and tenacity by 7.
One of the skills of the Goblin Guardian has been absorbed. Sunun looked on, his face a mask of pure amazement. The system window notified S-Yoon. This is the Guardian sensitivity skill. Your mastery is 0%. Effect of the skill. The general field of view expands, and it becomes easier to notice approaching subjects. The protagonist's eyes snapped forward, his aura-shrouded gaze activating the new skill. Field of view. What does that mean? He quickly scanned the area. So, this is the view from the top. A smirk formed on Sonyan's face as he realized this was another twist of fate in his favor. As the smoke cleared, the other candidates appeared. Sonyan's grin widened as he addressed the cadet, declaring that luck was on their side. They were only facing pathetic goblins. Still, our protagonist had performed admirably. All eyes fell on Sanyun. He pulled his hood low, casting his face in shadow. From now on, he declared,
I will take command and lead from the vanguard. This formation, he mused, would give them the ultimate advantage. Our hero stared back, his expression hardening. Any objections? He challenged.
The hunter's gaze remained fixed and serious. Sohan replied, We'll do as you say. Are there any other instructions? Our main character's orders were simple. Protect the huntress, Hayun. Nothing else is required of you. Sanyan then turned to her. Hayun, he began. Your role is support. Map the terrain. In short, continue what you were doing before. Hayun beamed with optimism. Let's make the most of our remaining time. She stretched out her ganjami hand, channeling her mana. Resuming the search now. A moment later, a familiar system. Window announced that all goblin souls had been absorbed. Mastery 11%. Our protagonist, his eyes tense, swung his sword, cutting down several more goblins in a flash. The system pinged again. Mastery 12%. Time remaining. 14 hours and 37 minutes. Later, in a desolate city under a dark sky. Hayun walked through the thick fog. The goblin attacks have been sporadic, she noted. But now, it's too quiet. Sohan's head snapped up, sensing danger. He darted to the side, kicking up dust from the ground. Hayun looked over, confused. What happened? Her expression twisted in shock as she followed his gaze. What is this? The fountain before them was overflowing with goblin corpses. Sonya knelt beside one of the dead monsters. It seems the other candidates have already been here. Sohan threw his hands up in disbelief. What are they using? Rocket turbines for legs, he exclaimed, staring at the carnage on the ground. The main character touched the goblin's blood. It's still warm, he noted. If we hurry, we can catch them. He knew that if the other team won this test, failure meant certain death for his own. Sonyan's face grew grim. Then we'd better hurry. At that very moment, a horde of furious orcs charged forward, weapons drawn, their laughter echoing with malice. Lee Hyuk slammed his weapon against his shield as he eyed the approaching goblins. In a blur, Shiyun vaulted onto a goblin's shoulder. The monster stared up, stunned by the challenger now perched above him.
Shiyun looked ahead with a tired expression. I'm already so sick of hunting goblins. He sighed loudly.
This has to be the last fight before the boss, right? The goblins swarmed him, their intent murderous. Shiyun leaped into the air, just as the goblins below decapitated their own comrade. He smiled, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. With a red aura flaring from his eyes, he roared, Fools! In an instant, Shiyun stood among a sea of blood and corpses. Jihu smiled. Challenger, he said. You've done well. Min Sung-yoon approached with a confident smirk. Challenger, he began. You're not half bad. The hunter scoffed, his gaze arrogant. What a pathetic hunt, he sneered.
I had to do everything by myself. Shiyun turned to Jihu. You enjoy taking all the credit, don't you? The hunter looked downcast.
Don't say that. Shiyun waved him off. Whatever. Just go open the boss's room.
The leader stared at him. Let's finish this already, so we can all get some rest. Jihu, looking exhausted, lowered his sword.
I'll open the door immediately. He turned away, anger flickering in his eyes. A system window appeared. Condition met.
All members of the challenger team have entered the Goblin King's spire. The boss battle will not begin until only one team remains.
Jihu spread his arms, enveloped by a crimson aura, as another message flashed before them. Escape from the current location is now impossible. The challengers looked on in fear as a barrier surrounded them. A massive cube materialized, sealing the space. What is this? Shiyun demanded, his face tense. Immune? His face twisted with anger, stared ahead. Challenger, he roared. Look to the other side. Our protagonist's team was marching right toward them. Sanyan watched them approach with a calm expression.
Shiyun looked on tensely.
Let's just end this as soon as possible, he shouted, our protagonist confidently. Clutched his sword. First, he declared, I will fight alone. Second, Hayun, give me a buff.
Which boosts agility. She can grant every other buff to Sun Yun. Hayun stated with grave certainty that she had witnessed Sun Yun's true power firsthand. Perhaps humans were far more terrifying than any monster.
The main character looked away, his expression hardening. He acknowledged her warning. If he sensed true danger, he would signal her immediately. Until then, he was counting on her support. Heian boldly thrust her hand forward, weaving mana as she promised to give it her all. A system window appeared. Agility has increased by 2. The effect would last for 10 minutes. Our hero walked forward, shrouded in the huntress's mana. He knew he had already surpassed the level of an ordinary hunter. Besides, they had just slaughtered over 30 goblins. Cheyenne gritted his teeth, snapping into a battle stance. He bellowed that Sun Yun was approaching. He ordered everyone to prepare for a fight. The protagonist, his eyes blazing, with resolve, surged forward. He knew he was more than strong enough to overcome this trial. Sun Yun stared ahead fearlessly, a trail of powerful energy smoking behind him. Cheyenne's face twisted in confusion.
He leaped back, shouting for Jihu to use his shield at maximum power. Now, the assistant scrambled.
Hoisting the shield before him with a desperate cry, Jihu, staring forward with grim confidence,
activated his defense skill. A dome of light instantly enveloped them, kicking up a cloud of dust. But our hero furiously leaped
high above the dome, raising his sword for a devastating strike. He brought the blade down, shattering the barrier into a million pieces. Jihu screamed as he was sent flying through the air. Sun Yun charged forward without hesitation. He instantly struck down his opponents. His comrades could only watch the carnage in total. Amazement? The main character stared down Cheyenne with a glacial look. Steel clashed against steel in a flurry of blows. He blocked a strike, a thought flashing through his mind. This was strange. Cheyenne's skills were clearly inferior, yet somehow, he was parrying every single attack. Sun Yun's eyes glowed with a blue aura. In that case, he would just have to end this more decisively. In a flash, he appeared directly behind his foe. He swung his sword with finality, certain the fight was over. But Cheyenne rapidly whipped his own blade back to defend. Sun Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Cheyenne furiously clenched his jaw, a menacing red aura flaring from his eyes as he stared down. He realized his opponent had actually read the trajectory of his attack. Cheyenne crouched low, streams of energy billowing behind him. Just then, Sun Yun's shield soared over the enemy's head. Cheyenne looked up in panic. A curse, he yelled, his vision completely blocked by the maneuver.
With a terrifying glint in his eye, the protagonist dove under the shield. He thrust his weapon forward with brutal force,
piercing straight through his enemy's stomach. Cheyenne coughed up blood, his face a mask of rage. How could this happen? A system window appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the special task.
A bonus will be added to the 4th floor clear reward. Moments later, the other hunters approached.
Our hero! Sun Yun clutched his bloody sword, his hand trembling. Heian watched him, her expression filled with sorrow. Was he shaking? She stepped closer, asking if he was all right. Sun Yun looked down, his voice cold. I'm perfectly fine. Heian realized he must be horrified by the act of killing another person. She had misjudged him. He wasn't just strong, he was a cold-blooded warrior. Sun Yun turned to the others. Are you ready? To face the boss right now. Sun Guan tensed, but nodded firmly. I'm ready to enter that room this instant. Heian gripped her staff tightly. I agree as well. Sometime later, the Goblin King stared forward in a rage, blood pouring from its mouth. The protagonist calmly pulled his sword from the creature's body. The system announced its message. Test target Goblin King has been eliminated, covered in blood. Sun Yun lowered his gaze and walked away. Sun Guan watched in utter shock. That man, he was an absolute monster. A new window appeared. You have conquered the 4th floor of the tower. Reward. All stats increased by 4 bonus reward skill. Instant acceleration acquired. You will now be moved to the lobby. Sun Guan looked nervously toward the shimmering portal. I'll be leaving first, he stammered. The two stood before their gates, looking at one another. The protagonist spoke first. I hope you make it back safely. Han clutched her staff, her knuckles white. Wait, she said, her voice firm. She met his surprised gaze with a calm expression. Maybe this isn't what you need to hear right now, but you only did what you had to do. Someone had to. Besides, if he had refused, Hyen would have joined the fight anyway. Song-un gritted his teeth, admitting that after her words, a weight had lifted from his shoulders. He looked at the huntress, who raised a finger in surprise as a system window pinged to life. Challenger Hyen had sent him a friend request. Song-un stared at the notification with
a look of pure astonishment. The huntress smirked, explaining that the 4th floor trial had been completely cleared,
thanks to his overwhelming power. Because of that, she felt she owed him a debt, and that made Hyen a little uneasy. With a slight blush, she insisted that when he finally returned to Earth, he should find her at the sea. White Guild? Song-un simply looked ahead, his expression calm. The huntress then vanished into the closing portal. Our hero, now alone with the lingering souls, faced a grave decision to absorb a human soul, or not. When Xiong-un confirmed he was capable of such an act, he decided to postpone it. He knew that taking that step meant crossing a line he could never return from. A dark smile played on his lips. He clenched his fists, thinking that his mind was finally made up. Xiong-un raised his hand, pulling a soul toward him. He realized that while he had no intention of killing people just to grow stronger, in a place where he had no other choice, he was fully prepared to commit murder. The main character stared at the soul's brilliant light, his face grim. Xiong-un knew that beyond his initial desire to become a hunter, new ambitions were taking root in his very soul. The tower had given him a chance, and he would seize every last bit of it. He was determined to keep climbing, to the very top. A short while later, the protagonist stepped out of the portal. A notification appeared. Entering the Shanjia's
waiting room for the 5th floor. A system expansion was beginning. A ranking system for challengers had just been created. All trial results were being compiled. Staring at the window in confusion, Song-un wondered, is this really a ranking?
Of all the challengers, the system then prompted him to enter a name. The main character paused in thought, placing a hand on his chin. He reached out to the system window, deciding that a certain name would be just perfect. The system confirmed it. His name was changed from Song-un to Hunter. Then, the results of the 4th floor trial were displayed. First place, Kim Sun. Second, Lee Young-hoon. In third place was someone named What Is, a name change. Song-un swiped through the rankings. So everything is shown here, he thought. Maybe I'm also on this list somewhere. His eyes widened in shock. The system notified him that he was ranked 16th. Challenger Hunter, clear time, 11 hours, 14 minutes, and 51 seconds. With a puzzled look, Song-un realized his rank was much higher than he could have ever imagined. Another alert popped up. Challengers in the top 50 would be designated as pioneers. Anyone who obtained the pioneer status would gain an advantage on the 8th floor. If our hero could maintain that status, all the way to the 8th floor, he would receive the Halo privilege. Song-un stared at the words in utter surprise. A halo. What is that? He quickly waved the window away, deciding he would figure out the details when the time came. The system then presented a new choice he needed to absorb a spirit from the souls he'd collected. Out of the 15 he possessed, 4 were available player Xingyu, Min Sang-yun, and the Goblin King. Without hesitation, the protagonist absorbed the soul. The system then prompted him to increase his stats using the spirits he'd acquired. Song-un stared at the mana now swirling from his hand, thinking that he could finally feel it. He had at last crossed the boundary of human capabilities. A new notification appeared. A homecoming stone was being purchased. With it, he could leave the tower for 3 days and return to his original location. Song-un stared at the glowing stone in his hand, his expression tense. He needed to check if he could take his equipment with him. The system chimed in. The homecoming stone was being absorbed. Destination Earth? A confident grin spread across his face as he thought, I'm returning to Earth. A new system window announced that Challenger Song-un had confirmed his intent to return. He was then pulled into a portal of light on the floor. Despite his resolve, a flicker of fear crossed his face. The absorption process had begun. Final.
Destination Earth? The protagonist watched with alarm as the swirling vortex consumed his body. After some time, a new message appeared. Challenger Song-un had safely returned to his original place of residence.
In 3 days, he would be transported back to the tower. Bright sunlight streamed into the room through curtains, which were
Stirred by a gentle breeze, the protagonist lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His eyes shot open in shock as he bolted upright.
propped up on his arm. Seun scanned his room, letting the reality of his return sink in. He crossed his legs, his gaze falling on the desk, before collapsing onto the pillow, utterly exhausted. Maybe a good night's sleep first? But as Seun inhaled, a foul stench filled his nostrils. He shot up in bed, disgusted. I smell awful. He decided a shower was his first priority. Then, his eyes widened in shock. The very items from the tower were lying on his floor. Seun triumphantly gripped the shield and sword. He'd only hoped, but it was true. You could bring items from the trial tower back to Earth, which meant other candidates could too. A sudden urgency gripped him. He had to move fast, before others returned.
Once the wave of returnees began, the market would be flooded with gear.
The prices for hunter equipment would plummet. He needed to sell his loot, and fast. But there was a catch. Only those with a hunter qualification could sell items on the official market. Originally, Seun planned to take the exam during his next return, but plans had to change. Glancing at his phone, he muttered, "Looks like I have a lot more to do than I thought."
Elsewhere, the crack of a fist against a jaw echoed through a training gym. Manhwa watched the brawl unfold.
His attention was broken by a ringing phone. The instructor answered with a serious tone. "Training Center Instructor Manho speaking." From the other end, Yoon introduced himself. "Do you remember me?" Manho's eyes shifted. "I do. Why not apply for your refund online?" Seun's voice was calm. "I've decided not to ask for the tuition fee back." Manho placed a hand on his hip. "Are you serious? You won't regret this decision?" "I won't," Seun confirmed. "In exchange, I have a single request for you." Manho's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "If you're asking to resume training, the answer is no. Help me take the hunter exam," Yoon stated plainly. Manho scoffed, pulling up his records. "Have you already forgotten your midterm assessment? We barely managed to give you an F rank." "I'm well aware of that," Yoon replied calmly. The instructor pressed on. "A person with no unique traits or skills." Seun cut him off. "So you can't help me even if I'm letting you keep the refund?" "Money is never a bad thing," Yoon added, a confident grin spreading across his face. "You and I can make a deal." His voice was laced with certainty. "All you have to do is arrange for me to take the hunter qualification exam. Today. Later, toweling his damp hair." Seun paused, catching his reflection in the mirror. He stared at his own body, a physique completely reforged by his trials in the tower. His body had transformed, its growth proportional to his progress. He pulled on a shirt. "This is no time to be admiring myself," he thought. "I have an exam to pass." Leaving his apartment, he saw the woman next door, his neighbor, a simple daily sight. This was the normal life he had missed so dearly. Even a simple greeting felt precious now. Seun bowed his head in greeting. She recognized him instantly, the guy who'd been trying to become a hunter for years. After they exchanged pleasantries, he walked on, wishing her a good day. She stared after him, blushing slightly. Wait, was he always that tall? Sometime later, Seun stood by the road, waving his hand. "Not a single taxi will stop." With a glint in his eye, he crouched, then launched himself into the air, landing perfectly on a nearby building.
"Running there might be faster anyway," he declared with a determined grin. At this rate, he'd be there in no time.
Inside the Hunter Association building, the instructor watched as Yoon walked through the door. Their eyes met. "It's been a while?" Yoon said with a smile. The instructor let out a cynical laugh. "It hasn't been that long," he retorted, as Yoon's expression grew tense. "I've been through so much. These past few days felt like 100 years. Manho looked at him, completely baffled. "What do you mean, you've been through so much?" Seun just nodded grimly. "The days have been tough." With an air of authority, hands clasped behind his back, he announced himself as the examiner for Yoon's evaluation. Seun already knew the instructor had arranged for him to skip the tedious theory tests and interviews. The examiner asked if the protagonist had any final questions. Seun's fists tightened. He was more than ready. He declared he knew exactly how this would go. The examiner pointed toward the arena, signaling it was time to begin. Seun stepped forward, sword in hand, his gaze filled with unshakable confidence. As Manho turned to the examiner, his voice was a low whisper. Don't forget my request. That boy must be expelled, no matter what. The examiner looked down, assuring the instructor not to worry. The monsters had been carefully chosen, with the absolute worst compatibility for the examinee. He then called out to S-Yun, his voice echoing in the arena. Whenever you are ready, choose your difficulty. Anything from level 1 to 10 is available. S-Yun's expression was stone cold. He remembered his past life, always picking the lowest difficulty for this very exam. And every single time, he had been pathetically defeated by a mere goblin. But this time was different. I choose level 10, he declared. Manhwa, who had been grinning smugly, gripped the railing. Surely he meant to choose the easiest level 1. What did you say? He roared, his face a mask of disbelief. But the protagonist simply looked away, a confident smirk playing on his lips.
That insane bastard Manhwa screamed in a rage. A system window flashed to life, announcing the exam was starting. The hunt for the Firebird had begun. A creature of roaring flame erupted into the air, its cry shaking the room's very foundations.
A crushing pressure fell upon S-Yun. The system confirmed it. Movement speed had been reduced by 25%. Due to the monster's skill, Predator's roar, an ominous aura began to envelop his cracked sword as Manhwa sneered. That piece of trash would never pass. He'd personally tampered with the weapon. S-Yun was a delusional freak who didn't know his place. It was time for him to taste true despair. The Firebird beat its colossal wings, soaring above the protagonist. S-Yun looked up, his resolve unwavering. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as a grin spread across his face. The instructor was lost in a memory, a notification on his phone celebrating his own passing of the hunter exam. He remembered thinking he was the best, that he had finally made it. However, the gap between him and his peers only grew wider with time. Eventually, Manhwa gave up trying to close that gap. The world of hunters is cruel, built on the foundation of innate talent. He accepted that wall and simply stopped trying. It's what everyone does when they face a barrier they can't overcome. Manhwa snapped out of his reverie. That's why it was time for S-Yun to give up too. But just then, the bird attacked, and the protagonist stared in shock at his sword. Shattered in half by a single swift blow, he dodged aside, his mind racing, even for a low-grade weapon. There's no way it should have cracked so easily. Yoon's gaze shot toward the smirking instructor, his eyes burning with suspicion. It was you, he thought. Manhwa's smile was pure evil. What could he possibly do now with a broken sword? The bird unleashed a torrent of fire from its beak. Yoon faced the inferno with cold determination. In fact, he was glad it turned out this way. This was the perfect situation. To test the new skills he acquired on the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Mana exploded around him, using instant acceleration. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he rocketed upwards. He landed on the ceiling, cracking the stone, a sly grin on his face. This was so much better. Then the simple speed buff from the killer's cloak. The Firebird, its eyes glowing red, launched a concentrated fireball. It screeched, expecting a direct hit. But S-Yun was already gone, pushing off the ceiling in a cloud of dust. He flew toward the monster, used its own body as a foothold, and instantly plunged the shattered hilt deep into its eye. The beast shrieked in agony. S-Yun landed gracefully on the ground, a confident look on his face.
As I thought, he muttered. The blade was too short. He then casually picked up a piece of the broken floor slab.
With decisive force, he rushed forward and flung the slab like a deadly discus. In a flash, the stone sliced clean through the monster's neck. Its final cry was cut short. The instructor and examiner could only stare. They watched in stunned silence as the chunk of rock slammed into the wall behind them with terrifying force. Manhwa, trembling as smoke poured from the wall, stammered, What was that? The system declared the exam over, offering its congratulations. The corpse of the Firebird crashed to the ground. S-Yun gave the instructor a casual wave. You okay over there? I didn't expect that slab to fly quite so far, he said, a triumphant, mocking grin spreading across his face. With a bright smile, the girl held out Si-Yun's hunter badge, congratulating him on passing the exam. She explained that now, officially registered with the Hunter Association, he could finally begin his life as a hunter.
Our protagonist took the badge, asking if this meant he could now enter dungeons and sell the items he found.
The girl's smile widened, confirming his words. Everything he said was correct. At that exact moment, Manhwa slammed his fist on the table with explosive force. He glared at the examiner, demanding to know
How could this possibly happen? He'd predicted the main character would fail in 10 seconds. But instead, he passed in that time.
Straightening his tie, the examiner coolly replied that the instructor must be joking.
He insisted he did everything in his power based on the official data. Cadet Si-Yun should have never passed this test.
Manhwa threw up his hand, desperately asking if they couldn't just assign the main character a lower rank. The examiner shot back, how much lower Si-yoon had defeated a monster meant for D-rank cadets in 10 seconds flat. If he'd assigned him rank D, the association would be facing a legitimate appeal for an even higher rank. The instructor looked furious, but before he could argue, the main character entered the room, interrupting them. He announced that he had received his hunter's certificate. The examiner raised a triumphant fist, offering his congratulations.
Si-yoon approached the seething instructor with a taunting look, asking if something was wrong since he didn't look well.
Beads of sweat dripped down Manho's face. He clenched his fists, forcing a laugh. He congratulated the cadet, then corrected himself with a sneer. It's Hunter Si-yoon now, isn't it? Our protagonist's eyes narrowed, recalling that the instructor himself had only reached C rank before retiring. Manho leaned in, his voice low and menacing, demanding to know what he was trying to say. Si-yoon calmly looked away, remembering how the instructor had always called him trash. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Maybe, just maybe, Manho was the real piece of trash all along. The instructor's teeth ground together in pure rage. He lunged forward with killing intent, roaring if Si-yoon had a death wish. The examiner's face went pale with fear as he shouted for Manho to calm down. But our protagonist stood firm, a confident smirk on his face. Manho had fallen for the provocation hook, line and sinker, effortlessly dodging the clumsy attack. Si-yoon's hand became a blur, his fist slamming into Manho's gut with devastating force.
With a cold expression, he announced that he was now merely acting in self-defense.
A cruel smile played on Si-yoon's lips as he slapped the instructor across the face, sending him flying back. This was his answer. Manho crashed to the floor, coughing up blood. He stared in disbelief, wondering where a C ranker got this kind of monstrous strength. Sometime later, Si-yoon and the examiner stood outside the building. He was being offered a job as a direct employee of the Hunter Association. The examiner calmly confirmed his words, raising a hand to make his pitch. Si-yoon's starting salary would be 1 billion won, and if he wanted more, that was open for discussion. Accepting this offer was a massive opportunity. Si-yoon stared at the business card in his hand. 1 billion? It was a decent start. The examiner smiled, stating he could clearly see his immense potential. But our hero simply addressed him by his title and pointed out that the exam's difficulty seemed to have been arbitrarily adjusted. His expression turned cold. He declared he wouldn't make a problem out of it, but it wasn't in his nature to trust someone so deceitful.
With that, he turned and walked away, contemptuously flicking the business card aside. 2 days later, sunlight illuminated the house where Si-yoon lives, on his laptop. The news was buzzing about the Tower of Trials. A news anchor reported on a mysterious phenomenon appearing among hunters, something they were calling the Tower of Trials. The news was spreading like wildfire, with everyone asking, is this Tower of Trials a game, or is it reality? Our protagonist snapped the laptop shut. So, the world was finally finding out about the tower. He glanced at his phone while clutching a small chest. He'd managed to sell his old equipment for a very good price. These last 3 days had been remarkably productive, but it seemed his time on Earth was finally coming to an end. A system window materialized before him. In just a few seconds, Si-yoon would be transported back to the Tower of Trials. He stared at the glowing text with a serious gaze, declaring he was more than happy to move on. The time was up. The system announced his immediate return to the Tower of Trials. Si-yoon's body began to lift into the air, surrounded by swirling streams of mana. He clutched the chest, a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. His real progress was about to begin. With a final grin, his form dissolved into the void, knowing that upon his return, there would be much to do. His eyes shot open in surprise. He was back. Materializing on the bed, he realized he had returned to the tower. Pushing himself up, he glanced at the items on the floor. Just as I thought, he mused. Items can move freely between the tower and the real world. For now, he sent the chest and stone straight to his inventory. In one fluid motion, Sam-yoon sprang from the bed. A confident smirk played on his lips as he stretched his arms wide. Time to loosen up a bit. Without a moment's hesitation, he challenged the 10th floor. A system window flashed before him. You have earned the achievement First Return. New skill created Eye of Truth. Sam-yoon's eyes widened in amazement as a bright aura began to radiate from them. The system confirmed it. Skill Eye of Truth. Mastery none. Using mana. He can now obtain detailed information about his target. More than that, it allowed him to determine if his opponent's words were true. He reached out to the system window. So, on top of reading data, he pondered aloud. I can also distinguish lies from the truth. A wide grin spread across his face. What insane luck. Another notification appeared. Thunder Sword purchased. 5,500 points have been deducted. Hunter Scout Shield purchased. 3,800 points have been deducted. Sam-yoon gave his new blade a practice swing. His expression turned serious, It cost a fortune, but the special options on this sword were incredible.
The system explained a 10% chance to trigger a lightning effect when striking an enemy. He nodded to himself. An effect like that will definitely be useful. His gaze hardened as he faced the system window. Open the trial. A new prompt appeared. Are you ready to begin the 5th floor trial? He leaped into the swirling portal without a second thought. After all this time, he roared. The real test begins. A moment later, the system's voice echoed around him. You have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Selected difficulty high, trial theme, the hunt, time remaining 24 hours. The condition for victory was simple defeat the werewolf boss in the Wolf Gorge. The conditions for failure, the challenger's death, or the expiration of the time limit. The reward for success, a werewolf headband. The penalty for failure, death. He materialized on a desolate mountain peak.
A confident look flashed in his eyes as he gripped his sword. So, the theme is werewolves, huh?
From the cliffs above, countless pairs of glowing eyes stared down at him. With furious roars, they leaped down to attack. Sam Yoon became a blur of motion, dashing forward and carving through the air. As his own eyes glowed with power, he cut through the pack, sending one beast flying with an overwhelming strike. He watched the wolf skid across the ground, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Why are they so weak? The werewolf's body slammed into the massive leg of a colossal wolf. Sam Yoon's eyes widened in shock. As the smaller creature whimpered in pain, a giant white werewolf snapped its neck with pure fury. Now, hulking werewolves with savage faces surrounded the main character. Sam Yoon met their glares. With a tense smile, he enveloped his body in mana. It seems the tower never disappoints. The giant beasts roared and charged forward. Sam Yoon leaped directly into the mouth of the wolf. Now this is starting to get fun. He smiled as his sword swung, slicing the werewolf. Am I going crazy? He spun like a whirlwind, his blade cutting down countless wolves in an instant. A familiar chime rang out. Hunter's Dagger skill mastery has reached 100%. Hunter's Dagger skill has been upgraded to rank E+. The Accelerated Regeneration skill has been upgraded to rank D. He landed with a confident grin, steam rising from his body. He looked to the side, deep in thought. The Hunter's Dagger. The skill I got on the 3rd floor has almost reached its growth limit. I'd better find a new swordsmanship skill. At that moment, 2 werewolves lunged toward his back with angry snarls. But the main character just stared forward confidently, sword in hand. Keep coming, he dared them. After a while, ethereal souls rose from the bodies of the dead. He looked at his raised hand as the souls shrouded him. That's 3 hunts already, he noted. It seems the sword's lightning effect appears less often than I thought. The system window chimed again and again. You have absorbed the spirit of the mad wolf. Mastery has surged by 16%. Gazing at the system window, he knew this was good. The power of his unique characteristic was growing steadily. If he pushed himself, he could even raise its rank. Siyun's expression turned grim as he pressed forward, realizing he had almost reached the heart of the wolf's den. But what he found stopped him cold. The ground was littered with wolf corpses. Was this the result of a conflict within the pack? He crouched beside a body, noticing a clean slice. This was the work of a sword. Activating the Eye of Truth. Siyun's vision flared as a strange energy came into focus. A system window appeared. It was an aura trace, left behind when a master of aura neatly cleaved the wall. Siyun stood, his mind racing. An aura. Another skill he'd never heard of. The tower held too many secrets. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently from a series of powerful roars. Siyun's gaze sharpened. It's somewhere nearby. In a flash, he burst forward, moving toward the sound. The roars grew deafening, echoing from a massive cave ahead. From the smoky darkness, the werewolf boss was suddenly thrown, sent flying out of its own lair. It crashed to the earth with a deafening thud. Siyun stared in disbelief and asked, What is this? A notification appeared. The werewolf boss. The condition for clearing the test has died. The cause is now being analyzed. Staring at the lifeless beast, he wondered, could they possibly be saying his test target, the final boss, was already dead? A new window flashed. Analysis complete. An unauthorized invasion was detected in Challenger Siyun's test. The target has been changed. His new mission killed a challenger from another dimension who had invaded his trial. Standing there was a man named Cade Adrax, his sword held casually. Siyun was speechless. An invasion? Did that mean the testing tower existed across countless dimensions, far beyond Earth? Just how did this man even get here? Cade looked at Siyun with a sneer. Is that Siyun still breathing? I didn't expect much from a challenger from such an underdeveloped world. Are you the master of this trial? Cade's eyes glowed as he leveled his sword. Why is the barbarian silent? Are you truly frozen by the fear of your impending death? Siyun simply smirked, lightning crackling around his own blade. This lunatic was completely insane. He never imagined a situation where his test target would be eliminated by an intruder. But on the bright side, at least the test itself hadn't failed. Are you so terrified you can't even speak? Cade taunted, dark energy coiling around his sword. In that case, I will end Seon's suffering right now. With a chilling glare, the invader charged.
Cade exploded forward, the very ground cracking beneath his feet. Seon instantly reacted.
He kicked the massive body of the dead boss, sending it hurtling toward the invader. Cade cut the corpse in half without even breaking stride, then immediately turned to face the protagonist, who had already appeared behind him. With a look of pure focus, Seon raised his blade. "You're caught," he declared, unleashing his strike directly at Cade's back. But to his horror, the lightning-infused blade slid off the invader's armor. What? He thought. That attack should have sliced right through it. A cold voice answered, "No, you are the one who was caught." Cade's blade, shrouded in dark energy, crashed down. Seon barely got his shield up in time. The devastating blow shattered the shield into 1,000 pieces, sending Seon flying backward. He slammed into a rock wall, breaking it on impact and raising a cloud of dust. Coughing up blood, he forced himself to one knee, clutching the deep wound in his side. Cade looked on with mild surprise. "You were able to block my aura. You would have met a swift and painless death if you'd just let me cut you in half." Seon glared, his voice filled with fury. "The system recognized you as an intruder. What is this?" The intruder laughed. "How would a barbarian possibly know what a floor invasion is?"
"Why must it be this way?" With a confident smirk, Cade, shrouded in raw energy,
urged the protagonist not to bear any ill will. He claimed the tower was always this.
Unpredictable. "Enough talk. It's time we end this." Seon shot his
hand out, desperately calling for him to wait. A bead of sweat traced its way down his face as he asked if Cade would reveal the secret of floor implantation. The invader sneered. "I can tell you, you'll be a dead man soon. Anyway, among the system's features that unlock on the 8th floor, say, is something called floor implantation. If you purchase a ticket from the store, you gain the power to invade another person's trial." Seon processed this, then stated, "You called this an underdeveloped world. That means you're from another dimension." A flicker of amusement crossed Cade's face. "Oh, so you think I'm from another world?" Rising to his feet, Seon's expression hardened. "That's how it seems." His gaze intensified, his eyes glowing with a faint aura as he activated the Eye of Truth. A system window appeared. "Skill Eye of Truth has been activated. Target statement is true." So, the invader hadn't been lying after all. Suddenly, Cade's blade shot, forward, pointing at him. "You just did something incredibly foolish," Cade hissed. "How dare you pass judgment on my words and actions?" Seon met his furious gaze without flinching. "I do what I must." The invader's sword rose, ready to strike. "You barbarian!" he roared. "How dare you?" "Speak to me that way," the protagonist asked. "I got the information I wanted. So, allow me to share an interesting fact with you." Seon gestured to his hand. "Thanks to my pain tolerance skill, my injured hand barely even registers. In other words, I wasn't holding it because of the pain." The protagonist quickly
released his grip on the wounded limb. "The moment I let go, it automatically heals under the effect of my accelerated
regeneration skill. Skill accelerated regeneration has been activated." As mana swirled around his healing hand, a smirk played on Seon's lips. He explained that the invader would
only talk if he appeared desperate. Cade's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his sword, which flared with volatile energy.
"So you were testing me," Cade growled. "If that little healing trick is all you have, then your fate is sealed in death." Seon just grinned, extending his hand towards his own blade. "Then what about this?" His eyes blazed with a brilliant light as he grasped the hilt, declaring that his strength was still growing. Rapidly. Utilizing accumulated spirits to increase stats. Strength increased by 2, agility by 3, endurance by 3, mana by 5, stamina by 7 points.
A torrent of mana erupted from Seon's body. Cade recoiled, shouting, "You have another?"
Unique characteristic besides healing. Exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak has been activated.
Movement speed increased by 15%, duration 59 seconds.
The ground beneath the protagonist's feet shattered as dark smoke billowed out. He used instant acceleration, his eyes glowing fiercely. The intruder stared in utter shock. "This is insane. How can a challenger from the 5th floor possess so many skills?" In a flash, Seon shot forward like a bullet. Their blades, crackling with energy, clashed with enough force to shatter stone. Cade struggled to parry the assault, roaring, "This is only the 5th floor. How can you have stats this high?" He was engulfed in a powerful aura as he raised his sword, gripping it with his ironclad hand and screaming, "You damned barbarian!" Seun's eyes narrowed. "An aura blade?" He instantly leaped back as a devastating strike slammed into the ground. The protagonist watched the invader struggle to pull his sword from the rock. Seun knew that aura was a high-level skill, and such a strike could have been catastrophic. However, his superior stats allowed him to dodge the critical blow with ease. The real problem was the armor high-grade equipment that couldn't be.
Pierced by his current power, the protagonist unleashed a flurry of strikes, thinking that if
He just kept attacking endlessly. Before he could finish the thought, Seun's sword crackled to life, striking the invader's armor. Cade was thrown back, his body convulsing from the electric shock. He coughed up blood, screaming in agony. What the hell is this? A system window notified him. This was the Thunder Sword. It had a 10% chance of.
lightning crackled around his blade, the protagonist raised his thunderclad sword before him. A confident smirk appeared on his face. "This is exactly what I needed." Cade crashed to the ground, reeling from the powerful blows.
Seun stared down at the invader as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He calmly assessed the situation. If that armor had a lightning rod, this would have been a much bigger problem. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Cade trembled, slowly raising his head. He looked forward, then hung his head in disbelief. I should have won.
He's just a challenger from the 5th floor. How is this even possible? Where did Seun get so many skills?
The protagonist leveled his sword at the fallen man. "You were a fool, invader."
Relying entirely on a single high-level skill and your precious armor, Seun raised his blade, preparing the final strike.
His voice was like ice. "Now, it's time for you to meet your end." In a panic, Cade threw up his hands.
"Wait, stop," he screamed. "I can give you answers, I can tell you everything." The protagonist looked down,
a terrifying aura flaring in his eyes. "There's no need for that." The invader spat a final curse. "You barbarian!" Without a moment's hesitation, Seun plunged the sword deep into his body. He gritted his teeth, putting his hand on the hilt to press it deeper.
Cade's shaking hand rose for a moment, and then fell limp to the ground. A cold thought crossed Seun's mind.
It was getting easier to kill each time. If he felt awkward piercing another's flesh, it would create a much more serious problem down the line.
A system window appeared. "Congratulations! You have overcome the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials."
The invader's body began to rapidly dissolve into particles of light. Seun's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly reached out his hand. He aimed for Cade's disappearing form and activated his absorption skill. The system instantly responded. "You have absorbed the spirit of Challenger Cade. Mastery has increased to 15%. The protagonist stared in awe at the soul swirling into his palm.
"I almost lost the chance to absorb his soul." So it turns out, if you die in another dimension,
you simply dissipate like a mirage. Standing amidst the fading energy, Seun wondered aloud. Why hasn't the reward message arrived? A system window flashed. The difficulty level and the reward do not match. The reward content is being completely revised. Seun's expression was one of pure shock. Another message appeared. Skill Triple Absolute has been acquired as a breakthrough reward. Bonus reward, you have received 7,500 points. Additional bonus reward, you have received 3,500 points. He couldn't process it. Instead of the promised C rank minus reward, he received an A rank minus reward. That invading knight must have been so powerful that the system recalculated the entire trial's difficulty as being much higher than it was. A wide grin spread across Seun's face. He still couldn't believe it. He had actually managed to snag the incredible fortune of an A rank skill. After a moment, a new notification appeared. You have entered the waiting room on the 6th floor. The protagonist had been healed of all negative effects and injuries. Information on Challenger Seun will be displayed on the trial summary board.
Seun stepped out of the portal, his expression now serious as he clenched his fists. He looked around
and commanded the system. "Open inventory." The request was fulfilled instantly. Seun sat sternly on the floor, his gaze fixed. He replayed the battle in his mind. An invasion from another dimension. This Tower of Trials could truly catch you completely off guard. He had tried so hard to save his inquiry tickets for the 8th floor.
A system window prompted him. "Please write your questions. An administrator will answer after the query is complete."
Current number of tickets 5? Seun reached toward the system window. His curiosity piqued.
"I need to ask what floor penetration is, and if it's possible to know about an upcoming invasion in advance."
He decided that was enough for now. The system confirmed. "Your request has been sent." Seun's eyes widened in surprise as a new message appeared almost instantly. A response has been received. He stretched out his finger to the glowing icon. Is it really that fast? The system displayed the answer. Floor penetration is a system that allows a challenger to enter another's trial, as long as there is a gap of no more than 10 floors between them. However, you can only invade personal trials. Penetration into special and combined trials is impossible. It is a system that expands from the 8th floor and is currently unavailable. Yoon scrolled down the system window. His eyes narrowed. So this is how they prevent their enemies from rising higher. He quickly pulled his hand back from a warning that flashed on the screen. Information is not available on the current floor. Since the request was only half satisfied, the ticket to send a question has been returned.
With a look of awe, Yoon realized the question ticket wasn't all powerful after all.
He waved the system window away, thinking that at least his trump card remained intact. A smirk crossed Sonen's face as he declared it was time to unleash the items he brought from Earth.
System, open inventory, he commanded, reaching toward the holographic screen. All the items from his home world appeared on the floor. A notification chimed he had to use the Crone Magic Tower recovery chest.
Its purpose to restore the secret hunter shield. With that final use, the magic recovery chest's power was completely exhausted. Yoon was shocked. The performance truly exceeded his wildest expectations. The system's next prompt appeared, use the purity stone. Yoon gazed at the mana stone in his hand. He admitted to himself that buying the purity stone had felt like a waste of money. But as he put his hands on his head, a smile spread across his face. The feeling of pure freshness and vigor after bathing was worth every coin. A new window flashed. The 6th floor trial would begin in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Yoon touched the screen. Thinking he still had some time, perhaps he should check the trial summary board and peek into the community. He commanded the system to open the trial summary, and a new window appeared, displaying the hunter rankings. He was in 3rd place. Yoon stared in disbelief. To climb all the way from 16th place was a massive leap. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Did this bring him any closer to gaining that legendary first mover advantage? To find out, he'd have to conquer his way to the 8th floor. The system announced his entry into a high difficulty community. A post immediately caught his eye, offering a way to obtain the mental resistance skill. The poster claimed it was incredibly useful for murders and robberies.
With a skill like mental resistance, a hunter could rack up achievements related to murder, robbery, and betrayal, all while reaping fantastic rewards.
Yoon stared in shock. The entire chat had devolved into a breeding ground for madness. With a tense expression, he realized what he was looking at was pure chaos and anarchy. What in the world had happened here? The mental resistance skill being traded so freely only reduced the psychological impact of one's actions. It was a double-edged sword. Even if you used the skill to numb your conscience every single time, it would never change the true nature of the problem. Yoon's gaze hardened as he scanned the chat. One challenger asked, "Did you guys know that freak who leaked the 4th floor trial info changed his name to Sudu? If this was a competition between hunters, did that mean they were supposed to kill each other?" Yoon's mind raced. Was this the same challenger who poisoned the atmosphere on the 4th floor? He remembered the feeling clearly. It was like someone was deliberately orchestrating conflict, pushing them all to fight. With a grave look, he wondered if history was about to repeat itself. He waved his hand, closing the window. Sudu, he muttered. He would make sure to remember that name. Sometime later, a new notification appeared. Are you ready for the 6th floor trial? The test of the 6th floor was beginning. Difficulty high. The theme of this trial is occupation. Remaining time, 50 minutes. The condition for victory is to capture one of the strongholds within the time limit.
Failure occurs upon the challenger's death, or if time expires. The reward for success
is a random ranked chest. The penalty for failure is death. Yoon stared in shock as he emerged from the portal.
Under the bright sun, he saw glowing points scattered across a vast expanse of water. Is this the sea? He asked, his expression serious. A system window chimed. The selection of challengers is complete.
You must cooperate with your teammates to clear the trial. Yoon glanced at the portal where he'd appeared. Wait, he said, looking around. Why weren't his team members appearing? Did they fall asleep in there?
Suddenly, a staff shot from the portal straight at him. He snatched it out of the air in an instant.
With immense force, Yoon yanked the challenger holding the staff right out of the portal. The man flew through the air, his face a mask of fear, before crashing to the ground in a cloud of dark smoke. The protagonist glared down at him. An attack from my own team. What are you thinking? The man pushed himself up, his eyes filled with hatred. You freak, he snarled. If you'd spent any time in the community, he yelled, you'd know what's going on. Killing is the easiest way to get achievements. He stared at them, completely stunned. Lowering his head, he asked, Are you saying the only thing that matters is gaining achievements? You don't care who you have to step on to get them? A challenger scoffed. A twisted grin spread across his face. Your hypocrisy is astounding, he laughed. Before you start acting so high and mighty, you should take a good look around you. Just then, a bloodied man on the ground pointed a trembling finger. We were a team, he cried. I did nothing wrong if you want to blame someone. Blame the tower. The other man's grin widened into a cruel sneer. He pointed his sword and roared, Just die already, duh! And give me my achievement. The victim screamed for help, but it was useless. The challenger turned to our main character. See? He asked. Do you understand now? You're just another freak hiding your true desires. Siyun. Elsewhere, blades clashed in a flurry of betrayal. A girl shook hands with her new ally. In a situation this dire, she said, we should join forces. The man beamed. I'm glad I found someone who thinks the same way I do. The girl glanced away. This is a terrible betrayal, she murmured. The man, still smiling, agreed. They should all just come to their senses. Then, with a chilling smile, she drove her blade deep into his chest. You talk too much, she whispered. You need to think rationally. The man stared down in disbelief, a faint smile still on his lips as he looked at the sword piercing him. Her expression turned cold and sharp. Did you really shake my hand without knowing what kind of person I am? How will you even draw your sword now? A system window appeared. She had acquired the Assassin achievement. Durability increased by 1. A triumphant, wicked grin spread across her face as his body fell. Another challenger gritted his teeth. Let's be honest here, he sneered. You want achievements just as much as we do, so drop the goody two-shoes act. Siyun simply looked away, his expression unreadable. Seeing this, the man's face twisted with malice. He's distracted. He quickly aimed his staff and unleashed his attack. Die, Siyun. But our hero's expression never faltered. Without even turning, he thrust his own weapon back, piercing the man's chest. The challenger coughed up blood. What was that speed? Another system window appeared. Siyun had obtained the traitor achievement. Strength increased by 1. He stepped away, his face a mask of calm. This is disappointingly easy, he thought. Special challenge. Combined challenge. What a joke. At the same time, this trial could be a special event just for him, a chance to level up his unique characteristic, and if he was lucky, he could even pick up a few more skills. But Siyun had no intention of hunting other challengers. He would simply clear the trials and deal with anyone who dared to attack him first. Siyun gazed ahead with renewed resolve. Sometime later, a challenger channeled his mana, creating a massive iron dome to protect himself. The streams of energy solidified, forming a perfect defensive sphere. The man inside cackled with glee. A perfect test for a master of water magic like me. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What is that? Siyun was charging forward, parting massive streams of water with his power. He launched himself into the air, weapon in hand. The defender looked up in pure terror. Who is that monster with immense force? Siyun's kick descended upon the dome. The man simply ducked with a smirk. Fool, this is an impenetrable iron dome, he laughed. But the dome shattered like glass. Siyun's kick connected squarely with the challenger's face. He was sent flying like a broken doll, skidding across the ground in a spray of blood. Siyun landed gracefully and looked down at his handiwork. A bit cruel, perhaps, but the result is what matters. The other challengers stared in horror. Is that a high ranker? We need to find another route. He's an absolute monster. Siyun calmly sat down at the objective point. With that display of power, he'd struck fear into his opponents, and though he wanted achievements, he had no desire for needless slaughter. A new system window appeared. Stronghold captured. Capture is interrupted if an enemy enters the territory. Siyun's mission was clear. He could not let anyone else take this stronghold. Remaining time 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Sitting cross-legged. Siyun looked at the timer. So I just need to hold this position for 10 minutes. He began to analyze the situation. The true high rankers, the ones who cleared the 5th floor without using a homer stone, they should already be far beyond the 6th floor. That meant most of the people here were just low-ranking challengers. Perhaps this trial would be far easier than he'd anticipated. The 6th floor had taught him a bitter lesson. Mistrust everyone. That was the grim reality for a low-level challenger. In the darkness of the tower, false sympathy was the most twisted hypocrisy. Even if Siyun had diverted their attention to another stronghold, in the end, a life would be forfeit. Suddenly, the system flared to life. An enemy had breached his stronghold territory, and the capture was now suspended. The main character glanced back, seeing the intruders who had just arrived. Wu Kangjin simply smirked. He sneered, pointing out Suyun's bewildered expression. In this trial, a team was supposed to be 2 people.
Yet, 4 enemies now stood on his territory. The protagonist likely wanted an explanation for this strange event.
Soo-yoon looked them over, a cold understanding dawning on him. "There's no need to explain the obvious," he stated. He declared with a confident grin, "You're a pack of hyenas who've banded together? An assassination squad, hungry for more achievements." Songjin laughed, confirming his theory was exactly right. The main character understood everything instantly. "Then let the sentence be carried out." A chilling grin spread across the enemy's face. "That means you, Soo-yoon, are going to die." In a blur of motion, the hunters surged forward, weapons drawn. The protagonist met their charge with an icy glare, raising his own blade. Kim Jin Hyunk stood back, folding his hands. He unleashed a sinister skill. Fusion of heart sense, sending streams of dark mana outwards. The main character watched in shock as a dark cube of energy raced towards him. The system window announced its terrifying effect.
Through the unique characteristic, Fusion of Hearts, candidate Soo-yoon now shared all pain with candidate Jinan.
The mana-shrouded candidate raised his own blade, gritting his teeth. He plunged the sharpened tip deep into his own hand. A scream of pain echoed, but it wasn't just from him. The main character clenched his jaw, staring at his own hand as it burned with phantom agony. But then, a new notification. The pain tolerance skill has been activated. All forms of pain are reduced by 15%. Enraged, the man charged Soo-yoon. He flung a plate of water directly at the main character. Soo-yoon shielded himself from the splash, his expression grim. "Is this seawater?" he questioned. The system confirmed his fears. He had touched the cursed water of the 6th floor. His strength, dexterity, and endurance were all reduced by 10. The penalty would last for 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
With cursed water dripping down his face, he realized the trap. Touching the water itself triggered a debilitating penalty. This was a truly dire situation.
The challengers descended upon him, swords flashing, ready for the kill. But a menacing smile played on the main character's lips. Of course, he thought. This would only work on an ordinary player. The assassins swung their blades with full force, shaking the very ground. Soo-yoon simply raised his mana-infused hand. "Your strategy was clever. Disarm your foe and reduce their stats. I'll admit, it's quite good, but you've made one fatal mistake." His hand shot out like a viper towards the terrified challenger's face. With a cold, stern gaze, he gripped the man's skull and declared, "You chose the wrong opponent." He then smashed the challenger's head into the ground with overwhelming force. The stone floor shattered into countless pieces. The remaining assassins could only stare in utter disbelief. A system window chimed. Soo-yoon had earned the one-hit kill achievement. A new skill, Contempt for the Weak, has been created. The main character stood, blood dripping from his raised hand, his expression devastating. The system elaborated on his new power. This was Contempt for the Weak, with a mastery of 0%. If the enemy's stats are all lower than the user's, strength increases in proportion to the difference. And against these foes, every single one of their stats was lower. Another challenger, his face twisted in rage, lunged at Soo-yoon. He screamed, "Die!" as he charged forward. The system chimed again. The skill, Contempt for the Weak, has been activated. Strength has been increased by 1. The challenger slammed his weapon down, raising a cloud of dust, but the protagonist was no longer there. With an aura of pure killing intent in his eyes, Soo-yoon drove a knee into the assassin's face. He flipped upside down in midair and brought his heel down in a devastating kick to the man's head. Another system alert. The main character had received the Merciless Kill achievement. His agility increased by 1. The other assassins watched in horror as their comrade crumpled to the ground. Sunji gritted his teeth, his confidence shattered. The main character, a devastating figure of absolute power, began to walk towards them. Janhyeon looked away, trembling with fear. What do we do? Attack together? But Sunji looked forward and swung his sword at his own ally's leg. Jin Han stared down in shock and agony as blood erupted from his limb. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain, as the main character observed the rising mana model. From his leg, letting out a sharp cry of pain, Soo-yoon tensed, dropping to one knee as he braced himself. On the ground, he grit his teeth, realizing they were sharing the exact same agony. Fortunately, there was no permanent damage. The real problem was how this crippling pain was limiting his every move. Jinan, his face a mask of terror, clutched his leg and screamed at his own comrade. "You freak!" he roared. "Do you even consider yourself human anymore?" Jinahun trembled in fear before the blade aimed at his throat. "Don't you dare come any closer," Sungjin warned, pressing the weapon tighter. His eyes burned with rage. "Soon-yoon, if you take one more step, I swear I'll kill." This monster, but enveloped in a crimson aura, The protagonist rose. He knew the pain-tolerant skill was the only reason. He could even stand. The issue was moving fast enough. How could he possibly react to an enemy's attack at this speed? Sun Yun's expression turned terrifying. He clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed. There was only one path forward. He had to eliminate the challenger who activated heart fusion. And do it now. With a look, the protagonist launched his weapon. The sword whistled past Jin Hung's neck, leaving a searing gash. A mirror image of the pain exploded in Sun Yun's own neck. He gasped, his hands flying to the wound as he collapsed to his knees, mana flaring from the cut.
Sung? Jin's eyes widened with fury. It was now or never. This was his only chance. He lunged, directly at the protagonist, ready to strike. But Sun Yun's hand shot out, catching the blade midair. He looked up, his eyes cold and unwavering. "It feels like my neck was just sliced open," he stated calmly. "The pain is coursing through my entire body. Aren't you curious what that's like?" Sung Jin trembled, gritting his teeth in disbelief. "You're insane," he hissed. With a surge of strength, Sun Yun snapped the blade in two, gripping the sharp steel in his bloody hands. The protagonist looked up, a fearsome aura glowing in his determined eyes. In a flash, he swung the broken sword, severing the challenger's head completely. A system window appeared. "You have received the Cold-Blooded Slasher achievement. You have earned 1,500 points. At that moment, the timer hit 0. The stronghold has been captured." The other challengers erupted in cheers. "We survived!" they cried out. "We actually did it." Sun Yun watched them, wondering, was this someone's sick joke? How could so many people celebrate murder at the start of this trial? In the end, the true victors were those who valued their team. He looked away, his expression grim. Of course, there were always exceptions. The challenger stared at his blood-soaked hands with a menacing look. "I didn't do anything wrong," he muttered. It was all that freak's fault for not dodging Sun Yun, a red glow still simmering in his eyes began to wonder. Did the other challengers see him as the same kind of monster? The protagonist stared at his own bloody hand. A new system window popped up. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials. A random draw box will be sent to your inventory as a breakthrough reward. You have received 8,000 points. His surroundings blurred as he was teleported to the waiting room. A portal swirled open, humming with mana. All around him, the souls of the fallen challengers were drawn from their bodies. The system alerted him. You have absorbed the spirits of players Sung Jin-hee, Jin Hunk, Wook Jin, and Han Sung. Sun Yun stared at the cluster of souls in his hand with a calm expression. Mastery of unique characteristic necromancy has reached 100%. The rank of necromancy increases by 1 level. Necromancy has evolved to rank D. You have entered the waiting room of the 7th floor. The View Achievements function has been activated. The protagonist looked at the new window in surprise. Viewing achievements, he asked aloud. He scanned his list, his eyes widening. Whoa, there's even an S-class achievement here, just as Sun Yun suspected. First returner was no simple feat. He swiped his finger across the screen. Can I get more details on these A system window oblige? C-class 1 hit kill? This achievement is awarded for killing an enemy in a single strike. Reward, you will receive the skill Contempt for the Weak. E-class Ruthless Assassin, awarded to those who kill challengers consecutively without hesitation. Reward agility permanently increases by 1. D-class Cold-Blooded Slasher. This achievement is awarded for killing 5 or more challengers in a single trial. Reward 1,500 points. The protagonist realized just how many achievements he'd earned through killing. So, by earning these, a player could get all sorts of rewards, from skills and points to permanent stat boosts. System, Sun Yun commanded. Open inventory. The system responded instantly, showing the random draw box. A crate, tied with a ribbon, hovered before him. It was a box, tied with a yellow ribbon, promising a random item upon being opened. A reward ranging from F rank to B rank. The main character stared at it, thinking, a random draw box, huh? This reward for clearing the 6th floor is a bit of a gamble, isn't it? With a range that wide? There was no point in waiting. Yoon tugged the ribbon, deciding to get it over with and begin absorbing souls. The lid burst open, and a brilliant pillar of light shot towards the ceiling. He stared in shock. As a tiny monster leapt out of the box, landing on the floor with a furious expression, Yoon's surprise turned to amusement. A grin spread across his face as he asked, "What is this thing? Am I supposed to catch it?" Confidently, he reached out a hand, but the creature instantly zipped backward, dodging his grasp. With a calm focus, Yoon launched himself after it, pushing off the floor in a blur of motion. His expression hardened with determination as he finally lunged forward, snatching the monster midair. He smiled, declaring, "Gotcha." But the creature's mouth snapped open, sinking its teeth deep into Yoon's hand.
A jolt of pain made him cry out, his eyes welling with tears as the monster wriggled free and landed on the floor. He stared at his hand in disbelief. I was trying to be gentle since it was kind of cute. Seun's eyes narrowed as he shot forward again. But now, you can expect no mercy. The monster effortlessly leaped into the air, avoiding his strike. Seun immediately jumped right after it. He twisted in the air, pulling back his fist, ready to end this little game. He aimed his attack, right at the monster's head. The blow connected perfectly. A system window flashed, critical hit.
A glowing wound appeared on the creature's head, before its body shattered into particles of light, revealing a sparkling necklace.
The system announced its congratulations. Seun had just obtained the highest grade item from the random draw box. He stared in utter amazement. The highest grade? Does that mean this thing is B rank? A new window appeared. You have acquired a forged iron pendant. This was a steel pendant, imbued with the very soul of a master blacksmith who had dedicated his life to iron. Its effects were incredible. It increased metallurgy and sword skills by 7%. And by infusing mana, the exclusive steel defense effect would activate. Since it consumed mana to function, there was no cooldown time. Glowing with power, the pendant materialized in Seun's hand. He looked at the item, stunned. It really has steel defense. He decided to see for himself. The system immediately responded. Forged iron pendant's exclusive effect. Steel defense is now active. Absorbs 10% of all physical damage. Instantly, powerful streams of mana enveloped Seun's body. He looked down, amazed. A 7% buff to sword skills, and it absorbs 10% of all physical damage.
This pendant's stats are far better than most A-rank items. It provided a boost to both his offense
and his defense. This thing is completely broken. A wide smile spread across his face as he placed the item around his neck. I didn't expect anything from a random box, but it seems my luck has finally turned. But then he noticed the mana flowing from his body. And a system window flashed urgently. Warning, all mana has been exhausted. The forged iron pendant's steel defense has been disabled. Seun's expression soured. So, it's a massive mana drain, an exclusive skill that burned through his reserves in seconds. He tucked it under his shirt, realizing its purpose.
I'll have to conserve my mana, and only use this in a true crisis. He then turned his focus back to the system.
It's time to check my unique characteristic status window, now that it's been upgraded to D rank. But another message popped up. Will you begin the challenge for the 7th floor? Seun stared ahead, surprised by the prompt.
What is this? Isn't there usually a waiting period before you can challenge the next floor?
He looked at the window and shrugged. If I have the chance to start the next test early, I'm not going to complain. I wonder if the waiting time disappeared for the others, too. A system window appeared, entering high difficulty community. The tower's community chat was already exploding. Someone asked, did anyone else notice the waiting time is gone? Seun realized what this meant. Everyone can start the next test right away. The other candidates were all discussing it. He scrolled through the messages, a thought forming in his mind. It seems like nobody really cares. No one seemed interested in the first mover advantage that this presented. Instead, the community chat was filled with a desperate desire to return home. Was it because most of them were just low-ranking hunters? The oppressive silence of the 6th floor was a world away from what came before. Saemun knew with certainty. All those killers were gone. Now began the next personal trial. A place where empty words held no value. He had to be wary of assassins who'd sacrifice their own comrades for personal gain. More importantly, Saemun slammed his fist into his palm. He needed skills that couldn't be swayed by any variable. It was time to check his unique characteristic. The rank D status window for necromancy. A system notification flashed. The 4th additional effect had been unlocked. He could now command the souls of the dead to protect his very body. But there was a catch. The energy consumed by this spiritual barrier was proportional to the force of the attack it blocked. Simon's eyes widened, his finger hovering over the system window. What is this? Had the system really added more detail to a basic effect? Before, the focus was purely on strengthening his stats. But now, souls could be used as both an offensive weapon and a defensive shield. The main character swiped through the system window, a thoughtful look on his face. He'd hoped for something like a skill drop rate increase, but in this tower, anything could happen. The ability to protect his own life would never be wasted. Saemun immediately summoned a sword from his inventory. With a grim expression, he tossed the blade high into the air. Time to see how effective this spiritual shield really is. He thrust his hand out to the side. Even if it cost him his arm, the risk was worth it. After all, the waiting room had a healing effect. The sword spun, a silver blur as it plummeted towards him, slicing through the air. Just then, his hand ignited with crimson mana, stopping the blade cold. A system window appeared. The spirit had absorbed the damage meant for the user. The soul of player Song Jin had vanished. His soul count now stood at 3 out of 30. The main character stared at the dark mana coiling around his hand. Incredible. A smirk played on his lips. Its effectiveness is beyond all my expectations. He made a mental note it was better to always keep a few souls in reserve for his own protection. System, open the test results board. The glowing screen materialized before him. He was now ranked 4th. The protagonist looked away, a serious glint in his eyes. He'd dropped a spot. It was a little disappointing, but not critical. After all, to earn the title of Pioneer, he only needed to stay within the top 50. Samoon stretched, letting out a weary sigh. That was exhausting. But there was no time to rest. It was time to challenge the next floor. A dark portal swirled into existence. The system's voice echoed, the 7th floor trial will now begin. Difficulty high. The theme of this test. Proof, time remaining 40 minutes. The success condition clear 3 trials within the time limit. Failure conditions the challenger's death, or the timer expiring. The reward for victory was the Grace of the Wind skill. The penalty for failure was death. In an instant, Salmon was transported to a long, dark corridor. He looked around in surprise. What is this place? The atmosphere here was completely different from any previous trial. As he walked forward, he felt an unnerving lack of any presence. The absolute silence grated on his nerves. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the end of the hall. Shielding his eyes, he pushed onward. The system announced his arrival. Salmon has entered the first testing area. You must prove that you have overcome your fear. The world shifted, and he found himself in a vast desert. What is this? He stared at the towering dunes in disbelief. I've been here before. His hands clenched into tight fists. Just as he expected, a sand golem. A massive torrent of sand erupted into the sky. Standing amidst the swirling dust, he looked up and understood. This space was a perfect reproduction of the tutorial test. The system chimed again. Success condition break through 3 trials in the remaining time. Salmon realized what was happening. This trial was forcing him to relive the challenges he had already conquered. To be honest, he could now defeat the sand golem with his eyes closed. Did that mean he'd reach the 8th floor in no time? A confident smirk spread across his face as he looked up. The golem shook the sand from its form, rising to its full height. Salmon blinked. Was it always this massive? It was enormous. Its size had easily tripled. The main character's grin only widened as he faced the towering beast. The monster raised a colossal hand, its palm clenched into a fist of solid rock and sand. It brought its arm back, churning the desert air around it. With every intention of attacking, the golem stared confidently ahead, opening its system windows as it armed itself. It boasted that it would smash the protagonist's head in, but S-Yoon was already a blur, vaulting off the sand and charging forward. A powerful aura radiated from his eyes as he flew towards the golem, soaring past the monster's colossal body. The protagonist blitzed along the golem's arm at incredible speed, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake as he instantly leaped up from the beast's head. He looked on with a calm expression, flipping upside down in midair and thinking that something felt strange. The weak point of a sand golem is always its core, but the protagonist couldn't spot it anywhere. Perhaps the larger the golem, the deeper the core is hidden. The golem, with a bright aura blazing in its eyes, quickly spun around. Seun's eyes widened. A flicker of fear appeared as the golem's massive hand shot towards him at terrifying speed. It instantly clenched its palm into a mighty fist, scattering sand everywhere. The mana in its fist pulsed, spreading through its fingers. But then, its hand crumbled into nothing but sand. Seun, sliding down its arm, quickly planted his hand on its body for support. His expression turned deadly serious. If a single blow wasn't enough to kill it, then the protagonist would simply have to slice it into 1,000 pieces. The golem took countless cuts from the sword, throwing its head back, and screaming in rage. The protagonist landed gracefully, his gaze resolute as he braced himself on the ground. The golem's head split clean in two from the powerful blow. S-Yoon grinned, thinking that as he expected. He was just cutting sand over and over again. He had to find and destroy that core, no matter the cost. The enraged golem raised its clenched fists, ready to attack. This is a curse, the protagonist thought. His tactics were only making it angrier. The monster smashed its hands into the ground with immense force, kicking up a massive sandstorm. Seun looked on, with dread. The golem raised its hands high and lifted a colossal leg right above the protagonist. Seun, fear etched on his face, clenched his fist. Leaping away from the sand flow, he yelled out that it was amazing. He glanced to the side in alarm, saying that dodging the blow wasn't the problem. If that sand wave falls... But before he could finish his thought, a massive wave of sand surged forward. The protagonist dashed ahead, desperately trying to avoid, being swallowed by it. With his mouth wide open in shock, Seyun was thrown aside by the colossal wave of sand.
A powerful sandstorm rose up, blowing dust everywhere. The golem emerged from the wave, sand swirling around its body.
The protagonist lay in the desert sand. Seyun let out an angry laugh. "Now I'm furious," he said. He pushed himself up, his eyes locked on the golem below. The main character's gaze turned grim as he raised his sword. Before him, he shot towards the raging golem like a bullet. Seyun's face was a mask of pure confidence as he used the Three Absolutes skill, his body becoming wreathed in lightning. A system window appeared, notifying him that the skill, Three Absolutes, had a mastery of 0%. Its basic effect allowed mana to strengthen 3 sword attacks. The additional effect was that, when using the skill, each attack would increase the sword's cutting power by 100%. Seyun looked forward. With newfound power and sliced through the golem's body with his mana-shrouded sword, the monster looked down at its own hand,
which had fallen to the ground. The protagonist quickly followed up, striking the golem's body again. He looked away in surprise,
thinking, "I cut off its hand in a single blow." When Seyun first encountered the so-called floor guardian, he was
furious. But now, perhaps he should thank that knight for invading his trial. Although this freakish golem
can restore itself with sand, the protagonist just had to keep landing, cutting blows with his sword until he found its core. Seyun shot forward again, roaring that the golem should try and recover from this. The protagonist dealt a flurry of powerful cuts to the golem's body. He yelled loudly that he would cut it to pieces. The golem's arm fell apart, scattering into sand. Seyun looked forward, tired but determined, and yelled, "Where is your core?" He wondered, with amazement on his face. "What is this?" The protagonist looked at the shrunken golem and asked, "When did you become so cute?" The tiny golem looked on in embarrassment. Seyun realized that the resource called sand, which the golem's body was made of, couldn't be constantly drawn from the environment. That must be why it had
shrunk so much in size. In that case, the protagonist grinned terrifyingly, not even thinking as he turned
to the golem and asked if it wanted to shrink a little more. The golem, a red aura blazing in its eyes, let out a loud roar. Seyun launched himself off the ground, rocketing towards it. The protagonist instantly twisted in the air,
holding his sword in his hand. He delivered a powerful blow to the golem's arm, sending it flying. Seyun, an aura
radiating from his eyes, gritted his teeth against the intense pressure. The protagonist instantly cut the monster's body. With a decisive strike, the golem crashed to the earth, sending up clouds of sand. It shook its head, letting out a defiant roar. Leaning on the sand, the creature began to shrink in size. As it reformed, a strange stone appeared upon its back. The protagonist's eyes narrowed with a confident smirk. He'd found it, the core. But it was hidden, shielded by a thick layer of enchanted sand, making it difficult to reach. Seyun's mind raced. About 10 minutes had already vanished. Only 4 minutes remained to clear the 7th floor's test. It was time to speed things up. He watched intently as a massive fist hurtled toward his face. He leaped aside, dodging the golem's devastating attack. In a flash, the protagonist appeared right before its eyes. After shrinking, the golem had become much faster. It was almost amusing. But Seyun didn't have time to play. He plunged his sword deep into the core on its back, channeling his mana directly into it. The monster
screamed, its mouth gaping wide in agony. In an instant, the core shattered, erupting in streams of red mana.
The system window declared his victory. He had proven he could overcome his fear. The first test was successfully completed. The protagonist watched in surprise as the golem's body began to crumble. His gaze shot toward a new light that had just appeared. Seyun tensed, realizing he needed the golem's spirit. As it evaporated toward the portal, he stretched out his hand, attempting to absorb the escaping soul. The protagonist watched as the spirit vanished into the portal's light. A system notification appeared. Absorption of the spirit was unsuccessful. Seyun looked away, his face contorted in anger. "Why?" he shouted. The skill increase hadn't worked either. A new message appeared. The protagonist had entered the second test zone. He must prove he has become wiser. Seyun was instantly transported into a room filled with the corpses of orcs. "What is this?" he asked. His expression hardened. This was the location of the second trial. The orc settlement. Just as he suspected. It was a repeat of his previous trials. Songyun stared, grimly ahead. He lifted a tattered cloth with his sword, and looked on in shock. A group of orcs stared at the corpse of their
comrade, standing in the middle of their burning village. The protagonist wondered, were these orc rangers?
During the second floor trial, he had annihilated an entire orc village. Now, it seemed, The aftermath was unfolding right before him. The lead ranger looked ahead grimly. Kneeling down, he gently covered the eyes of his dead comrade with his hand. He then roared something in his own tongue, his face a mask of grief and fury. Shaking with rage, the orcs, with their now reddened eyes, let out a deafening war cry. Siyun realized what this was. A fit of rage. A phenomenon often seen in monsters. Overcome with anger. An orc in a state of rage was no longer a simple E-rank monster. What kind of cruel test was this? Their mouths hung open, drool dripping as they charged forward in a blind fury. The protagonist watched them, his own expression cold. His voice dripped with fury. How dare these monsters show him the pain of losing family? The system chimed. Instant acceleration and 3 absolutes had been activated. Siyun exploded from the ground, rushing forward like a phantom. At least, he snarled, not in front of me. A moment later, the ranger fell to his knees. He leaned on his broken sword, surrounded by his fallen kin, whispering something in his own language. Siyun looked at the shaking orc with contempt. A terrible feeling, isn't it? To stand by and watch your family die. Unable to do anything. The ranger roared in pure rage, an aura of hatred radiating from his eyes. He rose from his knees, raising his weapon for one final, desperate attack. The protagonist instantly ducked under the heat.
Powerful swing. A blue aura flashed in his eyes. With a single, confident slice, Siyun cut the orc down.
The system declared that he had become wiser. The second test was successfully completed. The protagonist looked away, a confident glint in his eye. He quickly turned, raising his hand, knowing that this time, there was no room for hesitation. Siyun aimed his hand at the fallen orcs, absorbing their souls. As he did, his body was quickly pulled into a new portal. A system window appeared. The protagonist has absorbed all the orc. Ranger spirits. Skill mastery has increased by 6%. The number of souls in his possession is now 19 out of 30. Siyun smiled, happily clenching his fist around the newfound power. This is good, he said. The system continued to update. Mastery of the Hunter's Dagger skill has reached 100%. The skill has been upgraded to rank D. Mastery of the Instant Acceleration skill has reached 100% and is upgraded to rank D+. The protagonist entered the third test area. He must prove that he has overcome his doubts. Siyun glanced around, surprised. There's definitely going to be something strange this time. He stared out at a vast, open sea and asked aloud, "Is this really the battle platform of the 6th floor?" The protagonist gazed at the floating slabs, musing that since the previous zones were just copies of the first and second floors, this one was likely a replica of the third. A heavy sigh escaped him. "What's so surprising?" he muttered. "This tower calls so many absurd trials tests of wisdom. I'd be a fool to expect any logic from this place." He commanded the system. "Open inventory." A familiar window appeared. It displayed a life potion, a potent elixir brewed from special water, brimming with the very essence of life. Upon drinking, it would restore 20% of his lost physical strength and magical power. Salmon flicked the cap open. Without hesitation, he downed the shimmering liquid. The protagonist watched as his mana-shrouded body began to stabilize. "Much better," he said, a smirk playing on his lips as he tossed the empty bottle into the sea. "Time to make a mess." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He felt a colossal wave rising behind him as the water began to churn. The platforms were violently lifted into the air. He scoffed, shouting, "It was just a tiny bottle." A system alert chimed. Exclusive effect killer's cloak activated. Movement speed increased by 15%. Duration 59 seconds. Salmon shot forward, leaping from the rising slab as his mind raced. The trials so far had all followed the tower's original rules. This meant, to clear this stage, he had to find and secure the red stronghold plate, and until then, touching the water was absolutely forbidden. The raging sea swelled higher and higher. He glanced back, a confident thought crossing his mind. "My speed is faster. The wave won't catch me." Simoon looked ahead in surprise. "So all I have to do is keep moving forward." Just then, a massive wave erupted from below, launching him into the air. A system window flashed before his eyes. Contact with trial water detected. Strength, endurance, and agility reduced by 10. Penalty duration 2 minutes. And 59 seconds. Salmon grit his teeth. To think he'd hoped the tiles would remain in order. It was foolish to expect any common sense from this damned tower. Another powerful wave slammed into his slab, sending him flying. Drenched and furious, he roared, "Instant acceleration!" He exploded off the platform, becoming a blur of motion. Shrouded in mana, he flew sideways as geysers erupted around him, tossing the heavy slabs like toys. Sprinting desperately, he yelled, "I never thought I'd die in a ridiculous place like this."
The protagonist vaulted.
From one treacherous platform to the next. Then he spotted it. The stronghold. Found you, the red slab. This infuriating trial would finally be over. But the sea began to churn, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Salmon pressed on, leaping between slabs as enormous pillars of water shot up around him. He stared at the water, vortex barreling towards him in horror. Has the tower decided to go completely insane? He dove under a torrent of water, a confident grin spreading across his face. Almost there. Just a little further. Racing towards his goal, he turned to face the oncoming wave. The sea stream struck him in an instant. The crushing force slammed into his back, launching him skyward. He coughed violently, water flooding his lungs. Exclusive effect forged, iron pendant activated. Skill steel protection. Protective layer absorbs 10% of all physical damage. Saman saw a faint light glowing from his chest as he landed hard on a slab. A spirit has absorbed the damage dealt to the user. Soul of the orc huntsman has been consumed. The water recoiled, pushed back by the soul's dissipating energy. The protagonist glanced aside in astonishment. He'd clearly felt the shockwave, just a split second before the blow.
Could have dealt any real damage. The shield had blocked it. Samoon leaped sideways, twisting in midair and landing at a full sprint. With determined fire in his eyes, he clenched his fist. Immediately, twin water vortexes gave chase.
Duration 0 seconds. Exclusive effect of the killer's cloak has been deactivated.
Tensely, the protagonist ran on, hopping between the shifting platforms. An angry cloud of steam escaped his lips. Damn this curse, he thought. My mana is completely drained. If instant acceleration fails now, it's all over. Samoon quickly concentrated the remaining souls in his palm. In a flash, he consumed them. His eyes blazed with renewed confidence. His hand covered his mouth as a new power surged through him, replenishing mana by consuming the spirit of the orc huntsman. A faint glow radiated from Saman's chest. My strength. It's back, he thought, as the water torrents surged forward once more. With a defiant look, he jumped to the side, his shield held ready. He locked his eyes on the stronghold. Just a little further. The massive waterspout violently lifted the... Before Seiyun, chaos erupted. He was trapped on a single slab, adrift in the middle of a raging sea. Bracing himself, he threw up a soul shield to block the punishing waves. Realizing he had to risk it all, Seiyun plunged into the torrent, his shield deflecting the crushing pressure as he gasped for air. A system window flashed. The Orman's soul had been extinguished instantly. Seiyun launched himself into the sky, high above the treacherous platform, but his control faltered, sending him plummeting headfirst with a cry of alarm. Covering his face, he screamed as he crashed into the stronghold, shattering it into a million pieces. The system confirmed his victory. The Orman's soul was gone. Only 12 of the 30 souls remained. Gritting his teeth, Seiyun rose from the smoking rubble. His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Vicious waterspouts were swirling directly towards him, but as his expression hardened, a new message appeared. The system declared that he had overcome his doubts. The third trial was officially complete. The vortexes dissolved into a harmless shower, drenching him. Seiyun closed his eyes, thinking, it's finally over. The system congratulated him. The main character had conquered the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. For his breakthrough, he received the skill Grace of the Wind and 15,000 points. As a bonus, the Boots of Swiftness were sent to his inventory. Now, he had to proceed to the waiting room. Seiyun headed toward the shimmering portal that materialized before him. The system began his transfer. Back in the waiting room, he finally let himself breathe. That trial had been far too close to failure. In his current state, rushing to the 8th floor felt reckless. He knew his luck couldn't hold out forever. Just then, Seiyun's eyes shot wide open. His gaze fixed upward as a global announcement began to echo. The system declared that over 1,000 challengers had now cleared the 7th floor. A massive system expansion was underway. The skills store was open, a community hub was created, and permanent return was now possible. The floor implementation system was also active. His mind reeled. Permanent return. A skill store. These were game-changing updates. Features that every challenger had desperately been waiting for. But the most important message was for him alone. The system recognized him as a pioneer on all previous floors. Because of this, Seiyun could now choose a halo. His expression turned deadly serious. This was an unbelievable opportunity. A halo. An ultimate advantage that could only be obtained by the one who blazed the trail on every single floor. The system explained that the halo would directly affect his unique characteristic and all related skills. The final words were a stark warning, choose wisely. Seiyun was stunned. The tower had never offered advice before. This meant the decision was critically important.
The system presented his choices: ruler, hunter, or monk. Staring at the three options, he could hardly believe it. He had to read the descriptions carefully. First, he focused on the ruler. The system noted that its performance was unique to the individual. It was less of a specialized type and more of a universal one that was deeply connected to the challenger's own unique traits. It promised a massive boost to his potential. In combat, growth, support, and even production, its unique power was skill synthesis. The system concluded, this is the most suitable halo. Seiyun was shocked. This halo didn't just affect some skills, it affected all of them, including his core characteristic. On top of that, the Tower of Trials itself was telling him this was the perfect choice. Even so, he swiped his finger across the screen. I should look at the other halos, just in case. The next one appeared, the Hunter Halo, a type anyone could easily adapt to. It was strongly focused on improving raw characteristics and skills, greatly amplifying their levels. Its unique power was level increase. The system also noted this halo was well suited for him. He tilted his head thoughtfully. This one's not bad, either. Only the monk remained. The system described the monk as a halo heavily influenced by talent and sheer perseverance. The longer he invested, the stronger he'd become. But it demanded immense time and innate talent. If he lacked it, all his efforts might be wasted. Its unique power was the path of practice, and it was not recommended for him. Seiyun immediately shook his head. This one is definitely not for me. He waved the option away without a second thought. It came down to the final two. With a serious expression, he pointed his finger, weighing the path he would walk from now on. Which one to choose? Without a moment's hesitation, his finger shot towards the system window. A notification appeared. The protagonist has chosen the ruler. The halo's special effect triggers an evolution of his unique characteristic. A brilliant light radiated from his very core. The system confirmed the next step. The options were sorted by the challenger's current powers. First, the summoner skill. Yun could command absorbed spirits to raise legions of powerful skeletal warriors. Second, the magic swordsman skill. His talent for sword and sorcery would surge, increasing skill acquisition by a staggering threefold. Third, the creator skill. His gift for forging items would skyrocket, with a threefold boost to learning production skills. Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the power of the ruler's halo? There was nothing to think about. He decisively made his choice. A system notice flashed. The summoner attribute had merged with his necromancy characteristic. Existing effects were modified, and new powers were born. A unique ability had been forged, skill synthesis. Dark energy surged into the protagonist's body. As smoke billowed at his feet, Yun thought, the halo is finally complete. With light still pulsing from his chest, he reached for the system window once more. Let's see what this thing can do. The system displayed the new power, unique skill synthesis. He needed to select two skills and merge them into one. If their ranks differed, the synthesis would center on the higher level skill. Yun stared in utter amazement. By combining useless skills, he thought with dawning realization, I can create something entirely new. This is a game changer. The system prompted him to view his skills. He had to select the base materials for synthesis from his current arsenal of abilities. Accelerated regeneration, pain tolerance, burn resistance, contempt for the weak, hunter's dagger, continuation of the battle, and ranger training. Yun pondered his options. What should I fuse together? He decided to start with skills he rarely used. A system notice appeared. He had selected contempt for the weak and continuation of the battle. Do you wish to proceed with the synthesis? The protagonist slammed his finger on confirm. The system announced that the synthesis was complete. Yun stared in awe. As a brilliant light erupted from the notification window, a new skill had been forged. Skill created force breakthrough. Effect. The user can shatter unknown forms of restraint, such as skills or even unique characteristics. However, there was a catch. The user's magic must be higher than the restraint's power. Yun's face was a mask of confusion. How is this possible? He would have been thrilled with a simple E-rank skill. But this was D-rank. A grin spread across his face. Now that's what I call an amazing skill. He reached for the system window again. Should I try one more time? The system displayed his skill list once more. He had to select new materials for the fusion. The protagonist chose two different skills this time, ranger training and burn resistance. Do you wish to continue the synthesis? Yun pressed confirm. The system announced the synthesis was finished. He smiled, looking at the window expectantly. All right, what's the result this time? Skill created strong eye. Effect. The protagonist can see clearly, even in terrible conditions. His vision would become vastly superior. Soman paused. Wait a minute. Does this mean the skill is only one rank higher? He looked away, analyzing the outcome. He theorized that the first synthesis worked so well because contempt for the weak and continuation of the battle had incredible synergy, but the combination of ranger training and burn resistance, it was not the best match.
At a glance, it was clear they were totally incompatible. Seun collapsed onto his bed, overcome with fatigue.
He let out a deep sigh. It had been a long, hard road, from just trying to maintain his pioneer status to receiving a legendary reward like the Halo. But for some reason, he felt a little strange. He stared at the ceiling, wondering, did I truly achieve all this on my own? Or was I just blessed with a lucky characteristic?
Seun fell silent, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he bolted upright. It's time to stop lazing around.
He had better check the other reward he'd received. There was no time to waste on pointless doubts. A system window appeared. Skill Grace of the Wind. Mastery 0%. Its effect was simple when Seun spoke the skill's name. All his speeds would increase by 10%. This powerful effect could be stacked infinitely. It could be stacked up to 7 times, but hitting that limit would trigger a 24-hour cooldown. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. A 10% boost to all speeds was incredible. But could he really stack this ability?
7 times. A bead of sweat formed on Sun Yun's face. This meant he could potentially increase any speed.
By a staggering 70%. On top of that, the skill consumed no mana whatsoever. He declared out loud, Grace of the Wind is a flawless skill with absolutely no downsides.
Sun Yun then summoned a pair of boots from his inventory and slipped them onto his feet.
The system confirmed speed boots equipped. Attack speed increased by 3%, and movement speed by 5%. These were magic-infused boots, complete with small wings designed to amplify his momentum above a certain threshold.
His speed surged instantly. Leaning back with a satisfied smile, he realized all the rewards on the 7th floor were centered around speed.
A new window appeared. He had entered the skills store. A list of abilities available for purchase materialized before him. Enhancement, Unwavering, Monster Skin. Enchant Weapon, Instant Acceleration, Magic Chain, Mana Barrier, and Increased Visual Acuity. Sun Yun scanned the options, his expression souring. Contrary to my expectations, he muttered. The quality of this store is pathetic. The prices were also absurdly high. He scoffed. Are they really asking 8,000 points for instant acceleration? Sun Yun's finger hovered over the screen. What I truly need, he declared, is a skill related to magic. The system chimed. He had purchased the magic chain skill. 15,000 points were debited from his account. Next, the protagonist acquired the magic resistance skill, costing him another 12,000 points. The skill's proficiency started at 0%. Its effect was to forge a powerful magic resistance throughout his entire body. This would dramatically increase his defense against enemy spells. But without the magic chain skill, its power would be greatly diminished.
A serious look crossed Sun Yun's face. With this new skill, he'd no longer be at a disadvantage.
Against abilities like the unique characteristic, Heart Fusion, that treacherous power had nearly cost him everything in the past. Another notification appeared for the magic chain skill, also at 0% mastery. It collected all the mana in his body into a single, cohesive chain, vastly increasing his mana efficiency. A red aura flared in Sun Yun's eyes as crimson threads of pure energy began to snake across his skin. The system confirmed it. Magic chains were now being engraved upon the user's body. He gritted his teeth against the overwhelming flow of power, feeling as if his entire body was being forged in fire. His form was suddenly engulfed in a blinding light, illuminating the entire room with its sheer intensity. When the light faded, Sun Yun rose from the bed. I feel light, he said, staring at his hands in awe before taking a step. He stopped instantly. Sun Yun raised a leg now wreathed in mana and stomped down, shaking the very floor and kicking up clouds of dust. He looked down in pure amazement. Had his ambient mana naturally formed a chain, enhancing his physical abilities on its own? A confident smile spread across his face as he clenched his fist. As expected, he said. This was a good purchase. But the system wasn't finished. A new skill had been unlocked, the ability to use the spirits of the deceased to resurrect a nearby corpse. The resurrected being's level would be directly proportional to the quality and quantity of souls he absorbed. The protagonist reached for the system window. Fascinated, this new ability to summon the dead was something he needed to test in the field. Sun Yun lowered his head, closing his eyes in deep thought. With his hands on his hips, he knew a decision had to be made. Should he challenge the next floor right now, or should he take this chance to return to Earth for a while? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A recruitment announcement for a team. An emergency portal at the Great Cataclysm Memorial Park. They were looking for a tank and a healer, D rank and above. The application list was empty. There were currently no applicants. Elsewhere, a man named Choi Won clenched his teeth, staring at his phone. "Why is there no response?" he growled. He looked up, startled by a mocking voice. "Well now," a man smiled. "Still can't manage to pull a team together for yourself." He leaned against the massive portal. "Maybe I should just give them permission to enter without you," he taunted. The man's grin turned ominous. "If your raid doesn't begin after the specified time, your right to enter will be automatically canceled.
So why don't you just take the appropriate fee and hand over your pass?" Choi Won's expression tightened. He thought to himself, "Damn it, it's these freaks again."
He raised his head defiantly and shouted, "How many times do I have to repeat myself? I have no intention of giving my pass to anyone."
What an absolute fool! The other man laughed, putting a hand to his head. "There are so many hunters gathered in this park, but why does not a single one want to join you?"
With a menacing glare, the man spoke the cold, hard truth. "This Choi Won? He's nothing but an E rank. Does a hunter seriously think anyone would team up with trash like him?" Choi Won's expression sank. The crowd snickered, sarcastic smiles on their faces. "He's putting it bluntly, but he's not wrong." "Are you still recruiting for the team?" a new voice asked. Confused, everyone turned their heads. Their eyes landed on Sun Yoon as he calmly walked forward. The protagonist flashed his badge and introduced himself. With a piercing look, he asked, "Are these credentials enough to join?" Choi Won leapt up from the bench. "Of course you absolutely meet all the requirements." Enraged, the bully stared down the protagonist, slamming a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Hey, are you blind?" he snarled. "There's a line of people waiting, or do you just not get how things work around here?" A slight smile touched Sun Yun's lips. "If you're that upset, why don't you apply for the team, too?" "What did you just say?" the man bellowed in fury. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Sun Yun. "Take your hand off my shoulder!" "Before I break it." The man froze, his eyes locked on the brilliant mana flaring to life around the protagonist. The energy was so dense it began to steam in the air. Terrified, he snatched his hand back as if he'd been burned. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. What kind of power was this? Was this newcomer a C-rank hunter? Just like him? One of the other hunters grinned. "That energy is incredible as expected from our brother." But the bully knew better. This crushing pressure wasn't his. He raised a hand to his mouth, stammering. "Since representatives from the Hunter Association are here, I'll tolerate this. Just this once." The hunter then beat a hasty retreat. "Just know you got lucky," he shouted over his shoulder. Choi Won clutched his head. Why is everything going wrong from the very beginning? Sun Yun turned to him. "Judging by the situation, I doubt you would have found anyone for your team anyway."
"We'll just enter the portal now, without waiting." The hunter pointed between himself and the protagonist, utterly stunned.
"You mean just the two of us?" A moment later, they stepped through the shimmering gate into a land of jagged stones.
Choi Won gazed around in wonder. "We're really inside," he exclaimed. Sun Yun, however, was unfazed.
"You don't need to be so anxious," he said. "I can probably kill most of the D-rank monsters myself." The hunter's head whipped around, his face a mask of surprise. He raised a hand and turned to face Sun Yun completely. "But didn't you say this was your first time in a dungeon?" The protagonist simply confirmed his words. The trial tower, a dungeon. Aren't they basically the same thing? He thought. Choi Won's expression grew serious. "Look, this might sound rude," he began, "but our lives are on the line. That's why. You need to listen to me carefully. Who do you think has the highest mortality rate in a dungeon? An E-rank hunter or a C-rank hunter? It might seem like the E-rank is more likely to die, but in reality, it's the C-ranks. They have a much higher mortality rate. Low-rank hunters are cautious. They know their own weakness. But high-rank hunters, they become overconfident in their abilities. Therefore, the probability of them dying is much, much higher. You can say the same about driving. The more confident the driver, the higher the probability of an accident." Choi Won hung his head, his voice tense. "This place, the dungeon, is far more dangerous than you think. And since you dared to enter without a tank or a healer, your overconfidence worries me even more." The protagonist looked at Choi Won and nodded. "There's logic in your words."
Holding his sword tightly, the hunter pressed his case. "Even though I'm only an E rank, I have tons of experience."
"Clearing dungeons. So, could you let me take the lead for our group?" Sun Yun considered it, a tense look on his face. He had actually wanted to be in charge. But looking at the hunter, he agreed to the proposal. Choi Won bowed deeply. "Thank you for understanding. I'm only doing this for everyone's safety. So I hope my suggestion didn't spoil your mood. Now, we can proceed?" Sun Yun thought to himself. "I suppose I'll trust him for now." Just then, a lizard man brandishing a weapon charged forward. Choi Won looked ahead, his body tensing up. He raised his weapon and shouted, "Lizard men! They're known for being skilled with various weapons. It's too bad that their opponent is me." The hunter looked at the creature. "First, I'll draw all of this freak's attention to me. On my signal, as soon as it exposes its back, you attack." Sun Yun agreed with a nod.
Let's see how an experienced hunter fights a monster like this, he thought. The lizard man opened its jaw in a furious roar.
It charged forward, intent on attack. Choi Wan confidently clenched his teeth, ready for the clash.
The hunter and the lizard man locked eyes, their roars shaking the air. Observing this spectacle, our protagonist wondered if this was really a contest of wills. A temporary trip to Earth only lasts 3 days. Was Seon really going to waste precious time on a weakling just then? Choi Wan turned, to face the protagonist in surprise. Seon stepped forward, his voice calm. "Apologies, but I must intervene." The hunter shot him a glare. "If you jump into a fight like this, you could get yourself killed." But Seon's gaze was fixed, instant acceleration. He vanished in a blur, in a heartbeat. He was beside the lizard man, his blade singing through the air. Choi Wan stared in disbelief, his mind reeling. What was that? As the monster's remains fell, Seon stood calmly. "I intervened because I'm in a hurry. I trust you understand," Seon added, his tone matter-of-fact. Choi Wan, standing before him, nodded slowly. "I'm sure you have your reasons," Seon then spoke. "In that case, I have a proposal." "Mind if I share it?" The hunter, his expression now serious, nodded. "Speak your mind." Seon pointed a thumb at his chest. "From this point forward, I'm taking the lead." Silence hung in the air for a moment. Then, a horde of lizard men, eyes burning with rage, charged forward. Seon met them head-on, a blur of motion and steel. He carved a path through the monster ranks. Lizardmen with glowing auras swarmed him. He launched himself into the air, twisting away from their attacks, only to descend with deadly purpose. His blade found its mark, plunging deep. The hunter could only watch. Shocked, amidst the swirling dust, he realized, this isn't a fight, it's a one-sided massacre. Seon moved like a phantom, his sword a silver arc of death, landing softly. A final swing sent a monster's head flying. Choi Wan was mesmerized. Am I witnessing the debut of a legend? A newcomer who will shake the entire hunter world. Seon, meanwhile, crouched over a corpse. He pulled a glowing stone from its chest. A system window appeared. Mana stone, a magic stone containing raw mana, harvested from a lizardman's heart. The protagonist tossed the stone into the hunter's pack. Choi Wan's shoulders slumped. He gripped the straps tightly. "I'm sorry. I'm useless. Nothing more than a porter. If you want a larger share of the profit, I won't object." Seon glanced at him. About the profit sharing. But before he could finish, a lizard man lunged. Its blade shot forward, aimed at his heart. Seon ducked beneath the attack with fluid grace. His eyes flashed with confidence. He spun, channeling power into his bare hand, and unleashed a devastating strike. The monster was blasted into the air, a cloud of dust erupting. It crashed back down to earth, shattering the ground beneath it. Seon stood tall, calmly looking at his clenched, bloodied fist. As debris rained down, the hunter cowered in fear. But the protagonist simply raised a hand. "We'll talk later," he declared. "Let your guard down in here, and you die. It's a dangerous situation." Choi Wan watched Seon flick the blood from his hand. I'm sorry." Suddenly, a new notification. You have absorbed the lizardman's soul. Skill proficiency has increased by 0.7%. As the souls flowed into him, he quickly faked a yawn, thinking, I need to make this look natural. Absorb all of them. He glanced at his hand, feigning surprise. Internally, he sighed. An increase of only 0.7%. That's barely anything. At this rate, with D-rank monsters, it'll take forever to master my unique trait. Just then, the air began to shimmer. A swirling red portal, wreathed in smoke, materialized. Choi Wan stared, clutching his backpack. He couldn't believe it. Just the two of us. We've already reached the boss portal. A wry smile touched his lips. He never dreamed of even attempting the boss raid. From the start, he thought clearing even half the dungeon would be a massive success. But this man, Choi Wan thought, he might actually clear the whole thing. Seon stood before the portal. He glanced back at the hunter. We're entering the boss room. Are you ready? Choi Wan nodded firmly, though a thought crossed his mind. Shouldn't he rest for a bit first? No need, Seon replied, his voice steady. I'm fine. Then let's go. They stepped through the shimmering gateway. Inside the chamber, a colossal lizard man sat upon a crude throne. Just as I thought, Choi Wan whispered. The Lizard King, waiting for them. The hunter stared ahead, his voice tense. What are you going to do? He asked. Seo Yoon simply replied,
Give me a moment to think. Gripping his weapon tighter, the hunter shot back. You're telling me you don't have a plan. But there was no time. The Lizard King roared in fury and launched itself forward like a battering ram. Seo Yun glanced to the side. Right on time. With reflexes like lightning, he dodged the monster's devastating attack. As the dust settled, Seo Yun watched his opponent. For a creature of that size, its speed was incredible. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing directly behind the colossal beast. His blade struck true as a thought crossed his mind. Fast, but not fast enough to match my rhythm. Suddenly, the king's tail whipped around with brutal force, smashing into Seo Yun's body and sending him flying. A cloud of rock and dust exploded outwards. The other hunter screamed, his face a mask of sheer terror. Seo Yun, he cried. But from within the smoke, a massive boulder was kicked aside with ease. A system window flashed before his eyes. The spirit has absorbed all damage dealt to the user. A ghostly aura enveloped him as he walked out of the dust, a cold smile on his face. A perfect way to test out my new skills. With tears in his eyes, the hunter gasped. I thought you were dead. The king just stood among the smoke, its expression confident. Seo Yun leaped onto a rock, taunting the beast. What's wrong? There's not even a single stone left of your throne. Don't you think that's a bad omen? At his words, the king gritted its teeth as sinister mana enveloped its entire body. It roared, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth that caused the very earth to tremble. A new system alert appeared. You have been affected by the skill slow wave. All speed has been reduced.
Reduction 25%. But another skill immediately activated. Force breakthrough has been triggered. The player's magic power is more than double that of the skill's user. The effect is nullified. The beast stared in utter confusion, letting out a frustrated roar.
Seo Yun looked down, his expression serious. The skill was the result of synthesis, so he'd had some doubts, but its effectiveness was terrifyingly high. Just then, chains of mana erupted, binding the other hunter. My body! I can't move, he screamed, shaking with fear. Seo Yun, help me. A murderous aura flared in the king's eyes as it roared. Seo Yun raised a hand in alarm. What is this power? The king charged straight for the helpless hunter. Gritting his teeth, Seo Yun launched himself after it.
Lizard, he shouted. Your opponent is me. He moved like a blur, kicking up trails of dust behind him. It was a curse, he realized. And the distance was too great, but then, a look of surprise flashed across his face.
Summon the dead! His eyes began to glow with a crimson aura as skeletal warriors rose from the earth, wreathed in spirits.
Their empty eyes fixed on the charging boss. They raised their weapons, a bright aura signaling their intent to attack.
But the king simply grabbed the skeletons by their heads with a terrifying look, and casually threw them aside. Seo Yun knew they wouldn't have the strength to stop such a massive monster, but the seconds they bought him were enough to save a life. A system window appeared. Skill Grace of the Wind is stacking. All speed has been increased by 60%, missing current stack 6 out of 7. Seo Yun landed gracefully, his body a blur of motion as his blade sliced clean through the Lizard King's neck. The dungeon boss, the Lizard King, is dead. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. He used his skill, absorbing the Lizard King's spirit. Stats will be permanently increased. Strength +1, agility +1, endurance +4, and tenacity +5. One of the Lizard King's skills has been absorbed Spiritual Eye. Mastery 0%. Effect upon entering battle. The user can recognize all attacks in their visible range. Elsewhere, Shim Woo-jin, the leader of the portal control group, yawned widely, stretching out on a bench. He spoke calmly. Other than 3 portals opening at once, nothing special happened. Woo-jin glanced towards his assistants. Notice anything unusual, he asked. The assistant stood at attention. With his hands behind his back, he replied, Nothing, sir, Woo-jin thought. So after the Vanguard hunters do a partial sweep,
the Hunter Association's attack team will have to go in and finish off the boss, as always.
He grumbled from his seat on the bench. It seems like we're all in the same Hunter Association. So why is it only our team that doesn't get a commission? They treat us like freaks from the attack team. Envy crept into his voice, mixed with a hint of admiration. If only the Vanguard would just clear the portals completely. If his team finished first, they'd get the lion's share. Juan gazed ahead calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. A feat like this should only be possible for an A-rank hunter. Could any high-class hunter truly pull off something this incredible? The assistant stared in shock as the protagonist and his partner emerged from the portal. He announced with a booming voice, The Vanguard for the 3rd portal has completed the clearing. Wuhan's head snapped toward the gate in disbelief.
Already that fast? He questioned. What is this? Did they really clear a dungeon raid with just 2 people?
That meant the other group hadn't even made it halfway. Wuhan's eyes widened in sheer confusion. What was happening? He watched the portal fade to gray, its vibrant colors vanishing. A colorless gate signified one thing. The boss had been completely defeated. Juan stared, dumbfounded, before sprinting towards our hero. He gasped, out of breath. Did you really clear the entire dungeon? He panted. Yoon calmly replied. And who are you to ask? The man straightened his tie, introducing himself as an official from the Hunters Association, sent here to monitor the portals that had spontaneously erupted in the park. Geo-1 raised a hand. So you're here to buy the portal rights? The official, Wu Jin, looked between them and confirmed his intention. He wanted to make them an offer, but the other hunter simply stated that he wasn't the one with the authority to sell. What are you talking about? The leader asked, confused. Geo-1 revealed the truth. Hunter S. Yoon conquered this dungeon, entirely on his own. Wu Jin's gaze shot forward, his face a mask of utter astonishment. He threw his hands up. He did this alone. Does that mean you're an A-rank hunter? But our protagonist simply stated he was a C-rank, adding that his rank wasn't the important part right now. It was time to talk business. S. Yoon's expression turned serious. How much are you offering for the portal occupation rights? He knew that. If word got out that he was from the test tower, it would only create needless complications. Wu Jin cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Let's return to the main topic, he declared, raising a fist to his mouth. Our portal control team wishes to buy the rights from you for 1,200,000,000 won. Yoon's mind reeled. Was that real? 1.2 billion won elsewhere? A massive stack of documents slammed onto a desk. A tired Ha Yoon rested her hand on it. This is exhausting, she sighed. Ever since returning from the tower, it's been nothing but endless paperwork. The huntress glanced forward, startled, as her phone began to ring. Who could be calling at this hour? Ha Yoon stared at the screen, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Not long ago, a sign on the table identified her as the team leader. Monitoring the challengers from the testing tower, the huntress recalled the meeting vividly. Her superior's voice echoed, stating this incident would spark a revolution. Ha-yoon snapped back to reality, realizing just how terrified the higher-ups truly were. She ran a hand through her hair in frustration, even knowing the challengers hid their true power. She never imagined recruitment would be this grueling. A sad realization hit her. She hadn't even managed to scout 10 people, and they were all low level. It was nowhere near enough to satisfy the brass. Gazing at the sprawling night city, she wondered what he was doing right now. That man? His power was so immense. It was no exaggeration to say he conquered the 4th floor all by himself. I should have made him an offer on the spot, she muttered, resting her hand against the cold window pane. With her head lowered in regret, her eyes shot open. A message from the protagonist himself lit up her screen. It read, "This is Song Yoon from the 4th floor. If you've returned, could we perhaps meet?" The phone's screen displayed his bank account 1,291,600,000 won. The protagonist stared at the numbers in disbelief. I earned over 1.3 billion won. It felt completely surreal. As he sat in a quiet cafe, a sense of profound well-being washed over him. Suddenly, the cafe's doorbell chimed frantically. A flustered Ha-yoon burst through the doors, beads of sweat on her forehead. Song Yoon raised a hand to get her attention. I'm over here. A bright smile bloomed on Ha-yoon's face as she shouted his name. He watched her calmly, thinking to himself, she must have run here. You didn't need to rush so much, he said gently. Ha-yoon slammed her hands on the table, her expression dead serious. Song Yoon, she yelled. You didn't even reply. Do you have any idea how long I waited for you? Song Yoon's face flushed as he simply stared ahead. He offered a quiet apology. He must have missed it in his haste. The huntress smiled, pointed right at him, and asked loudly if he'd treat her to coffee and cheesecake. Yoon agreed, telling her to order anything her heart desired. A short while later, Haeyeon set her cup down. She asked if he had given up on climbing the Tower of Trials. Of course not. Yoon confirmed he was still climbing. In fact, he contacted her because he had a special request for her. He needed to join a guild to attack dungeons during his brief returns from the tower, but he had conditions. First, the right to refuse any guild summons. Second, complete non-interference with his affairs in the tower. And third, permission to use the guild's dungeons whenever he pleased. Haeyeon's expression turned serious. Was there any guild foolish enough to satisfy all those demands? He rested his hand on the table, feeling the strange tension in the air. Had he pushed too hard? Haeyeon spoke his name, stating that the conditions he proposed were absolutely impossible for any guild to accept. After all, from their point of view, they would gain nothing in return. Yoon looked down, realizing he'd asked for far too much. But then, Haeyeon rose from her chair, her hand firmly gripping his, looking him straight in the eye.
she made a declaration. "Join our white guild," she said, "and I will make those impossible."
Conditions a reality. Later, Seyun laid back on the bus, hands behind his head. He smirked.
From the dungeon raid to selling its rights, and now joining a guild. Yesterday had been an incredibly productive day.
The main character stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. There was just one final task left to complete, before officially joining. He remembered Haiyan's final condition. He had to clear a C-class dungeon, all by himself.
It was a test to demonstrate his true power, making it easier for her to convince the guild's leadership.
The privilege of freely using a guild's dungeons was not granted to just anyone. Yoon snapped back to the present. He understood her meaning.
Only 2 types of people could receive such privileges from the White Guild.
Either a celebrity hunter with immense influence, or a rising star with limitless potential. Seyun recalled his promise, telling her to prepare the C-class dungeon. As they shook on it, Haein vowed that he would never regret his decision. Now, in the Uijeongbu district, Yoon stood before Cheonbo Mountain. He leaned against the bus. For a quick warm-up, he figured a light jog from here would be perfect.
With a single push, he launched himself off the bus roof, soaring forward with an intense look on his face.
A trail of smoke was all that remained, leaving the onlookers staring in utter disbelief. At that exact moment, Haein was walking toward the portal on the mountain. She greeted the staff with a smile, confirming her reservation.
For the portal assault scheduled in 1 hour. The man with the clipboard glanced at her guild leader badge and confirmed her arrival. He smiled, pointing to a chair under a canopy. There was still plenty of time, so she could wait there comfortably. Haein politely thanked him.
But then, her eyes widened in shock as Yoon landed nearby like a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a serious expression, he called her name. "Looks like you're already here." The main character glanced around, a bit confused,
as a powerful gust of wind slammed into his back. What was that, he wondered? Around them, people screamed
as the powerful shockwave sent objects flying. The protagonist calmly adjusted his chair. He apologized, explaining that he'd run a little too fast, which caused something like a shockwave. Haein just smiled. Did he really expect her to believe that gale force wind was just from running? She looked ahead, impressed. He'd arrived much earlier than expected. Just what kind of person was he? Haein pointed toward the gate. "All the inspection procedures are complete," she said. "Just let me know when you're ready to begin." Standing before the shimmering portal, Yoon was nonchalant. "I can start the raid right now. It makes no difference to me." The huntress nodded. Then he could begin his assault immediately and prove his worth. They stepped through the portal in an instant, surrounded by towering stalks of corn. Yoon asked if this place was some kind of field. He turned to Haein. "If you run into any danger," he warned, "let me know at once." The huntress just stared forward. "I'll be fine," she assured him.
She was wearing a special artifact provided by her guild. Placing a hand on her chest, she explained.
It was an item with both a shield function and a weak invisibility effect. She looked over at the main character. If she drew any monster's attention, she could still be of some help. Because of that, Haein would stay as far back as possible, as far from the battle as possible. Sung-yoon glanced over, a smirk on his face. This was perfect. Now he could fight without holding back, without a single worry. Just then, a system window appeared. The skill, Spiritual Eye, had been activated. As mana swirled around him, he wondered if this was the power he'd claimed from the Lizard King. He faced the beams of energy hurtling his way. Sung-yoon's eyes widened in shock. He could sense them. Enemies hidden from plain sight. This was the true power of the Spiritual Eye. His gaze pierced through the fields, and he launched himself into action, dodging the ambushing poison fisher. Haeyoon gasped in terror. A poison fisher? In a C-rank dungeon, she cried out to Sung-yoon, her voice filled with panic. "Be careful! This dungeon breaks all the rules!" But an intense aura blazed from Sung-yoon's eyes. He exploded towards the beast, slamming into it and moving forward. He brought his shield down, crashing it against the monster's head. He stood amidst a field of scattered fissures, completely unfazed. Haeyoon could only stare in utter disbelief. What had she just witnessed? This was beyond incredible. A smile spread across her face. She knew it then. She had made the right choice. Moments later, Sung-yoon was cutting down fissures pouring from the portal. His blade sliced through the air, striking another monster. When suddenly, Sung-yoon froze. Crackling lightning erupted from his sword. It arced through the monster's body. He stared at the weapon in his hand, a sudden memory surfacing. This special lightning effect was so rare, he'd almost completely forgotten it even existed. A terrifying fissure lunged straight for Sung-yoon, but he instantly snapped his head back. dodging the attack with ease. He grabbed the monster's tail with immense force and used its own momentum to charge forward. With a mighty heave, Sung-yoon slammed the beast into the ground, sending a shockwave through the air. He calmly stood, sword in hand. He raised a hand, signaling to her, "It's mostly clear over here. You can come closer now. Hyun?"
She stared in absolute awe. To reach the boss portal in under an hour, and he did it all alone.
It was unbelievable, especially since this was an illegal, rule-breaking dungeon. The Poison Fisher was a monster you couldn't underestimate. It was a beast that required a group attack even for S-rank hunters. Yet Sung-yoon handled them so easily, as if they were nothing more than helpless children. This wasn't even close to our main character's true limit.
What he would become in the future was something she couldn't even begin to imagine. Just then, a new system window appeared.
Sung-yoon had used Spirit Absorption to permanently increase his stats. Strength increased by 4, Agility by 3, Endurance by 4, Mana by 6, and Tenacity by a massive 7 points. He stood with his head bowed, surrounded by swirling souls. He looked up, his eyes calm and determined. With this much power, even the boss of this dungeon would pose no real threat. Sung-yoon declared, "I'm heading to the boss room." Soon, they were walking through a dark, ominous cave when Hyun spoke up. "This is strange. We've come so far, but I don't sense any monsters." Suddenly, a beam of pure energy shot down from above. It landed right between them. Hyun looked up in shock, sensing immense danger as a monster crackling with lightning dove towards them. It crashed into the ground with terrifying force, shaking the entire cavern. Its monstrous gaze was fixed on them. With a grim expression, Sung-yoon pulled the huntress into his arms, shielding her. The lizard-like boss opened its massive maw. Mana began to concentrate within its throat before it unleashed a devastating beam of pure energy. Hyun screamed at the blinding light from the mana, shouting a desperate warning to Sung-yoon. A powerful explosion erupted, blasting dark smoke everywhere. From within the smoke, Sung-yoon leapt into the air. He held Hyun tightly in his arms, landing safely out of harm's way. "Sorry," he said. "I had to move you without your consent. That monster
looks extremely dangerous. I hope you understand." Perched on a high branch, Hyun looked down at the chaos below.
She replied, "Well, now I'm in your debt." The main character glanced back. "In that case, I'll leave this freak to you." "Wait," she called out as he turned. "How about I use my enhancement skill on you? We could test his personal abilities later." But Sung-yoon cut her off as he leaped down. His voice was calm and steady. "I'll be back soon." He bent his knees, channeling power into his legs, and plummeted downwards, weapon in hand.
The lizard boss glared with terrifying intensity as Sung-yoon landed gracefully on the ground. A system window flashed before his eyes.
The skill Instant Acceleration has been activated. The exclusive effect of the speed boots has been applied, granting an instantaneous burst of speed. The skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speed has been increased by 70%. The current synergy progress was 7 out of 7. The lizard opened its jaws wide, concentrating mana for another attack, cloaked in an aura of pure resolve. Yoon surged forward. In a flash, he appeared before the monster's eyes. The lizard glared, its gaze filled with fury. Yoon unleashed his skill, 3 absolutes. The beast, wreathed in mana, lunged forward, tongue lashing out. But Yoon now stood over the lizard's shredded remains, his hand raised. A system window appeared. The dungeon boss, the blue flame fisherman, had been vanquished. The dungeon would collapse in 3 hours. Haein looked down, an amazed smile spreading across her face. She laughed, wondering aloud just who the real monster was here. Yoon stood amidst the carnage, his own mana flaring as he clutched his head. A red portal shimmered into existence. Moments later, the huntress emerged. She never imagined an S-rank hunter like him could clear the dungeon so fast. She clasped her hands behind her back. He had passed their test. He could now freely use the White Guild's dungeons. Their guild wasn't foolish enough to let a talent like him slip through their fingers. Yoon simply stared back, stating that he was pleased to hear it. Haein stepped aside, changing the subject. She needed to tell him something about the Tower of Trials.
When he's summoned, the initial difficulty he chooses doesn't really matter, even on a lower setting.
Those who display incredible performance will face ever harder trials as they ascend. Conversely, on a high difficulty, poor performance means the challenge will gradually ease.
Following that logic, the fact that Sung-yoon has shown such staggering growth
could only mean one thing. His difficulty level for climbing the tower is set to Killer. Among the top 50 participants on the board, Yoon's expression tensed as he stared into the distance. Haein blushed slightly. Because of this, she pleaded with him to be more careful. She wanted to accompany him as long as possible.
and witness his astonishing ascent. A faint blush touched Yoon's cheeks as he looked away. Sometime later, our protagonist sat alone, on a rooftop beneath the vast night sky. He took a bite from an apple. A system notification appeared. In 5 minutes, he would be transferred back to the Tower of Trials. He stared ahead, apple in hand, reflecting on his journey. He had truly accomplished a lot in the past 3 days. He smiled. Because of it, both his stats and his confidence had skyrocketed. Another system message flashed. The time was up. Song Yoon was returning to the Tower of Trials. He grinned, looking up as his body began to fade. I'm coming back, he thought, before vanishing completely. He reappeared in the familiar room. System, begin the test, he commanded. A window materialized, confirming his readiness to start the 8th floor trial. He reached out, his finger hovering over the screen with grim purpose. The system prompted him to choose a test. Intersection? The options were tactics, combat, and capture. His eyes widened in surprise. He vaguely remembered reading about creating an intersection point. The system confirmed his choice. The battle intersection point was selected. His finger pressed against the screen. If he wanted to maximize the power of his necromancy, then battle was the only path forward. The system alerted him that all of Song Yoon's personal trials would now be focused on combat. Once selected, this path could not be changed. He smirked. He had no intention of changing it. Now, he wouldn't have to choose anything else. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Candidate Song Yoon possesses the Pioneer qualification. He looked away, his face a mask of shock. The system continued. A personal chat with an administrator will now open. Searching for an administrator, specializing in combat. Yoon wondered if an administrator was even necessary. The search concluded. A consultation with the Lord of Steelblood, the manager of the battle intersection, will now begin. The protagonist stared up with a bewildered look. His surroundings warped and shifted, and in an instant, he was somewhere new. A world of snow? He planted his hands on the frozen ground, his expression hardening. Bracing himself on one knee, he demanded, "Where am I?" A system window answered. He had entered the world of steel blood. He gazed at a lone sword, plunged into a snowdrift. The world of steel blood went for real, he wondered. Song Yoon activated his skill, Eye of Truth. An aura flared from his eyes as the system confirmed its activation. The world of steel blood, rating unknown, a private domain, created solely for its administrator. The Lord of Steel Blood, a place where uninvited guests cannot peer inside. A smile touched Yoon's lips. So a place like this really exists. But a new message appeared. The Lord of Steel Blood is displeased that you are accessing this information. Yoon stared at the text. So administrators could convey their will through direct messages. His mind drifted to a raised sword, shrouded in a powerful aura. The Lord of Steel Blood's voice commanded him to stop standing there and follow the blade with a hardened expression. The protagonist turned and walked into the snow-covered landscape. Icy air escaped his lips as he looked up. He now stood before a solitary house, warmly lit by a single lantern. As the protagonist pushed the door open, a system window appeared. The administrator is watching you. He stared forward, his body tense. The Lord of Steel Blood smiled, patting her leg. So, you've finally come. She addressed him directly. Welcome, Pioneer. With a calm, piercing gaze, she introduced herself as the administrator, assigned to his personal consultation. And yes, she was the very same Lord of Steel Blood. Song Yoon was stunned. She looked like an impossibly beautiful young girl, but the aura pouring from her was immense. He knew that before him stood a being that managed the very fabric of the testing tower. In the blink of an eye, she was inches from his face, looking deep into his soul. He gasped in shock. What was that speed? Despite the overwhelming pressure, the protagonist held her gaze. The administrator simply picked up a vase, remarking, I was curious what kind of monster you were. I must say, you're not bad to look at. Song Yoon tensed. You know me, vase in hand. The Lord paced slowly. Indeed, I do, she confirmed. Your performance on the 4th floor was quite impressive, the administrator added. He had to ask, were you watching my tests? She poured a strange liquid into a glass. I only know the results from the final report, she explained. Direct observation of candidates below the 8th floor is impossible. Surprise flickered across Song Yoon's face, an administrator, who can't even watch the tests. Seeing his expression, she chuckled. It seems you've misunderstood something. Administrators are not omnipotent beings like gods. We do not control the tower, she finished. The protagonist clenched his fists, trying to process this revelation. Leaning on the table, she took a sip from her glass.
Think of us more as creatures, subordinate to the tower.
So there's no need to be so tense. As long as you obey the tower's rules, I cannot harm you.
Her gaze shifted slightly, but enough idle chatter.
This personal consultation is a privilege you have earned. If you have questions, ask them freely.
Song Yoon calmed his racing heart. He couldn't feel any hostility from her. Then, can you explain what this consultation truly is? The Lord replied, As I stated, it is a privilege, a reward for a pioneer. You do not need to waste your questions on such obvious things. With a grim expression, Seong-un revealed that on the 5th floor, he had faced death itself at the hands of a challenger from another dimension. Why would they invade his trial? Weren't the challenges of this world enough? The administrator just smiled, observing the glass in her hand, and explained there was no special reason for it. When an intruder enters a floor in another world, they can do more than just steal the rewards for that challenge. They also gain far more favorable advantages. These otherworldly challengers come from places where the tower has existed for decades. They are veterans who know the system, and they're well aware of the massive reward for harming a challenger from a younger world. They also know that one day, this tower will merge with their own. A tense look flashed across Seong-un's face. What do you mean? He demanded. The administrator confirmed his fears. From the 20th floor on, the focus shifts to combined challenges, no longer individual trials. This meant our protagonist would inevitably face those challengers from other worlds. Seong-un's eyes narrowed. This felt like a deliberate attempt to eliminate a competitor before he could even grow strong. The administrator placed her glass on the table. Is your curiosity satisfied? She asked. Setting aside that last part, our main character retorted. You could say that. Song-un's gaze turned sharp as steel.
What exactly is this Tower of Trials? He asked. A shadow crossed the administrator's face as she turned away.
That, she admitted, is a question I want the answer to myself. He was shocked. How could she not know? You're the administrator of the tower, but you don't have the answer. Her eyes held a distant, painful memory.
She explained that the so-called administrators were once applicants, just like him. Applicants who die after passing the 40th floor
are entitled to be reborn as administrators. She, too, once climbed the tower, determined to see its end. However, she could not reach the top. It would be more accurate to say that all of them had failed. Every administrator had died before reaching the end. That is how the steely-eyed woman became one of them. His hand tightened into a fist. Are you telling me the administrators are nothing more than former applicants? A shadow crossed his face as he added, I had hoped you knew something about the top of the tower. The administrator's eyes blazed with fury. In a flash, she seized him by the throat, hoisting him into the air and slamming him hard against the door. Her expression was terrifying. The top of the tower, she snarled, is not a name to be thrown around so carelessly. But Sanyan's gaze remained perfectly calm. The receptionist smiled, watching him intently. He wasn't puzzled. He wasn't afraid. He met her gaze, unblinking. You said it yourself. A personal consultation is my advantage. Besides, he hadn't sensed any real killing intent from her. Sanyan dug his nails into the door, shattering it, and blasting himself out into the snowy street. Landing softly, he drew his sword, his expression hardening. A dangerous aura flared from his eyes. I don't intend to let you harm me so easily. She just stared ahead. In utter amazement, smoke rose from the ruins of her residence, nestled among the snow-capped peaks. A slow smile spread across her face. I've lived a very long time, but this is the first I've seen someone destroy an administrator's residence. His audacity had convinced the Lord of Steel Blood. Sanyan stared back through the steam, bewildered. A grin stretched across her face as she turned to him. She offered him a patronage contract.
Our protagonist could only stare in shock. A moment later, a system window appeared, entering the 8th floor waiting room.
Sanyan immediately collapsed onto the bed, then shot right back up. System opened the exclusive store.
Opening the contractor's exclusive store, the window displayed 3 distinct categories.
Skills, strength, and items. Contractor Lord of Steel Blood. He reeled. He'd actually made a contract with an administrator. The memory flashed before his eyes, her smile, her outstretched hand. As the contract materialized from thin air. A candidate who is both talented and brave, she'd said.
Will you sign the patronage contract? The contract had been concluded. The contractor's exclusive store will now be opened. Special points are now available, as a special benefit from his contractor.
All his stats would be increased by 1. The Lord's words echoed in his mind. That was fun. Back in the present, Sanyan tapped the system window, selecting strength. The strength category is opening. Within the contractor's exclusive store, he found a list of powerful skills. Purity of Mind, Steel Soul, and Winter King. He noticed the store itself had a level. Was there a difference between normal strength, and this unique strength from the 8th floor, Sun Yun decided. He would check the other pages first, but the system stopped him. You do not have sufficient rights to view the current list.
This list can be viewed in the waiting room on the 10th floor. Our main character's expression grew serious.
Does this mean, he wondered, that these are the only 3 powers I can access right now? The system replied.
Power Purity of Mind cost 1,000 special points. The power's description was clear.
In any situation, he could think rationally. Status anomalies like anger or confusion would be nullified. And his combat immersion would increase. Next, Power Steel Soul cost 6,500 special points. The soul of a lord. One born without blood or tears, it increased mastery of all weapons by 2.32 times. And all new combat skills would start with 10% mastery. Finally, Power Winter King cost 800 special points.
A power often granted to rulers of the North. In cold conditions, his stats would receive a temporary boost.
And Sun Yun would no longer suffer from the cold. He put a hand to his chin, his expression tense. This was a tough choice. Perhaps he should save his points, but he quickly shook his head and tapped the screen. It was better to buy something now. You have purchased the Power Purity of Mind. 1,000 special points have been deducted. He considered his new power, the ability to reason calmly in any situation.
Purity of mind. It was better to raise his survivability this way than to be unprepared for what was to come.
Because there was always a chance he could face a floor invasion. Right now. Just then, a new system window appeared. Are you ready to begin the test on the 8th floor? Sun Yun strode confidently towards the portal. The test on the 8th floor is beginning. Difficulty high. The theme of this trial is destruction. And the condition for victory, defeat the Lich who summons skeletons. The condition for failing a test is the challenger's death, but the reward for a successful breakthrough is all stats increased by 2, and the penalty for failure is annihilation. As Xiong-un arrived on the 8th floor, he looked down upon a sea of standing skeletons. What is this? He roared. Why are there so many? Was this really an attempt to kill him with sheer numbers? He stared down the legions of armed skeletons. Then let's begin, he declared. With absolute confidence, Xiong-un dove down. He leaped from the cliff and landed like a meteor. The impact sent skeletons flying. Surrounded by his aura, they looked upon the protagonist and attacked. With a red aura blazing in their eyes, they struck at high speed. But Xiong-un stood calmly, absorbing their blows. As expected, he said with an unbothered look. You can't even penetrate my basic defense. Then, our hero struck back. He shattered the skeletons to pieces and bellowed, You're all so weak. A system window suddenly appeared.
His skill had increased by 0.8%. Only 0.8, Xiong-un said calmly, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes.
How irritating. He moved forward like a storm, breaking skeletons into fragments with every blow. He looked ahead with a serious expression.
Clenching his fists, he realized it was useless to try and improve his skills during this test.
A booming voice echoed from afar. Who the hell are you? What kind of freak dares to defile my sanctuary? Xiong-un looked over. So it's coming from there, he noted, with a stern look. He raised 2 fingers, mana crackling between them. He activated Summon the Dead. Dark rays enveloped the bodies of the fallen skeletons, reviving them. The system window chimed. The protagonist had absorbed souls to summon his own skeleton soldiers. The number of souls in his possession was 1 out of 30. His new soldier grabbed a stone and swiftly struck its former comrade. Xiong-un looked on, amazed. He'd never known that skeleton soldiers were this useful. He grinned, put a hand on his neck, and shouted,
You guys deal with these skeletons, I'm going for the boss's head. The skeletons looked up at the protagonist as he leaped high into the air.
A system notification appeared. The wind's grace skill had been activated, and all his speed had been increased by 60%. The current progress of summation was 6 out of 7. The exclusive effect of his speed boots was applied. His speed increased in an instant, with an aura blazing in his eyes. Xiong-un shot forward, flying over the skeletons. He soared through them, jumped to the ground, and ran forward. Our main character quickly spotted the city in the distance. There it is, he said with a calm look. Xiong-un moved forward at incredible speed, raising a cloud of dust behind him. The boss, cloaked in mana, rose up to meet him. Our protagonist slammed a hand to the floor, coming to a screeching halt. He stopped in place, a predator's grin on his face. Found you. The Lich, a red aura blazing in its eyes, met his gaze. The Lich had finally emerged from his sanctuary, a dark tome in hand, vowing to make the intruder pay for his arrogance. From the very ground, he summoned towering sand golems and pointed a skeletal finger straight at Sun Yun. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. A Lich commanding sand golems. This was an unexpected combination. The boss sneered. Do you now realize whose sacred ground you have desecrated? But Sun Yun simply cut him off.
He blasted forward, sword at the ready. Is this it? Can't you summon anything stronger than this?
The Lich recoiled, sputtering. What nonsense are you saying? Sun Yun smirked, drawing a blade from his inventory. If this is the best in your arsenal, he said, then I'm going to be very disappointed. Enraged, the boss jabbed his finger forward violently. You human filth, he shrieked. These guards will be more than enough to tear you to pieces. With faces of pure rage, the golems thundered towards Sun Yun at incredible speed. A system window flashed. Instant acceleration skill has been activated.
A brilliant aura flared in the protagonist's eyes as he vanished from his spot.
In a single, fluid motion, his sword flashed, and the golems crumbled into heaps of sand. The boss could only stare, bewildered, as Sun Yun closed the distance in a heartbeat.
What is this speed? He cried out, just as Sun Yun's blade swung upwards, striking the Lich directly. A new notification appeared. Mastery has increased by 1.2%.
The protagonist smiled, placing a hand on his chest. Fighting the undead is a great way to raise my mastery. He thought. The boss, now on the ground with his legs severed, screamed out in terror. Where did this monster come from? To the Lich. Our hero looked like a true demon as he raised his sword to deliver the final blow. Shall we end this now? Sun Yun asked coldly. But then, he paused, his eyes darting to the side as an idea struck him. The Lich could freely summon various monsters. If that was the case, couldn't he master that skill for himself?
A calculating smirk spread across the protagonist's face. The boss looked down at the summoning book that had fallen at his feet.
Can you summon those guardians again? Sun Yun asked. The Lich trembled. Why are you asking me that? He issued an ultimatum, prove your usefulness now, or this all ends here. The boss threw his hand forward, shouting desperately that he could do it. He begged Sona not to come any closer. The main character demanded to know when the Lich could summon. The protagonist took a slow, deliberate step forward. The boss looked up in terror and stammered, Yes, I can summon them again. A few minutes after they're destroyed. Does that mean... Sun Yun pressed. You can start summoning them right now. The boss nodded his head frantically in agreement. Yun's command was simple. Then begin, the Lich pleaded. Why would he do this? After all, these creatures were no obstacle, for him in the slightest. But standing behind him, Yun's expression was grim as he raised his blade, which pulsed with a deadly aura. I've grown tired of you, he said. You can just die. Panicked, the Lich fumbled with his grimoire, shouting loudly that he would begin the summoning immediately. A torrent of dark mana erupted from his hand. The golems, grinding their teeth in fury, charged forward, but Yun became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down the monsters without taking a single step. The Lich, watching this massacre, asked if his master was satisfied. With a chilling gaze, Yun rested the blade on his shoulder and replied,
We're just getting started. He kicked the boss contemptuously, ordering him to summon every last skeleton that had yet to fall, and to pour every ounce of their strength into these new guards. Moments later, the protagonist had slain them all.
The exhausted Lich gasped, mana leaking from his lips as he begged to know when this torture would end. Yun swung his sword, leaving a brilliant trail of aura in the air. A cruel smile touched his lips. This ends when I tell you to stop. A colossal golem, its face a mask of terror, threw a massive fist toward the protagonist. But Yun, his expression unreadable, simply extended a hand. He met the monster's punch with a single finger, unleashing a powerful shockwave. He then ran, up the golem's arm as if it were solid ground. With his sword held high, the main character cleaved its head clean off. System windows began to flash. Mastery has increased by 1.2%. The mastery of the unique characteristic, necromancy, has reached 100%. The rank of the unique characteristic, necromancy, has increased by 1 level. Yun looked down in shock at the brilliant light pouring from his chest. He thought with a victorious smile. So necromancy is now C rank, level 2. The Lich stared in horror. You're a freak. A monster that would make the devil himself. Afraid I will curse you. Even after I die. With that, the Lich's eyes went dark, and his life force poured out of his body. Yun
Walked toward the corpse, musing that the cracks spreading across the Lich's form with each summoning had signaled his imminent demise. The protagonist's eyes glowed crimson as he raised his sword. My apologies. I wanted to use you a little longer. The Lich's head tumbled to the ground, its last words echoing. Meeting you was the worst fate imaginable, the system.
announced his rewards. Achievement earned, a person stronger than the devil. Dexterity has increased by 1. Song Yoon has absorbed the spirit of the Lich. Mastery has increased by 17.4%. The protagonist stared intently at his raised hand, where the soul now swirled with power. Another notification appeared. You have successfully cleared the 8th floor of the trial tower. All stats have been increased by 2 as a breakthrough reward. S. Yoon received
30,000 points as a breakthrough reward. He received 700 points as a breakthrough reward, and 300 points as an additional
breakthrough reward. You are being moved to the waiting room. You have entered the 9th floor waiting room. System expansion is beginning. Administrators will now be able to observe the trials. The limitation on answering questions has been lifted. It is now possible to purchase CR rank skills in the skills shop. The protagonist reached out his hand
toward the status window. A notification popped up. There is an additional effect in your unique characteristic. When you absorb the skill of a dead soul, you can completely inherit its
mastery. A smirk spread across S-Yoon's face. So, skill absorption was a cheat code all along. Now, mastery doesn't have to be raised from 0, and the skill absorption rate is finally revealed. The protagonist raised his hand, dismissing the system window. The 8th floor trial ended quite well, he thought, but there's no guarantee the 9th floor test will be so easy. He knew he needed to prepare carefully for what came next. Yoon picked up his sword, inspecting it. This blade can still be used for now, but the problem lies with my shield and my skills. A system window appeared. Skill Hunter's Dagger Mastery. Max. It is a practical dagger technique created by hunters for effective hunting. Effect. When using a dagger, the weapon's cutting power increases by 2.5
times, and knowledge of dagger techniques increases. Yoon looked away, deep in thought. Since he had brought this skill to
its maximum level, he had reached the point where he needed a replacement sword skill. A new window appeared. You have entered the skill store, displaying a list of skills available for purchase. The protagonist extended his hand. He scanned the options with interest, but his hopes quickly faded. There's nothing worthwhile here, he declared. With a steely gaze, he thought, if the skill I need doesn't exist, I'll just have to create it. A system window flared to life. The protagonist had acquired the basic fencing skill. 25,000 points were debited from his account. The basic fencing skill appeared. Its mastery was at 0%. It was a general art, containing the core techniques of all sword styles. Its effect increased the basic knowledge of all fencing types, and boosted cutting power by 1.5 times when using a sword. However, this damage increase wouldn't stack with other weapon techniques. Yoon realized its true purpose. It was a foundational swordsmanship skill that would enhance any blade he wielded, to upgrade his hunter's dagger. Through skill synthesis, he had to find the most compatible combination possible. Among
all the skills he currently possessed, the most synergetic one was basic swordsmanship. The system window chimed. 2 skills had been selected, hunter's dagger and basic swordsmanship. The ranks of the synthesis materials
were not identical. The synthesis would be centered around the hunter's dagger skill. The creation of a new skill, would be prioritized around the hunter's dagger. Currently, there was a 75% chance a higher-ranked skill would be created. Did he wish to proceed? The main character's finger shot forward without a second's thought. The system announced skill synthesis complete. A new skill has been born. The Demon Slayer skill was created. Yoon stared at the brilliant light in shock, asking, could it be the Demon Slayer skill? The system revealed its details. This skill enhances all basic fencing knowledge and increases cutting power by 3 times when using a sword. However, this damage boost does not stack with the effects of other weapon arts. But there was an additional effect. When fighting non-humans, his attack speed doubles. A realization dawned on the protagonist. An attack speed bonus against non-human creatures. This skill was practically designed for hunting monsters. A smile crept across S-Yoon's face. As expected, skill synthesis is an incredible ability. Maybe I should try synthesizing my remaining skills. The protagonist grinned, extending his finger once more. He checked the compatibility matrix and the probability of success. A new notification appeared. Accelerated regeneration and resistance to natural laws would become iron blood regeneration, then iron blood regeneration, and pain tolerance would become ashen blood. Yoon watched in amazement as a brilliant light engulfed his body. The system confirmed it. Skill, ashen blood. Proficiency, 0%. The primary racial trait of a mutant vampire. Its effect. The user's recovery increases in proportion to their durability. Regeneration is amplified threefold when taking physical damage, and depending on the damage taken, up to 40% of pain is nullified. His eyes widened in shock. A threefold regeneration boost was already a cheat-level skill by itself. But this one also blocked pain. He gripped his sword's hilt, a plan forming in his mind. Since the waiting room is healing me, I won't be able to test this skill properly, Seun decided. The 100 points aren't important right now. A new message appeared. The waiting room's regeneration effect has been deactivated. 50 points will be deducted. Fatigue would now accumulate, and his body would no longer heal from physical damage. Seun raised the sword. He held it over his clenched fist. Since all the spirits have been absorbed, the shield won't activate. Now I can begin the test. Without hesitation, he sliced a deep cut across his own hand. He watched as his hand was instantly enveloped in healing mana. Seun was impressed. This was an unbelievably good ability. Even outside the waiting room, it was as if he was under a constant, eternal healing spell. And on top of this kind of regeneration, he also had his spiritual shield. To be honest, he barely needed the shield anymore. I might as well use it until it breaks, he commanded the system. Open the community page. Seun scrolled through the interface. It seems there's nothing here that deserves my attention, he said. The time he had in the waiting room was quickly coming to an end. There was no point in delaying any longer. The main character strode into the open portal. The system chimed. You have entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty high. The theme of this test is combat. Time remaining 1 day. The condition for successfully clearing this floor is to kill all monsters in the arena within the time limit. The condition for failure is the death of the challenger, or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough, animal instinct. And the penalty for failure? Death. Seun stared at the system window in surprise as it announced, the test. Alert the 9th floor, territory of Challenger Song-yoon, is now unsafe. The incursion of a challenger from the Miram world has been confirmed. The test target has been stolen. Song-yoon arrived on the 9th floor, his eyes fixed ahead. This was just as he had expected. But there, atop a mountain of corpses, stood Sun-hak, commander of the Miram Union. His presence shattered the silence. So, you've finally arrived. A system window flashed. The test target has been changed. Without opening his eyes, Sun-hak bowed his head slightly, hands clasped behind his back as he introduced himself. The system's new order was clear. Eliminate the challenger from the Miram world. Song-yoon knew this invader served a different system entirely. The commander asked for the protagonist's name, but Song-yoon's gaze remained like cold steel as he stood in silence. He wondered why Sun-hak was even bothering. The commander, illuminated by an ethereal light, merely stated that he had already revealed his own name and position. With a grim expression, Song-yoon declared that Sun-hak hadn't invaded his floor with peaceful intentions. So what's the point of exchanging names? He demanded. The commander scoffed. It is proper etiquette between swordsmen, but your thinking is clearly limited. Song-yoon was left speechless by his arrogance. Was there not a single normal warrior among these challengers from another world? Sun-hak raised his gleaming sword. Very well, he said. Have it your way. Since you wish to hide your name, I have no other choice. With that, he exploded from the ground, launching forward. His sword blazed with blinding mana, leaving trails of light in its wake. Sun-hak unleashed a torrent of energy beams in Song-yoon's direction. A system window appeared. The skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speed has been increased by 30%. The current summation progress is now 3 out of 7. Song-yoon met the assault with a confident glare, moving at blinding speed to counter every single blow. He landed gracefully amidst clouds of rising smoke. Sun-hak grinned, then laughed. So, this dimension actually has such an experienced warrior? I apologize, he sneered, for looking down on you so arrogantly. Song-yoon exhaled sharply. Stop telling lies, he spat. Surrounded by smoke, he declared, You're here to kill me and steal my reward. You came here with murderous intent, so I pretend to be polite. His voice dripped with contempt. For the first time, Sun-hak opened his eyes. Perhaps it is because we are from different worlds, he mused, that we can never truly understand each other. In an instant, his sword began to pulse with terrifying energy. As dark clouds swirled around him, he proclaimed, Nameless swordsman, I shall grant you an easy death. But Song-yoon raised his own weapon, standing firm against the whirlwind of dark mana. A system alert flashed due to the unique characteristic sword light. You have been blinded for 5 seconds. Darkness swallowed his vision. He couldn't see anything. For a moment, he felt a flicker of fear. The magic resistance skill has been activated. The duration of vision loss has been reduced to 2.5 seconds.
Song Yoon's confidence returned. Raising his sword, he thought, that's more than enough.
The spiritual eye skill has been activated. Attacks in the invisible range are now being recognized. A faint aura appeared in his eyes. He could feel it. A sword screaming towards his back. Clenching his teeth, he instantly dodged the attack. A new achievement has been unlocked. Void blindness. His agility has been permanently increased by 2. Song Yoon swung his sword in a massive counter, leaving a bright trail behind him. A notification appeared. The darkening effect from the unique characteristic sword light has ended.
Sunhack casually raised a hand, batting away the currents of air from his opponent's powerful swing.
He put his hand behind his back and raised his sword once more. The skill Ashblood has been activated.
Song Yoon felt his mana draining away, his throat suddenly cold. He realized the last attack had almost slit his throat.
The commander, his eyes still closed, asked in sheer disbelief, "How did you calculate the trajectory of my sword?" The skills Instant Acceleration and Grace of the Wind have been activated. The current summation progress is now 5 out of 7, enveloped in mana. Song Yoon pressed one hand to the ground, coiling his body, preparing to unleash his next attack. He shot forward with a serious look. Sunhack, still without opening his eyes, simply raised his hand. Their swords crashed together, shaking the very ground and cutting through the air with a deafening roar.
Song Yoon spun to the side, his eyes locked on the enemy. He then delivered a powerful, bone-shattering kick to his leg.
The commander, Sung Hwan, snarled, his blade cutting a brilliant arc through the air. Our hero, Sojun, dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the blow, and countered with his own strike. But the commander moved like lightning, catching his arm. With his other hand, he blocked Sojun's leg. Their battle a blur of motion as Sung Hwan parried the attack with his sword. He sneered, mocking what he called Seojun's strange techniques. But Seojun, glancing away, was inwardly stunned. Despite the commander's immense power, their core stats were nearly on the same level. The very earth shattered from the force of their clash, spewing dark smoke into the air. Sung Hwan's eyes snapped open, his expression deadly serious. "My patience has run out," he roared. Suddenly, a system window flashed. The unique characteristic of his blade had activated.
Sword's light. Seojun's world went black, blinded for a full 5 seconds as dark smoke poured across the battlefield.
Trapped in the darkness, he knew this was a curse. But another message flashed before him. Magic resistance had been activated. The duration of blindness was cut to 2.5 seconds. Then, spiritual eye activated. Though blind, he could feel it deadly energy beams hurtling straight for him. He gritted his teeth, taking a defensive stance. He raised his blade. This was unnatural. The commander's attack speed had exploded.
Seojun stared in shock at the approaching attack. A system window gave him a sliver of hope.
The exclusive effect of the forged iron pendant, Steel Defense, was activated. A protective barrier flared to life, absorbing 10% of all physical damage. But it wasn't enough. Seojun was blasted backward, the powerful mana beam shattering his shield instantly. The pieces flew apart as a system window announced that his pain-resistant skill was active. The main character grit his teeth. He looked down in horror at his own severed arm and wondered, Steel Defense. It wasn't enough to block that. Just then, another window appeared. The blinding effect of the sword's light was over.
Seojun instantly dodged another of the commander's devastating blows, using a nearby rock to pivot his body.
He launched himself into the air at incredible speed. Sung Hwan tracked his movement, thrusting his sword forward in a cloud of dust. But Seojun, soaring through the air, clamped his own severed arm between his teeth and shot through the smoke.
Appearing right behind the commander, Sung Hwan's eyes were closed, yet he sensed it, turning his head as Sojun stared back tensely.
As his incredible regenerative powers began to work, the commander's eyes opened. "Those techniques of yours. I admit, you're a decent fighter, but everything you do is just borrowed from someone else." Seojun's newly healed hand clenched into a fist. "And that unique characteristic you just used," he shot back. "Isn't that just another ability you got from the tower?" A new system message popped up. The skill Grace of the Wind was activated, increasing all speed by 70%. The current stack was 7 out of 7. Seojun raised his fist. A smirk played on his lips as mana swirled around him. "Funny how you criticize others, but fail to see the same in yourself." Sung Hwan pointed his blade forward, asking, "Are you resorting to your little tricks again? A true swordsman should never rely on borrowed power. It's utterly..." But Seojun didn't let him finish. He exploded forward, closing the distance in a flash. Sung Hwan barely managed to block the blow.
"What is this?" the commander gasped. Seojun glared, his own powerful mana flaring to life.
"How about you die by a borrowed ability?" Sung Hwan's face was a mask of concentration, grunting from the sheer pressure. He had conquered countless floors with this very sword. With it, he had cut down challengers
From countless different worlds. And the challengers from the world called Earth, they were always the weakest. So laughably weak in every respect that their world was mocked as a prime mining spot for resources. Those Earthlings could never even lay a scratch on him, especially when he used his sword's unique characteristic, the light that stole his enemy's sight. A single swing was all it took to end them. This time, the commander was sure that history would repeat itself. But he was forced to dodge as Sojun's sword came crashing down. He angrily grit his teeth. The shockwave from the blow tore through the air, and the commander leapt back, landing amidst the swirling smoke. Seojun's expression was grim as his mana began to fade. He looked away, sighing. Across from him, Sung Hwan, now battered and bleeding, opened his eyes and exhaled a ragged breath. The constellations were watching. The white crane sword God admires the challenger. The beast of the north predicts his imminent defeat. The lord of the late night is intrigued by the challenger. Seojun, the hero of the Black Islands, is astounded by the main character's skill. Sung Hwan stared down, a terrifying look on his face, saying nothing as his eyes widened with rage. Clenching his jaw, he glared forward as system windows blazed to life. The skill, one strike, two skins, has been activated. Attack speed has now doubled. The lightning sword skill ignites, and crackling energy engulfs his blade. One strike has activated. For the next attack, the sword's cutting power is doubled. Nymph Walk has been activated. The user's movement speed increases by 2.8 times. For 1 full minute, the commander stood amidst swirling winds, gripping a sword cloaked in blistering, fiery mana. A smirk played on Seon's lips as he taunted. Just a moment ago, didn't you say you wouldn't use any techniques? A system alert flashed. A floor-clearing penalty has been applied. All stats are reduced by 8. The commander is unable to use certain skills. A curse! Gritting his teeth, Sonhak's face contorted with rage. System override, the skills, one strike at 2 skins, and lightning sword are forcibly deactivated. The cooldown for the unique characteristic, Sword Light, has ended. The unique characteristic, Sword Light, has been activated. Seon raised his hand, watching the shadowy energy approach. He was getting used to these monotonous attacks. The system announced that the skill Spiritual Eye has been activated. Sonhak furiously raised his mana-drenched sword, roaring, "I'm going to kill you!" Enveloped in darkness, Seon sensed a beam of mana hurtling toward his back. The skill 3 Absolutes has been activated. 3 consecutive attacks are now empowered by the skill's effect. The protagonist stood firm in his battle stance, a terrifying aura blazing from his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Seon unleashed a powerful stream of mana, crashing directly into the commander's fiery energy beam. The darkening effect of the unique characteristic Sword Light has ended. The protagonist lowered his blade, appearing instantly behind Sonhak. With a bloodied face, he lowered his head. Sonhak's sword clattered to the ground as he fell to one knee, his body shaking. The commander staggered forward with a look of pure horror. "This can't be," he seethed, his body erupting in mana as blood sprayed violently from his wounds. The main character rose from his knees, standing before the fallen Sonhak. A system window announced he had conquered the 9th floor. Bathed in rays of light, Seon looked ahead with unwavering confidence. Moments later, a notification appeared. He has absorbed the spirit of the challenger, Sonhak. Skill proficiency has increased by 27%. The main character gazed at the commander's soul swirling in his hand. 27%, he muttered with a serious look. Not bad at all. The system confirmed he had passed the 9th floor of the tower. The difficulty and the reward do not align. The reward content has been completely revised. The protagonist recalled something similar happening before. He wondered what kind of reward he would receive this time. System update, revision complete. Rewards will now be issued sequentially. The 6th Sense skill has been created as a breakthrough reward for his achievement. He received 35,000 points. Seon received 1,000 special points as a bonus reward, transferring to the waiting room. The main character calmly noted that the rank of 6th Sense was far higher than the original Beast Instinct skill. He stepped toward the glowing portal, deciding, "I'll check the details in the waiting room." Administrator White Crane Sword was impressed by the battle. Administrator Beast of the North was delighted by the fight. Administrator Late Night Devourer watched your actions with pleasure. Administrator Hero of the Black Islands applauds your fighting instinct. Seon stared in surprise at the system windows flooding his vision. A memory surfaced. He thought back. If I remember correctly, I think I've seen a notification like this before. A faint smile touched his lips. It seemed many administrators were thrilled with his performance. He felt a small spark of satisfaction from the recognition. But then, a new message appeared. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood condemns the excessive interest in her contractor. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood warns her contractor,
Do not become obsessed with this newfound attention.
Siyun calmly acknowledged her message. I understand.
Another alert. Administrator White Crane Sword wishes to add power to the contractor's exclusive store. Will you accept this offer? Siyun looked baffled. What does this mean? An administrator is just giving me power. The system chimed in. Administrator Lord of Steelblood states in an annoyed tone that you can simply accept the power. You can really just accept it? Siyun asked, still in disbelief. The system notified that the administrator. Model. A message appeared from an administrator. Lord of Steelblood says there are times a sponsor will lend their strength to gain a contractor's favor. The protagonist wondered, is there any real benefit to gaining the favor of someone who's already made a contract? He then asked, will there be situations where we have to fight? The White Crane Sword administrator laughed, replying that many such situations would arise in the future. Another message appeared from the administrator. Lord of Steelblood. He declared that the strength provided would be so immense, it would feel like a heavy burden. Sun Yun mused. They say the power isn't great, but they're trying to buy my favor with it. It became clear he was being given this power because something was expected of him in return. Extending his finger to the system window, the main character decided, then there's no reason to hesitate.
I will gratefully accept your gift, he declared. System Sun Yun has accepted the power added by the administrator, White Crane Sword. The power of the Chi Sword Master has been added to the category of the contractor's exclusive store.
The administrator of the White Crane Sword appeared with a knowing smile. She asked him not to forget her kindness. Sun Yun coolly agreed, saying, I will be sure to put your gift to good use. Moments later, a new alert appeared. System entrance to the waiting room of the 10th floor is now open. System expansion is beginning. Access to common areas is now possible. Sun Yun stepped out of a portal and into the new waiting room. He looked around in surprise. So this is a common area, he wondered. Can the administrator still watch me in here? He spoke aloud, testing the space. Are you still watching? He stood in the middle of the silent room, but received no answer. Feeling a little awkward, he coughed into his fist. A system window then opened before him. The contractor exclusive shop's power category is opening. A new skill, Chi Sword Master, now appeared on the list. His eyes widened in surprise as he tapped his finger on the new entry. The system explained, Power Chi Sword, cost 1,500 special points. The Chi Sword is the result of converting released Chi energy. This is a technique that can only be used by first-class warriors, converting their internal energy into pure power. It was far more powerful than a normal sword. Once Sun Yun obtained this power, he could enhance his blade with energies like mana or chi. However, the system warned that mana consumption would increase proportionally to how long the skill was active. The protagonist was stunned by the implications. He could pour mana directly into his weapon to manifest a chi sword. He looked to the side with a smirk. They told me the power wasn't very good, but this looks absolutely incredible, doesn't it? The system window shimmered into view. It was true. He scrolled to the second page, and the details appeared. A list of powers unfolded. Bone Reconstruction, Steel Blood Sword, and Death's Hand. Bone Reconstruction for 1,500 special points. The ability to reshape his very skeleton for any martial art, boosting all stats by 2. The power of Steel Blood Sword, a hefty 5,000 points. It would allow S. Yun to summon a blade forged from pure mana. It had no cost to use, but could only be called upon once. Then there was the power of Death's Hand, 2,500 points. It promised to double the potency of all necromancy and black magic. A mere touch on a wound would cause the flesh to rot. These are all godlike abilities, Sonen mused calmly. But with only 2,000 special points to his name, his options were limited. The power he could afford now was Bone Reconstruction, or the Chi Sword Master. One of two paths. What should he do? Or should he save up and aim for something even greater? The memory of Old Man Songhak, the monster he'd just faced on the 9th floor, was still fresh. He clicked the system window with newfound resolve. To avoid being slaughtered by freaks like that, he needed more power, and he needed it now. The system confirmed his choice. He had acquired the Chi Sword Master. 1,500 special points were deducted. The power of the Chi Sword Master now belonged to him. He watched in awe as a new energy instantly enveloped his sword. He took a fighting stance, swung the weapon, and declared, the triple absolute skill also uses mana, but this feeling is completely different. He realized that if the triple absolute was like a sudden wave crashing through his sword, then the Chi Sword Master was like a steady, flowing river, coating every inch of the blade. A system notification chimed. 1 minute has passed, mana consumption increased by 2%. 2 minutes have passed, mana consumption increased by 4%. 3 minutes, 6%. Somun stared at the mana-shrouded blade, his mind racing. Every minute, the cost would rise. That meant in about 50 minutes, the mana consumption would hit 100%. The system window confirmed it.
A system alert, the power of the Chaos Swordmaster has deactivated. The protagonist lowered his weapon and
realized he needed better mana control for that ability. Song Yoon pointed forward and wondered, could the reward for the 9th floor be the 6th sense skill? A system window immediately confirmed it. Mastery 0%. Its effect, his instincts were sharpened to a supernatural level, becoming a 6th sense. This allowed him to reach complex conclusions in an instant. So, his intuition just got a massive upgrade. He thoughtfully placed a hand on his chin. The ability to make deductions based on pure instinct? That was a game-changing skill. With that sorted out, he opened the community board. It was time to check if there were any
posts about the new common areas. A notification flashed. Entering high-complexity community. This was
the 10th floor's exclusive forum. Song Yoon scrolled through the messages, and as expected, the board was buzzing, with talk about the common areas added to the 10th floor. As the protagonist swiped through the posts, his eyes widened in surprise. What was this? A top-ranked swordsman wrote that in the common area? A foreigner offered to exchange powers with his administrator? Song Yoon looked puzzled. Was it really possible to trade powers? The post mentioned an opportunity to meet many candidates, in person and even exchange abilities. A smirk touched the protagonist's lips. Maybe he should pay a visit himself. A new system window appeared. Transfer to the 10th floor common area is in progress. Moments later, candidates materialized from a glowing magic circle on the ground. The leaders of the Andas Hunter Association's monitoring team grinned as he looked around. So this is the common area. He'd even burned a question ticket to get intel on this place. Now, the leader was going to exploit every advantage he could before heading back. At the same time, candidates stood hidden, in the bushes, watching him. Namgin Hyan crossed his arms with a cruel smile. That freak seems to be a hunter. From Korea. Lee Jane put a hand on her hip, smirking. That's right, before us stands
a Korean A-rank hunter. I remember his profile. Jin Hyan smiled. A strong hunter, to be sure.
But his personality always left something to be desired. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. And killing is allowed outside the common area, right? A short while later, the leader walked down a forest path. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. Mana consumption rate increased by 100%, the effect of the Kanjai's unique characteristic. Weakening light, followed by another territory restriction.
All stats reduced by 20%. And then another. Eyes of horror. Part of his
body was paralyzed. The terrified leader collapsed, enveloped in a strange energy. He gritted his teeth, staring at his motionless hand as he screamed. My body won't move. With pure horror on his face, he snapped his head toward the sound of mocking laughter. Seeing the men standing before him, he begged them to stop, pleading to know what they were doing. Jae-hun knelt, running his tongue along his blade. What are we doing? He's one of Korea's strongest hunters, yet he had no idea what was happening. The leader's teeth ground together. This was bad. This wasn't a trial. But these men were robbing people here. A girl's voice suddenly cried out, Stop! She stared them down defiantly. Are you really sure you can handle the consequences? If you don't stop now, I'll use the community function to report your actions to everyone. Jin Hyun looked bored. He stood up slowly. Fine, we'll stop. If you take off all your clothes. A wicked grin spread across his face. Then I'll think about it. He slung a sword over his shoulder. Or drop all your items, and maybe I'll have mercy and leave. One of you alive. The girl's face flushed with anger. With a hand on her chest, she demanded, What does that mean, Jin Hyun? With a terrifying grin, extended his hand. Need some help with that. But then, he snapped his head to the side. What was that? The thugs turned to see Song Yoon walking toward them. Jin Hyun closed his eyes in annoyance. And who is this freak? He yelled. Song Yoon turned to face him. Our protagonist slowly pulled back the hood from his head and asked coolly, Were you talking to me? Jin Hyun stared back, confirming his words with a sneer. You're Korean too, right? The thugs grinned with sinister intent, raising their hands toward Song Yoon, who began to emit powerful rays of mana. Our protagonist looked away with a calm expression and said, I wanted? As he passed by, a system window flashed his skills. Force breakthrough and magic resistance had activated. The 100% mana consumption penalty was nullified. The crippling 20% stat reduction? Cancelled. Every trace of paralysis vanished from his body. Song Yoon glanced to the side, his confidence restored. He raised a hand, commanding the streams of mana. John Han could only stare forward, his expression baffled. In a fluid motion, the main character summoned a sword from the system. He shot forward, concentrating mana into the blade. "You're the one who started this," he declared. A new message appeared. The skill Instant Acceleration had been triggered. With unwavering resolve, Seung lunged, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. The other candidates watched in horror. They threw their hands up defensively, but it was too late. Before they could even cast a skill, his blade found its mark. A single, blinding slash crossed their necks. Their mouths fell open in silent screams of terror and shock. Seung, a confident smirk on his face, drew back his fist. He unleashed a devastating blow against the ice shield. The leader of the group stared, his mind unable to process what was happening. From the ground, Jean Hyun saw the shield crack. The blinding light of the impact sent a tremor of fear through him. Our hero, his expression grim, pressed forward. With a final push, the ice shield shattered into a million pieces. Jean Hyun scrambled backward, his hand outstretched. "Wait, stop!" he screamed.
"I was wrong. Please, show me mercy." But the main character wasn't listening. He plunged his sword deep into the man's throat.
The system announced the absorption of the player's souls. His skill proficiency had just jumped by 6.4%. A short time later, Seung approached the other hunters. The girl stood with her arms crossed, looking ashamed. "I'm sorry," she said. "I should have helped you." The fight had ended before she could even react. He simply looked at her and said it was fine. There was nothing to worry about. The girl bowed in gratitude. "I'll be on my way, then." Just as she left, the manager stared at our hero in awe. "Are you, by any chance, a ranker?" Seung's expression turned serious. "You could say that," he admitted. After all, in the final rankings, he'd always been among the top 10 players. The manager's face lit up with a joyful smile. "It's a true honor to meet you," he exclaimed. "Thank you so much. You saved my life." The main character thought to himself that they were clearly trying to kill him, too. By getting rid of the problem, he'd simply helped the manager along the way. "It was nothing," as Yoon said calmly. "You can go about your business now." He turned to leave, offering a short goodbye.
"Wait a moment," the manager called out, reaching for him. Seung turned back, a hint of surprise on his face.
"Could you leave the corpses of those applicants to me?" The protagonist looked at him, puzzled. "Why would you need their bodies?" The manager grinned. "In exchange for the corpses and for saving my life, I will repay you with a gift of power." Seyoon's eyes widened in astonishment. A moment later, the manager held his hand forward. A swirling vortex of dark magic appeared in his palm as he activated the skill Gluttony. He devoured the souls of the fallen applicants in an instant. The manager smiled, looking at the void in his hand. "Not bad at all," he chuckled. "So this is also a form of power?" Seung thought, observing him calmly. "Now, as promised, I'll grant you your reward." A system window appeared before the main character. "You have accepted the power bestowed by Administrator Gourmet. The power Steel Wings has been added to the contractor's exclusive store." Yoon smiled to himself. He never expected to receive another power so soon. The manager explained with a smirk. "This power allows you to manifest wings on your back, granting you the ability of levitation. If you purchase it with special points, you can use it immediately." "Thank you," Son Yoon said. He couldn't wait to return to the waiting room and try it out. Suddenly, a new message from the White Crane Sword appeared. "Do not bother the applicant I have marked." The gourmet shot back, enraged. "What kind of business etiquette is this?" Then, the Steel Bloodlord chimed in, dissatisfied. "Who is that lingering near my contractor?" The Black Devil simply watched the squabble with amusement. The main character stared at the system window. What was happening? The intense competition between the administrators. It was obvious now. They wanted something from the challengers. Bit by bit, Seyoon was slowly uncovering the truth. After a while, they continued down the forest path. The manager smiled at the protagonist. "The common area," he began to explain, "is divided into 3 zones: the arena, the auction house, and the game area." He began to unveil the secrets of the other worlds, dimensions that had been revealed. During the tower's implementation Ares, Mum, and Kon, it seemed challengers were fated to encounter only these 3 realms. Those from the world of Ares placed immense value on chivalry. The people of Mum were similar, but with a more aggressive edge. Sang Yoon pieced it together. The Black Knight must have been from Ares, and S-Hack from Mum. The leader continued, mentioning that Kone was a world of fantasy races, like elves, fairies, and beastmen. Intrigued, the protagonist noted his guide was quite knowledgeable. The leader smiled, admitting he'd used his question privileges to learn everything in advance. After a while, standing before a shimmering gate, the leader announced their arrival. They had finally reached the common area. He offered a slip of paper to Sang Yoon, even though he wasn't a ranker. The protagonist was welcome to take his business card. Sang Yoon accepted it, his expression serious. So this man was a guild leader. He said that if Sang Yoon ever had questions, he could call him any time. a system window, chimed. You have entered the common area. All abnormal statuses were instantly cleansed, and combat between contenders was now impossible. The leader raised his hands with a businesslike smile, rubbing them, together with anticipation. Now, he declared, it was time to head for the auction house. But Sang Yoon's eyes were fixed elsewhere. He had his own destination in mind. With a small smile, the manager inquired where he was headed.
A confident grin spread across the protagonist's face. To the arena, the system instantly announced.
His arrival. Through the window, other contenders wailed in despair, crying out, "Why did I lose again?"
What a pathetic sight. Sang Yoon's gaze hardened as he took it all in. So this was the infamous arena. A system message flashed. The administrator. The Black Devil is pleased, saying this reminds him of the good old days. The steel-blooded lord grumbled with contempt. The stench of an arena is the same everywhere. But the White Crane Sword Saint was thrilled by the sheer intensity radiating from the place. Sang Yoon scanned the empty seats, wondering if he should just pick one and sit down. With a wry smile and his arms crossed, he settled into a chair. Instantly, the arena system activated. A screen prompted him choose to bet or duel. Sang Yoon stared at the panel, surprised. Bet or duel. He cautiously reached out a finger and tapped the help option. The system explained the arena's two functions, if he chose to bet.
He could wager points on duels between other contenders, depending on the outcome. He could either win big or lose everything he staked. Sang Yoon's expression was calm, so that's what those desperate people he overheard were doing. The system continued its explanation. Choosing duel would allow him to fight other contenders for a staked reward. Upon confirming the duel, both fighters' final rankings and real names would be revealed. The fight would only begin if a skill, item, or stat point was offered as the prize. Duels were matched between opponents with rewards of similar value. Once a duel was confirmed, that opponent could not be fought again in the Colosseum. When one participant surrenders, the duel ends, and both are returned to their original seats. The protagonist processed the information. So, once a duel is accepted, the fighters are automatically teleported to the Colosseum. This meant the reward itself was the heart of the arena. A smile played on his lips as he scrolled through the system window. Now, is there a reward that catches my eye? At that very moment, a commotion erupted nearby. No way! Isn't that Hellfire Catherine? Is that really the famous huntress from America? A girl whispered, covering her mouth in awe. I can't believe I'm seeing her in person. Catherine Bennett, seated on a throne-like chair, lazily swiped through the system window. Not a single duel request, she muttered in annoyance. Is it because my win streak is too high? It would be better if her stats were hidden. Then she could actually find a decent fight. The system displayed her record with brutal honesty. Victories 17, the administrator. The Lord of Blazing Flames let out a mocking laugh. Such pointless concerns, Catherine sighed, looking away. It seems this floor is filled with cowards. How utterly boring. She closed her eyes, resting her hands on the armrests. Time to stop wasting my breath and get out of here. But as she prepared to leave, her eyes shot open in disbelief. A system message blazed on her screen. A duel request had arrived. From Sang Yoon,
of the South Korea server, with a final rating of 3. The reward for victory the skill, Demon Slayer.
0 wins, 0 losses, Catherine's voice boomed. He just arrived and dares to challenge me. A smirk played on her lips. How very interesting. A system window flashed. Duel confirmed. Transferring to the Colosseum. In a flash, they were transported, facing each other in the vast arena. Catherine smiled. I admire your fighting spirit, but a true warrior studies their foe first. Sonyan's gaze remained cold and calculating. He stared her down with an unyielding expression. The system announced the matchup. Challenger Sonyan versus Catherine. Let the duel begin. She grinned, extending a hand as raw fire mana crackled to life. You should feel honored, she taunted. A system alert appeared before the main character.
Skill Fire Birth has been activated. Her hand shot upwards, unleashing a pillar of searing flame. Sonyan watched calmly.
Undaunted by the shimmering heat, he stood his ground. Catherine launched a massive fireball straight towards him. Sonyan saw the blazing sphere approach and instantly leaped back, effortlessly evading the torrent of destructive mana. The main character coolly watched the inferno close the distance. Catherine sneered, swiping her hand like a claw.
It's over for you, she declared, as flames erupted from her fingertips. But then, another system window appeared.
Skill Power of the Swordmaster has been activated. A blinding arc of energy shot from his blade, meeting the fireball head-on. Sonyan dodged to the side with a blur of his weapon. He stood defiantly before the brilliant explosion of fire.
Catherine's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Through the thick, dark smoke, Their gazes locked in a silent clash. "You mentioned a good experience," the main character said. With a smirk, Sanyun aimed his blade forward. "Allow me to provide it." At that very moment, in a sun-drenched forest,
sat the administrator known as the White Crane Sword. She gracefully held a cup, taking a slow sip. With a small bird on her shoulder, she gazed into a swirling pool of water, a scrying pool showing the Colosseum. The White Crane Sword watched the scene unfold. "I never imagined," she murmured, "that he would already master the art of releasing his chi energy." Smiling, she gently scratched the bird's belly. Sponsoring such a talent was a wise move indeed. Now she would have to win his favor. Before the other administrators could. As the bird took flight, the White Crane Sword pondered. "Perhaps this challenger can achieve the dream I never could." Back in the arena, the main character's resolve hardened. Sword held ready, he faced 3 fireballs hurtling toward him. Skill instant acceleration activated. Sanyun vanished, reappearing high in the air, dodging the assault completely. But the fireballs changed course. Chasing him at incredible speed, he dove, slicing clean through the burning spheres. He landed, but his cloak was now ablaze from the intense heat of the attack. "Damn it," he thought, quickly dropping to the ground and bracing himself with one hand on the stone floor. He grimaced, losing his cloak's exclusive effect, all because he couldn't yet use the Grace of the Wind skill. Catherine raised her hand again, conjuring several more fireballs from pure mana. With a smug smile, she taunted, "How much longer can you last?" Meanwhile, the Steel Blood Lord watched the flames with great interest. The White Crane Sword held high hopes for Sanyun, while the Black Devil cackled. Enjoying Catherine's overwhelming power, she unleashed her fiery orbs once more. The main character met them with a flash of his sword, tearing through each one.
3 minutes have passed since the activation of Power of the Swordmaster.
Mana consumption increased by 6%. 4 minutes have passed. Mana consumption has increased by 8%. Sanyun's expression grew grim. "If this drags on, I'll be at a fatal disadvantage." Suddenly, a new window appeared. "You have absorbed the spirit of Challenger Sunhawk. Your stats will be increased."
Strength +2, agility +1, endurance +3, mana +3, and tenacity +2. One of the challenger's skills
has been absorbed. Sanyun had awakened a new power. You have gained the Lightning Sword Chi skill. Lightning Sword Chi, proficiency 0%. Main effect, when releasing chi. Lightning forms at the blade's tip, imbuing your chi energy with its properties.
Note: effect cannot be used when chi is unavailable. Additional effect upon activation.
The base stats of your chi are greatly enhanced, enabling a slash attack. Sanyun's eyes widened in shock. A lightning sword. Chi. It allows for a slash attack. Does this mean I can finally project my chi? With a look of pure fury, Catherine extended her hand, concentrated mana crackling around it as she demanded. Does he truly believe he has time for distractions? But Yoon's gaze remained sharp, fixed on his target. He snapped his head upwards. Facing a storm of fiery beams hurtling toward him, they rained down from the sky, relentlessly chasing the fleeing protagonist. As the beams closed in, Yoon spun around and swung his sword. He met one of the fiery lances head-on, with his bare fist. A system window flashed. The Ash Blood skill has been activated. Yoon drew his hand back as mana and dark smoke erupted from it. He raised his sword to the side, a thought crossing his mind. I don't know if this will work the first time, but it's perfect for practice. Yoon lifted his sword, now shrouded in a veil of immense energy. A new notification appeared. The power of the Chi Swordmaster and the Lightning Chi Sword have been activated. He lunged forward, swinging his blade and unleashing a torrent of mana. The wave of energy tore straight through the fiery rays. Catherine, stunned, threw up her hand wreathed in flame, creating a shield. A sphere of fire enveloped her, blocking the powerful energy blast as she gritted her teeth. She raised her hands to form new attacks, thinking. He counterattacked instantly. In that moment, Yoon appeared, directly behind her, his blade pointed forward. Catherine smiled wryly. You really are on another level. I've lost. The system confirmed her surrender. Challenger Catherine has yielded. Yoon is victorious. For his victory, he received the storm skill. The duel was over. He was instantly transported to the arena's common area on the 10th floor. Finding himself suddenly seated in a chair, he took a moment to process. With a serious expression, he recalled why he'd entered the duel in the first place. To test his sword skills. My opponent, he thought, was surprisingly strong. He pulled up the system window with a flick of his finger. I should remember her name. Catherine. A notification detailed his new ability. The storm skill has no mastery. Its main effect activates on a stabbing attack.
and increases its speed by 3 times. Additionally, when the skill is
activated, there's a 30% chance the wind property will be applied, which would also increase his movement speed.
significantly, Yun looked puzzled.
I thought this was supposed to be a swordsmanship art, not just a simple stabbing skill. The system updated his record. Number of victories, 1. Only 1 win? Yun thought. I need to start growing, and fast. The system announced that his next duel was confirmed. He was being moved to the Coliseum. Yun versus Yuji Aki. The duel began.
Yun sized up his new opponent. Ranked 11th on the Japanese server, he noted. Yuji, holding a spear, sneered,
So you're Yun, ranked 3rd on the Korean server. I've been looking forward to this fight. He eyed him with contempt. You look like a beggar. But Yun simply smiled. Yuji's face darkened. What are you smiling at?
It's just funny, Yun replied calmly. It seems we were thinking the exact same thing. Veins bulged on Yuji's face as he grit his teeth.
What was that? He furiously thrust his spear forward, roaring. You freak! Yun easily ducked beneath the wild attack. He calmly eyed the spear,
a single thought echoing in his mind. Is this all the 11th ranked player on the Japanese server can do? The protagonist smirked. I must have become far too strong. If someone of this level seems so weak to me. In a blur of motion, Yun struck Yuji,
sending him crashing to the ground. The system announced challenger Yuji has received critical damage. The protagonist has won. Yun laughed confidently. This is the best place to farm for skills. A short time later, he struck down another opponent with a single slash. The system announced Yun's victory. With a smile, he defeated yet another challenger. The system chimed again, another win. He had unlocked the Duel Master achievement, and his strength increased by 2. At that very moment, in the central lands of Miriam, the dragon sword of the Namgung family, Namgung Hyuk sat meditating upon a rock. His eyes snapped open, his face tense. What happened? Is your report true? Is Master Seonhak dead? The assistant bowed his head, confirming his young master's words. It is, I'm afraid, according to the latest intelligence we could gather on Master Seonhak, it seems he recently became able to connect to the Earth dimension. They say he attempted to conquer it, floor by floor. Suddenly, the assistant's eyes shot open. It seems he has appeared. Brilliant rays of light pierced the forest, illuminating the space around them. A nearby monster roared in fury, shattering a tree with one hand as smoke billowed around it. Namgung Hyuk, however, sat perfectly still. A monstrous presence exploded behind him. The creature roared, its massive paw raised for a killing blow. But the master simply mused. It had been 5 long years since he'd last challenged the tower. Naamanhu, however, merely extended a hand glowing with fiery mana. The ancient sword, embedded in stone, began to vibrate wildly. In a flash, the blade flew to his grasp as the beast lunged. Namunhuk was already behind it. He vaulted through the flying debris. The monster turned, its jaws wide in a furious growl. But with a chilling smile, Huck sidestepped the attack, knelt gracefully, and plunged his sword straight into the creature's skull. The beast's tongue lolled out as its eyes went dark. It was over in an instant. The assistant watched, completely stunned. To think he could slay such a potent spirit beast so effortlessly, Namunhu's power was terrifying. Just witnessing his martial prowess sent shivers down his spine. The gentleman calmly retrieved his sword. He then turned, asking if the earthly dimension was truly what the assistant meant. This was getting interesting. A sly grin spread across Namunhuk's face. He gripped his sword, vowing to uncover the truth. He would find out who was responsible for Master Sunhak's death, no matter the cost. Sometime later, a new notification appeared. System. You have entered the waiting room of the 10th floor. Exhausted, our main character collapsed onto the bed, but a smile crossed his face. Not a trace of fatigue left. Suyun raised his hand, opening the system window with a grin. He couldn't believe it. In a place like this, he'd gained access to a whole new set of powers. System power, steel wings, cost 1,500 special points. The ability to forge wings from pure mana. They promised incredible flight speed, but required a constant flow of mana to remain active. If his mana ran dry, the wings would simply vanish. Suyun's eyes widened. The power of flight. The very thought of soaring through the skies filled him with pure excitement. System current special points 500. Damn, our hero thought. I can't afford it yet. Not enough points. For now, maybe it was time to focus on synthesis. Sitting on the edge of the bed, a determined smile on his face, he summoned the skill synthesis windows. System unique power skill synthesis has been activated. System synthesis complete. A brilliant light flashed, revealing several newly created skills.
He stared in awe at the radiant glow. After an entire hour of intense focus, this was the result of his efforts. System defense skill counterattack shield. System movement skill secret shadow step. System attack skill frantic swordplay. Su-yoon extended his palm, his mind racing. There's even a B-rank shield skill. System activating skill counterattack shield. He watched, astonished, as a crimson shield materialized right before his hand. Sometime later, a new trial began. System. You have entered the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty high. Theme cooperation. Time remaining 3 hours. Success condition. Prevent the resurrection of the darkness-devouring overlord within the time limit. Failure condition. Annihilation of all team members or time expiration. Reward skill enhancement potion. Penalty for failure death. 4 portals shimmered into existence across the mountainous terrain. System distributing team members based on final rankings. Team assignment complete. The system listed the members. Final ranking, 1st place. Kim Soo-yoon, final ranking, 2nd place. Lee Jang-hun, 3rd place hunter. 6th place Kim Soo-jun. A 30-minute grace period began. During this time, the clock wouldn't tick down. It was a chance to strategize and unite before facing the boss. Soo-yoon sighed, standing on the scorched earth. Another combined trial. Just then, Jang-hun ran up to him. Hey, is your brother climbing the tower too? Soo-yoon recognized him. The 1st and 2nd rankers. They had definitely met before. Meanwhile, Soo-jun watched the other candidates whispering amongst themselves. Their eyes darted away when a loud shout erupted. Soo-jun pointed an accusing finger straight at Soo-yoon. It's you, he roared. The one from the 4th floor. Our main character just stared back, completely baffled. Jang-hun looked between them. Did you two really meet during a trial? From the looks on their faces, it certainly seemed so. The meeting was anything but pleasant. Soon-jun, with a trembling facade, crossed his arms, insisting he was right. They had supposedly met on the 4th floor's combined test, and this hunter was the type who clawed his way up by racking up kill achievements. To Sun-jun, deceit was second nature. He sowed conflict, turning allies against each other to snatch the rewards. It was a brutal survival tactic he had perfected. Within the merciless walls of the testing tower. Above, an administrator, the Pierrot clown, howled at its contractor's scheme, a laugh so wide it threatened to tear its face apart. Sun-jun, wearing a sinister grin, thought to himself, he has no idea what's happening. Perhaps another lie was in order, but Seo-yoon's calm voice cut through the tension. It seems there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. Sun-jun immediately jabbed an accusing finger forward. Misunderstanding? He even murdered my own team members. Seo-yoon, bewildered, threw up his hands. What kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting now? Just then, Soo-hoon summoned his hammer from his inventory. A red glint in his eye, he declared, I'd rather have a team of 4 where everyone sticks together than a team of 3 with good teamwork. The testing tower is no place to act recklessly. He hefted the massive weapon. We'll find out who's telling the truth right now, and the liar will be kicked off this team. Seo-yoon stood his ground, his mind racing. If this went south, he'd be forced to fight all 3 of them. That was a situation he had to avoid. His expression hardened. But then, Young-hoon raised a hand. Everyone, listen and calm down, he interjected. You, Challenger Jugan, you said you met this hunter on the 4th floor, correct? Sun-jun confirmed his lie. A knowing smile crept onto Young-hoon's face as he raised his hands. In that case, you must know his real name. After all, the nickname system only appeared in the waiting room on the 5th floor. If you just tell us his real name, this whole mess will be cleared up. Sun-jun's eyes widened, but he quickly faked a look of intense concentration. His real name. It was Lee Min-soo, he declared. He was confident. In this place, there was no way to prove one's identity, or so he thought. Young-hoon gestured towards So-yoon. And you, Challenger So-yoon, do you have anything to say? Our protagonist's hands clenched into fists. This has gone far enough. From under his shirt, he pulled out his license. With unshakable confidence, Seo-yoon revealed the badge. This is my official hunter's license. He inwardly mused that the ID he'd mistakenly brought from Earth was now about to save his life. He held it high for all to see. My name is Seo-yoon. Sun-jun's face went pale. Soo-hoon gripped his hammer tightly. Well, now it's crystal clear who needs to be expelled from this party. This was bad. This was very, very bad. A system window appeared. The Pierrot clown was clicking its tongue at the sheer clumsiness of its contractor. The debate expert scoffed at his pathetic skills. The lie finder was relishing the consequences of his words, and the dark observer simply hummed, watching the outcome. Sun-jun looked down. He was completely cornered, but Seo-yoon raised a hand. I apologize, he said.
But I'd like to settle this matter myself. His eyes glowed with a dangerous crimson light. Because right now, I am absolutely furious. Soo-hoon simply nodded. Do as you wish. Sun-jun stared in disbelief. Is he really going to attack me alone?
A twisted smirk formed on his face. One-on-one. He could work with that, even if the others hated him.
There was a chance to survive if he just killed Seo-yoon. This test was designed for 4 people, after all. It would be nearly impossible for the remaining 2 to clear it. Our hero's voice was ice. You said some very funny things. Shouldn't you take responsibility for your words? Sun-jun spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. Responsibility? I don't know what that is. A glowing grimoire materialized in his hand.
All I care about is survival. An ominous magic circle erupted from his palm.
You're not the only one who holds power. A system window flashed. The stalks of the swamp. Spirit began to ensnare Seo-yoon's legs. Vicious vines shot up from the floor, binding our hero in an instant. But another message appeared. The magic resistance skill has been activated. The stalks of the swamp spirit were utterly destroyed. Enveloping his body in a shield of mana, he exploded forward. Seo-yoon leaped high, sword raised for the kill. Sun-jun, ever confident, cast another magic circle. So you have magic resistance in your arsenal too. It didn't matter. The protagonist brought his sword down in a devastating blow, cleaving right through the air itself. Amidst plumes of smoke and shattering rock, Sang-hun said they needed to move back. But Young-hun, trembling with fear, refused. He liked it here, where he could feel the full force of their battle. Sang-hun grabbed his brother by the hood and dragged him to safety, telling him to stop being so reckless. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. But with tears in his eyes, Young-hun cried out that he loved watching from the front row. Meanwhile, Seo-jin raised a hand glowing with raw energy. With a look of pure hatred, he roared for the protagonist to die. Several devastating orbs of mana shot forward like missiles, but Seo-yoon was already moving, weaving between the deadly projectiles. Gritting his teeth, his expression hardened. He raised a fist and slammed it into the enemy's body, but Seo-jin just smiled ominously. It seems the hunter has become the prey. Seo-yoon glanced back in shock. What was this? The same magic spheres now hovered above him, firing beams of mana in every direction. He realized in an instant, these were the very orbs he had just dodged. A powerful beam of mana slammed into Seo-yoon. Seo-jun, clutching his own wound, let out a terrifying laugh. His face twisted into a victorious smile. He mocked Seo-yoon for pretending to be a warrior. Now look at yourself. But suddenly, his eyes shot to the side in surprise. What is that? He yelled in disbelief. A system window appeared. Skill counterattack. Shield has been activated.
Seo-yoon stood tall amidst the rubble, a crimson shield held high above his head as the system window continued its notification.
This is the counterattack shield skill. Main effect. After mastering the skill's name, you can summon a red shield forged from mana. Additional effect. Absorbs 25% of the damage received by the shield, and immediately reflects it back. The protagonist stared confidently through the shield. Why so surprised? After all, we're only just getting started. Seo-jun's face grew tense, his aura wavering. How did he block his ultimate technique so effortlessly? The protagonist kicked off the ground, surging forward. Seo-jun gritted his teeth, his expression a mask of pure fury as he stared his opponent down. Seo-yoon leaped before towering cliffs that materialized out of nowhere. With a focused expression, he swung his sword. Streams of mana sliced through the air and shattered the massive rock formations instantly. Young-hun turned to his brother. Do you know who that hunter is? Or that challenger? Sang-hun, standing on the mountain, shook his head. I've never seen him among the high-ranking hunters. Staring at the dissipating smoke, Young-hun concluded that if his brother didn't know him, he was likely an ordinary civilian. Is it really possible to become that strong then? Sang-hun's expression turned grave. If the protagonist isn't a high ranker like us, then achieving such results should be impossible. But the most surprising thing was that Seo-yoon wasn't even fighting at full strength. It felt like the protagonist's power was comparable to his own. Young-hun stared back, stunned. Is Seo-yoon really that strong? After all, in the final rankings, he's 2 tiers lower than you. Sang-hun admitted it was only a hunch, but if he's been unlucky in all the trials so far, there's a high probability Seo-yoon has been severely underestimated. Just then, the protagonist unleashed another powerful blow, a stream of energy. Carved a deep, bloody gash into his opponent's arm. Seo-jun threw his head back in agony. He clutched the wound, teeth clenched, and collapsed to the ground. Sang-hun, watching from afar, was in awe. He realized Seo-yoon wasn't trying to kill his enemy. He was simply suppressing him with overwhelming superiority, and making it look effortless. With a look of sheer terror, Seo-jun held out his bloody hand. Stop, he pleaded. If you kill me, no one can survive this trial. You have to think carefully. This trial, it involves the top 4 players. Tears streamed down his face as he begged for his life. He whined that the tower wouldn't create a task that was impossible to pass if even one person was eliminated. The protagonist looked down, his expression unreadable, before glancing over at his teammates. Sang-hun met his gaze. "We won't interfere. The choice is yours." A flicker of rage crossed Sojun's face. He raised his hand, and a new weapon materialized in a flash. It pulsed with dark mana as he prepared for a sneak attack. Siyun gritted his teeth, his patience finally gone. He raised his sword, roaring. "You freak!" In a single, fluid motion, his weapon split Sojun's head in 2.
But the enemy just jumped back, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. A system window appeared, unique characteristic.
The skill Deception flared to life. All stats instantly surged by 10. His blood-soaked hand, thinking this power was a curse. He'd wanted to hide it until the very end. Sunjun's eyes blazed as he raised a hand wrapped in chains, roaring that he would kill this monster. He pointed 2 fingers, crackling with energy, as a powerful torrent of smoke and chains shot forward. It slammed against the protagonist's shield. The chains instantly shattered, breaking into 2 pieces. The broken links flew towards his back. A system window appeared. The skill, Grace of the Wind, has been activated. All speed increased by 40%. The current stack is 4 out of 7. The chains smashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. In a flash, our hero appeared before his foe, shield raised. His expression was grim. "Now I see. It's far more dangerous to get involved with a freak like you than to challenge the 3 of us to a trial." The enemy's jaw dropped in pure rage. He screamed, "This is insane!" A new notification flashed. The counterattack shield skill has been activated, releasing all accumulated damage. Lances of pure energy shot toward Sunjun, engulfing his body in flames. As the enemy faded, a system window appeared. The old frock coat of the vampire count has been acquired. It adds 8% to movement speed and 12% to mana regeneration. Among the vampires of Kallian, this was a special coat. Beloved by a certain count, when attacking, it can consume stamina or blood to forge a blood shield.
The Bloody Heavenly Demon Blade adds 7% to reaction speed and 10% to attack speed.
A legendary sword from the Blood Demon School. The chi in the blood coats the blade, making it one with the mana, flowing through the user's very veins. Seymoon reached toward the system window and declared, "I'll put these to good use." The hunters landed back on the ground. Yungun flashed a wide grin and a thumbs up. "Samun, you were incredible," he exclaimed. Sunun added, "I hope all misunderstandings have been resolved." Samun looked at them and nodded. "They have. There are definitely no more problems." Just then, a system alert echoed. 10 minutes remain until the start of the 10th floor trial.
All candidates, prepare yourselves. They journeyed toward a castle through the rocky terrain.
After a while, a colossal statue of a warrior on horseback loomed under the night sky. Yungun walked ahead, asking, "Is that really just a statue? It's massive, it won't come to life, will it?" Sun Hoon gripped his hammer. "This is the tower," he said grimly. "I wouldn't be surprised if it did." The protagonist stared at the statue's face. His expression was deadly serious. They entered a dark palace, and Janhan looked ahead in awe. "It seems we've come to the right place," he said. The hunters stopped in the center of the hall, opposite a headless boss sitting on a throne. Yungun spoke up. "There are 3 other statues here giving me a bad feeling." He looked at the headless figure. "That must be the darkness-devouring overlord." A system window flared to life. The grace period has expired. The 10th floor trial will now commence. When the timer begins, a squad of dark guards will appear. Prevent the resurrection of the darkness-devouring overlord. The hunters looked around in shock as dark smoke filled the room. The statues began to move. They broke their chains with terrifying speed. A guard with an aura radiating from its eyes lunged forward and leaped off its pedestal in an instant. The guards were on the ground, surrounding the contenders. Song gripped his hammer. "My whole body is itching for a fight," he roared. "It's time to stretch my legs." Saemun, with a serious expression, pointed to the side. "There's a head. We have to stop the squad of dark guards carrying it from reaching their lord." Song grinned. "Glad it's that simple." His hammer began to glow with mana as he charged forward. "Everyone pick a target."
One guard surged ahead, shaking the very ground. The others leaped into the air, raising their weapons to strike.
The contenders exchanged confident glances, wishing each other good luck. Saemon's determination burned. He clenched his fist and shot forward, thinking, "I'll end this with one attack." Using the chi sword, our main character flashed past the guard, his blade slicing clean through. But the guard retaliated. Firing a blast of pure mana from its fist, Samun snapped his gaze to the side, raising his hand to defend himself. He slid across the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Is this chai energy?" The guard then sent its sword flying, bathed in crackling energy. Seun glanced aside. He realized this guard was far from ordinary. Would the other hunters be all right? The guard unleashed a devastating blow, smashing his staff into Sun Hak's body. The impact sent him flying back dust, and smoke erupted from the shattered floor as the guard immediately charged towards the ruler, but from the smoke. A stone shot out like a cannonball. The guard's head snapped in that direction. Eyes wide with shock, the projectile slammed into his weapon, knocking him back. Sun Hak stood firm on the broken ground, his mana-forged hand lowering. He growled to the others. Every last one of these freaks is at a boss's level. Sun Hak hefted his massive hammer, shouting, "Stay sharp, everyone!" Young Hun just laughed. "Look who's talking," he quipped. "Weren't you the one caught off guard a moment ago?" He placed the hat on his head, remarking, "This thing really doesn't suit me. I hate wearing it." Young Hun's gaze locked onto the charging guard. "And for making me put it on."
"You'll pay with your life." With unshakable confidence, Young Hun drew back his bowstring.
An arrow of pure mana materializing. A storm of energy arrows screamed through the air, kicking up clouds of dust, but the guard weaved through the barrage, completely unscathed. He leaped high over Young Hun, who stood his ground,
a bright aura flaring in his eyes. The hunter spoke calmly. "Against mages, close quarters combat is the golden rule."
He summoned a colossal scythe forged from pure mana, but Young Hun just raised a hand, a confident smirk on his face. "That only works if your opponent is an ordinary wizard." Yoon watched on, a grin spreading across his face. After dealing with nothing but weaklings, seeing fighters like these was truly admirable. "I just need to make sure I don't drag a team like this down," he thought. The Guardian slammed his weapon into the earth, shattering it. Our main character instantly vaulted into the air, twisting sideways through the dark smoke. He kicked a chunk of debris, launching it straight at his foe. A system window appeared. Skill. Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speed has increased by 50%. Current stack progress, 5 out of 7. With a hardened expression. Yoon shot forward like a blur. The Guardian yanked his weapon from the ground, turning his gaze towards the rapidly moving protagonist. Another system notification flashed. Condition met. Stepping on a creature's shadow. Skill. Secret Walk in the Shadow has been activated. Strength has been temporarily increased by 3. In a fluid motion, Yoon pivoted, slashing back towards the guard system window. Skill Frantic Swordplay has been activated. Sword attack speed increased by 10%. Current stack progress, 5 out of 10. Skill Chi Swordmaster activated. The protagonist leaped into the air, raining down a flurry of powerful strikes. He hammered the opponent's head relentlessly. The guard's stone face began to crumble, with an aura blazing from his eye. Yoon used the depth. Charge a skill. A massive bolt of yellow lightning crashed down, flooring the guard. It reeled back, its mouth agape. In a silent scream of agony, the Lord's effigy on the guard's back shattered from the assault. Young Hun was already in motion. Surging forward to attack the stunned guard, he vaulted into the air with a menacing grin, raising his massive scythe. Poised to strike a finishing blow, the guard instantly parried with its own weapon. The scythe swung past, striking behind it, and shattered another one of the Lord's heads. The guard threw its head back and let out a piercing shriek. Young Hun watched the other guards flee. "Are they actually running away?" he yelled. Seun stared ahead, declaring, "With not a single head remaining. The Lord's resurrection is now impossible. Now we can finally end this test." The hunters charged forward with confidence, chasing down the retreating statues, but Yoon stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. "What is that sound?" A guard dropped to one knee, the floor cracking beneath its weight. As it knelt, our protagonist's face filled with dread. What is happening, he wondered. The guards lined up in perfect formation, creating a living staircase. A stone horse galloped up their backs, as its rider leaped from its saddle. Seun looked up in stunned silence. "It's the one from the exit." The mounted guard charged at blinding speed, heading straight for the Lord on his thrones. Yoon instantly shot off, the ground in pursuit. He gritted his teeth in fury. Anything but that, he thought, but it was too late. He couldn't catch up in time. The guard vaulted from its horse, raising the Lord's true head high. Yoon whipped his hand back, preparing to attack. He snarled, his expression terrifying as he glared down, with a tense look. The protagonist unleashed a beam of pure energy that sliced through the air, but the guard was faster, lowering the head onto the Lord's body. A torrent of power instantly engulfed them. He looked up, shocked to see the crown falling. The guard made a chilling sound, a terrifying aura burning in its eyes. The Lord, now complete, raised its hands, an overwhelming power radiating from it as it let out a mighty roar.
He clenched his fists, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "This is perfect," he declared, exhaling sharply. Across the chamber, the Lord lifted a crown from the floor and placed it upon his own head. He gripped his staff tightly
and plunged it through his own throat with a guttural scream. The hunters could only watch in stunned silence, cloaked in dark smoke. They finally broke their stupor, shouting, "We have to stop him!" But it was too late. The Lord held his own severed head in his hands. The challengers surged forward, ready to strike. In an instant, the Lord snapped his head back onto his body.
A torrent of powerful mana erupted from him. A crimson explosion threw the hunters aside like dolls.
A new system window flashed before them. Condition met. The darkness-devouring overlord has been resurrected. Seon looked up, his face tense. This isn't a monster, he thought. It's a curse. The system continued, special task, and destroy the darkness-devouring overlord. But there was a catch. Any damage is nullified by the power of immunity.
Only challengers whose stats surpassed the overlord's would be able to inflict any harm.
A grim expression crossed his face. He'd never even heard of a monster that could use a power like this. The overlord raised a hand, summoning his sword. He gripped the hilt and slammed it into the ground. A shockwave of energy tore through the earth, sending stones flying. Seon stared ahead, his resolve hardening as he slid to the side. He braced himself on the ground, thinking, what kind of broken abilities are these, if dealing damage is fundamentally impossible? Then there was absolutely nothing they could do. Fear crept into his eyes as the overlord charged. A guard moved to intercept, swinging its sword and striking Seon. The protagonist looked forward with grim determination. Activating his healing skill, he thought. We've walked into a death trap. The mission is impossible. He glanced to the side, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. Wait, could that actually work? The Lord, flanked by his guards, marched onward. Jungen rushed to Seon's side. Are you all right? He asked. Seon replied. We need a plan. Let's take out his guards first. But he had to hit the Lord himself. Let's deal with his guards first, he repeated. But Seon, standing nearby, interrupted. I have a request. Can the two of you buy some time against the Lord? Seon argued. We can't damage him. Wouldn't it be more effective to clear out the guards? But the protagonist spoke with a serious look.
I have an idea, he said. There is a way to kill the overlord. Sun-hoon turned, his eyes wide. We'll trust you.
But we can't hold out for long. You have to be fast. He took his stance, ready for the impossible. He charged the overlord, yelling for Jungen to advance. The hunter roared in agreement with his brother. Our hero watched with a hardened gaze. It was time to begin. These guardians would have to face him now.
Time to play. Sunan stood his ground against the oncoming horde, his hammer crackling with raw mana. Shrouded in streams of lightning, Sunan unleashed a depth charge, wrapping the overlord's body in a maelstrom of electricity. A system window flashed before him. Any damage is nullified by strength and immunity. The overlord looked around, unfazed.
It opened its maw, a cloud of smoke billowing out. Sunan leaped back. Just as I thought. It didn't work. Another message appeared. The authority of the overlord has been activated. All beings must show respect.
Any disrespectful action will be nullified. The hunters immediately dropped to one knee, their weapons cracking the earth beneath them.
The overlord slammed its colossal sword into the ground, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. A wave of pure mana erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the challengers. A notification rang out. The magic resistance skill has been activated. The body block is partially removed. Sunan, bathed in a golden aura, struggled to one knee, his hand gripping his hammer. Jungen stared in horror at the approaching energy wave, and screamed in terror. Sunan instantly grabbed his brother's hood, yanking him out of harm's way. The overlord's mana beam slammed into his back, illuminating the entire area. Smoke poured from Sunan's back as he collapsed, crying out in agony. Blood streamed from beneath his mask. Jungen rushed to his side, his voice trembling. Are you all right? The hunter looked up, his face a mask of pure fear. The overlord leveled its blade at them, its presence suffocating. Jungen squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth and bracing for the end. But in a flash, our main character was there, his shield covering the challengers.
Sorry, he said. I'm a little late. Junghoon's eyes shot open in disbelief, and he cried out loudly. Seon, with a hardened expression. The protagonist activated absorption. The system chimed in, telling him to use his spirits to increase his stats. Strength increased by 4, agility by 3, endurance by 3, mana by 6, and tenacity by 4. Seon stared intently at his fist, clenching it around his shield. The system announces counterattack shield. All stored damage is now being unleashed. A torrent of energy erupted, blasting the Lord's blade away. System alert power of the Chi Sword Master has been activated. Lightning Sword Chi unleashed. Azure lightning coiled around Sayun's blade. He swung his sword with all his might. Crescent waves of energy tore through the air. With a fierce grin, he thought, "This one will definitely leave a mark." The beam of pure power pierced straight through the Lord's body. The main character thought, "A direct hit. Perfect." But the Lord only roared in absolute fury. His eyes blazed with a blinding light as a new system window appeared. The Lord's greatness has been activated. All must show respect to the Lord. Any act of defiance will be nullified. Suddenly, Sayun's body was forced down to one knee, crushed by an overwhelming dark mana. He grit his teeth against the absolute pressure. System alert skill, forced breakthrough, activated magic resistance, activated. With a defiant roar, he rose back to his feet. The very ground beneath him shattered as all physical restraints were purged. Sayun threw his arms wide, a verdant shield materializing around him as system notifications began to flood in. Mastery of the skill. Forced breakthrough has reached 100%. The skill Forced Breakthrough evolves. Upgraded to rank C mastery of the skill magic chain has reached 100% and is upgraded to rank C. Mastery of magic resistance has reached 100% and is upgraded to rank C power surging. Our hero launched himself at the Lord. His shield met the divine blow with a deafening crash. He glanced away, knowing he was fighting on the brink of death. And yet, he couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. Perhaps this was the true thrill of anticipating victory. With a confident grin, he vaulted over the Lord's head, thinking that the hunger to become stronger now burned hotter than ever before. Watching the impossible unfold, Yom Hyun turned to his brother in awe. "That challenger, Song Sayun? He's an absolute monster." Soo Hyun nodded. "It's a strange feeling. I never thought I'd find myself looking up to someone else's back." But we have to congratulate him. The #1 rank now belongs to our main character. Yom Hyun looked on with a smile, gripping his comrade's hand. Meanwhile, the Lord unleashed another cataclysmic blow on the shield. The air itself screamed from the impact. System alert. Charging complete counterattack. Shield has reached its maximum damage absorption limit. Sayun grit his teeth, sliding back from the sheer force. Crouching low beneath his shield, a brilliant plan began to form. With a determined expression, he stood tall. "If I reduce the shield's area, the energy density will skyrocket." System alert. Counterattack shield. Instantly releasing all accumulated damage. A concentrated beam of pure power shot past the Lord's hand. The deity looked down in terror, at the stump where his arm used to be, with grim determination. Sayun charged forward. A system window appeared. The skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speed increased by 70%. Current stacks are now 7 out of 7. Due to maximum stacking, a 1-day cooldown has been applied. The skill Furious Swordplay is activated. Sword attack speed increased by 10%. Current stacking progress is 10 out of 10. In a breathtaking flash, Sayun's blade sliced clean through the Lord's neck. The system announced the inevitable. The Lord who devours darkness has been defeated. At that very moment, in her own domain, an administrator watched the events through a swirling vortex. A smile graced her lips. "This challenger, who shows such explosive growth, he is my contractor." Ordinary challengers who climb the tower must prepare for ages, never taking risks. They climb only one floor at a time after endless training. But Sayun was a talent not easily found across any dimension. The administrator knew it. She mused that he was the very embodiment of the will to grow. She smirked, thinking, the only problem is that in time, the other administrators will grow more and more interested in the main character. I must establish a deeper bond with this challenger before they get the chance. Back on the battlefield, surrounded by fire and corpses, the Lord's head fell. It tumbled to the ground, shattering his crown in two. The system window confirmed his stunning victory. The Lord who devours darkness has been defeated. The system congratulated our hero. He had passed the first floor of the Tower of Trials. As a breakthrough reward, a skill enhancement potion will be sent to your inventory. As an additional breakthrough reward, 60,000 points and 1,000 currency have been awarded. An additional 1,000 currency was awarded. The challenger, Sayun, made the greatest contribution to the special quest. As a special quest reward, 10,000 currency and 1,500 points were granted. A system enhancement potion was sent to his inventory as an additional breakthrough reward. 60,000 points and 1,000 currency were also awarded. Challenger Sayun made the greatest contribution to the special quest as a reward. He received 10,000 currency and 1,500 stat points. The rewards were finally in. A smirk played on his lips. Realizing the prize more than compensated for the brutal trial, Young-hun could only stare in disbelief. How in the world did you pull that off? Soo-yun,
sword in hand, calmly replied, I just happen to have a skill perfectly suited for this. Plus, it seems fortune was on my side. Suhon raised a finger, a thoughtful look on his face. You've given us quite the shock today. He suggested they continue this conversation in a private chat. We should add each other as friends. A system window immediately popped up.
Applicants Suhon and Young-hoon had sent him friend requests. As a portal shimmered into existence, they said, We'll see you soon. Some time passed. Then, a major system alert flashed. Over 1,000 challengers have broken through the 10th floor.
The system expansion begins. In the store, a new category has been created, dimensional travel. Soo-yoon's eyes widened. Is this really dimensional travel? The main character replied with a grave expression. It means we can move to other worlds, like Ares or Miram. Isn't that the same as just dying? Another notification appeared. The Earth Dimension Administrator's observation area has been expanded. Communication with the administrator was now possible, even from the waiting room. An additional contract. And a direct move to their personal domain were now available. However, this special contract could only be made once. After that, all further contracts would be limited. The pact, however, could be terminated at any time. Soo-yoon glanced to the side. He was shocked. So that's what an additional contract was, if it could be broken so easily. Then isn't the administrator the only one with something to lose? The main character reached for the system window. I can't be certain just yet, he mused. First, I need to check the loot I got from the 10th floor. The system displayed his reward, a skill enhancement potion, A+ rank, a special elixir created by the towers, exclusively for beings who wield powerful skills. Consuming it allows the user to arbitrarily increase the proficiency of a single skill by 20%. Without a moment's hesitation, he drank the potion. The system lit up.
Soo-yoon has consumed the skill enhancement potion. He must now select a skill to amplify. He considered his options carefully.
I choose Grace of the Wind. The system confirmed his decision. The choice is complete. The mastery of Grace of the Wind has increased by 20%. Skill mastery has reached 100% and leveled up. His new skill, Great Wind's Grace, was now at 0% mastery. Its effect whenever he says the skill's name. All his speeds increase by 10%. This incredible effect can be stacked up to 7 times. But there was a catch.
Upon reaching the final stack, it would consume 1% of his total magic power every minute. Mana blazed around him.
The recharge time? The next step. All of it vanished from his mind. Because in that instant, the soul of the vanquished overlord surged into his body. A system alert confirmed the absorption.
Soo-yoon has activated spirit absorption of the darkness-devouring overlord. His stats would now be permanently increased.
Strength rose by 5, agility by 4, mana by a staggering 7, and tenacity increased by 5. But that wasn't all. One of the overlord's own skills had been absorbed mana management. This skill was a game changer, elevating his magic control to the realm of innate talent. Most restrictions related to mana were now removed. However, its mastery could not be ground out. It would only increase through true self-enlightenment. Frequency of use had no effect. Soo-yoon thoughtfully studied the window, hand on his chin. He could now wield mana like someone born with the gift, but there was no point in just standing there. Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. The administrator of the Steel Blood World and the White Crane Swordmaster were inviting him to their domain. He looked up, stunned. What is this? Why are they contacting me at the same time before he could choose? The system accepted the invitation from the Steel Blood Lord. The teleportation to the Steel Blood World was complete. In a flash, he appeared in a new domain. A lone house stood in the middle of a vast, snowy landscape. The Steel Blood Lord emerged from the house, wrapped only in a towel. She laughed loudly, a triumphant smile on her face. I knew you would choose me, she boomed, walking toward him. Thanks to you, I just won our little bet. He now understood why they had sent the invitation simultaneously. They headed toward the house through the light snowfall. The Lord asked, Why so quiet? You're not going to ask any questions? Soo-yoon looked at her directly. I just happened to acquire a skill called mana control. I thought perhaps you might know something about it. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise. You obtained that skill, raising a hand. She smiled brightly. How very fortunate. Within the hut, the Lord revealed the secret he had to master the newly acquired mana control. It was the only way to maximize the magical power now awakening in his body. Soo-yoon brought his hands together, concentrating the raw energy between them until mana enveloped his entire being. With a look of pure resolve, he gritted his teeth. An explosive surge of power rushed through his veins. The system window flared to life, announcing that mana control was activating, and drastically reshaping the magic circuits in his body. The magic circuit skill was being forcibly enhanced by mana control. Bending over, the protagonist clenched his fists, enduring the wave of agonizing power. When the blinding mana finally subsided, he looked down, a calm certainty washing over him. It felt as if his base stats had just multiplied several times over. To test it, Su-un slammed his fist into the snow, and the very ground shook from the impact. The Lord stared in shock,
shielding her face as a gust of wind tore past her. Her towel was ripped away, flying off to the side.
The main character, stunned by his own power, could only stare back in amazement. A moment later, the Lord, now holding a cup, remarked that he clearly didn't know his own strength. Flustered, Su-un slammed his hand on the table,
splashing tea on himself while insisting it was a complete misunderstanding. The Lord simply laughed.
Amused by his panic, she explained that he should now try activating all his skills through mana management. This new method was the ultimate catalyst. No matter his current understanding, the skill would now
stimulate the growth of every single ability he possessed. He then asked why she had summoned him. She crossed her legs,
her expression turning serious. When you entered the 11th floor waiting room, you received a notification about the system expansion. Did you not? Su-un, mid-cookie, nodded in agreement. It was thanks to that expansion he could even be here without clearing the tower. But the Lord revealed the expansion was far more than a simple function like the interference zone. Its true purpose was to allow administrators to directly sponsor their chosen applicants. He paused, the cookie forgotten in his hand. What does that mean? He asked, completely stunned. The Lord's eyes glowed crimson. She raised her hand, and with a sharp snap of her fingers, declared, "It means this." A system window erupted before him. The administrator, the Steel-Blood Lord, was transferring power directly to her contractor. A new power was being engraved upon his very soul. The might of the Steel-Blood sword was sealed within him. A brilliant light burst from his chest. In utter amazement, he asked, "Couldn't you have just given me this power before?" "Not at all," the Lord replied. "A corresponding price has already been paid to the tower." He realized the new contract function was open to everyone. There must be other, better candidates. So why him? Su-un looked at her, bewildered. "Why are you helping me so much?" he asked. She leaned back in her chair, a faint smile on her lips. "Because in you, I see a truly massive opportunity."
An opportunity, he questioned. The Lord explained that administrators are rewarded for developing candidates.
But that was hardly the final goal. Each one invests in an applicant to fulfill a long-standing wish. A long-standing wish. Before he could process it, the system window began to flash repeatedly. The administrator of the White Crane Sword was inviting him to their domain. He tensed, his hands flat on the table. The Lord's smile widened. "It seems some people are rather impatient," she said. "I'll end my story here." Su-un bid her farewell, promising they would meet again. A moment later, a new system window appeared. The invitation had been accepted. Transfer to the administrator's domain initiated. He found himself in a lush forest. As he walked through a clearing, he thought it seemed like the perfect place for training. He was eager to master the new training method the Lord of Steelblood had taught him. Su-un immediately drew his sword, unleashing a powerful swing that left a shimmering trail of mana. A flood of notifications appeared. Due to mana management, mastery of the three absolutes had increased by 8%.
Instant acceleration was forcibly increased. The skill's rank had been forcibly changed to B rank.
Mastery of the shield counterattack had increased by 7% due to mana management. He then wrapped his weapon in mana, intending to raise the power of his Gigasword mastery next. But as he looked at his weapon, he froze. "What is this?" he muttered in shock. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Why couldn't the Gigasword be activated by mana management? He desperately wanted to raise the rank of his Lightning Sword Kai skill. But something was stopping him.
How strange. Could it be because I mastered the Chief Sword? A system window appeared.
The administrator of the White Crane Sword was awaiting his visit. Seon Yoon swung his blade, deciding to put the issue of skill growth on hold. He accepted the invitation, announcing he was on his way. A system notification confirmed his response. The administrator, the White Crane Sword, puffed out her cheeks and acknowledged him. Seon Yoon imagined that based on the title. The administrator must be an old master, like Seon Hek. But when he arrived, he stared at the seated figure in disbelief. "You're finally here," she said. The White Crane Sword smiled, her gaze distant. "I've been waiting for a candidate just like you." She introduced herself. Seon Yoon's jaw dropped. This wasn't an old man at all. Before him sat a girl who couldn't be older than a teenager,
holding a sword across her lap. She tilted her head. "Is there a problem?" He admitted his surprise,
seeing the very administrator he'd only ever corresponded with in person. She suddenly reached out a hand, laughing. "I understand completely," she said. "It's a bit awkward talking while standing. Let's move somewhere else." Seon Yoon watched in astonishment as she led the way, simply agreeing. As they moved, the protagonist looked down, at the currents of air beneath them, feeling a refreshing energy. He sat cross-legged beside the administrator. "I think I know why you chose this floor over chairs," he commented. The white crane sword beamed at him. "It feels amazing, doesn't it?" she asked cheerfully. "I've been watching you from this very spot, you know, from your life or death battle with Shonhaek on the 9th floor, until this very moment." He realized what this meant. She had been observing him for a long, long time. "But isn't it strange to sponsor a challenger after only seeing them once?" he asked. "Not at all," the administrator replied. "You need to understand your own value," she insisted. While Shonhaek never reached the absolute peak of unleashed god mastery, he was still a warrior of immense power back in Murim. And even though he lost some of his former strength after entering the tower, defeating a challenger of his caliber is what can only be called a legendary feat. And you can believe me. After all, I was the one bound to Shonhaek by a contract. Seon Yoon stared at her, utterly shocked. If that was true, he thought, then shouldn't she hold a grudge against him? "Don't worry about that," she said lightly. "To me, you are simply an excellent candidate for earning points." She pointed a delicate finger towards a passing butterfly. "In all my time, I have signed contracts with countless candidates, but I have never once invited any of them into my personal domain. That is, until I saw you, thanks to Shonhaek." The white crane sword placed a hand confidently on her chest. "I think you've already pieced it together," she said, "so I'll be direct. I want you to form an additional contract with me, Sun-yoon." He glanced away, considering it. "And what benefits would I gain from doing so? If you sign this contract," she declared, "I can make you my apostle." The apostle of the administrator. White crane sword. His eyes narrowed. "What exactly is the benefit of becoming your apostle?" "Within the tower, the title of apostle," she explained, "refers to a candidate bound by a special contract with an administrator. An administrator can only ever appoint one apostle in their entire existence. And only an apostle can inherit all of an administrator's powers." Seon Yoon looked down, his mind racing. He thought of the other offer, from the Lord. Was a patronage contract truly this significant? The steel-blooded Lord offered him patronage, but conveniently left out details this important. The protagonist spoke. "The Tower of Trials calls it an additional contract that can be broken any time. So why are you offering me a patronage that can only be given once in a lifetime? Under such seemingly unstable conditions?" With a calm gaze, the white crane sword answered, "Just like that woman, I have chosen you to fulfill my long-standing wish. I desire the sharpest sword in the world, the ultimate blade that will never break and never dull. And in you, she saw it, the potential to become sharper and more brilliant than any lord. A long-standing wish." He thought, the steel-blooded lord had mentioned the very same thing. This was clearly no simple desire. With a serious expression, he asked, "What is this old wish?" The white crane sword looked into the distance calmly. "An administrator's old wish is a memory, born from the regrets of our past," she said. "It is also a right, granted to us who manage the tower. Much like the tower's trials, an old wish is a test of its own. A test that an administrator can bestow upon a contracted candidate, once that old wish has finally been fulfilled. The reward was beyond anything he could imagine. Fulfilling her ancient wish meant gaining the power to change the past." Seoyun stared in disbelief. Is it really possible to alter what's already happened? Such a feat should be impossible. But the administrator simply looked down at him. "You, of all people," she said, "have witnessed the tower's miracles countless times. You should know if I speak the truth." He thought back, and realized she was right. When it came to the tower, the impossible was just another challenge. He met her gaze, his resolve hardening. "Then I have just one question." The white crane sword agreed, telling him to ask, with a grave expression. Soyun asked, "To grant your wish, how high up the tower must I climb?" The administrator tapped her cheek, almost shyly. "Well, I think it would have to be the very top floor." A moment later, a system window flashed into existence. The contract had been sealed. The administrator's hands shot up in pure joy. "You've made a wonderful choice," she cheered. "You will never regret this." As they shook hands, Seoyun accepted his path. He had finally made a pact with her. The goal was now crystal clear. He had to reach the summit of the tower to fulfill the administrator's age-old wish. The system announced his new status. "You are recognized as the true apostle of the white crane sword administrator. Apostle privilege. The effectiveness of all powers and skills is increased by 10%. Apostle privilege mana is increased by 3. The challenger, Seoyun, is recognized as the apostle of 2 administrators. Dual apostle. Privilege agility is increased by 3. Seoyun took in the notifications. He couldn't afford to pass up any advantage that made him stronger instantly. And this was an incredible, unexpected gift. But then, The white crane sword's tone turned serious. Did that
other woman tell you about the one who's hunting for you? Soyun turned, completely blindsided. Hunting me.
He hadn't heard anything about it. The administrator put a hand to her head, stressed. What was that steel-blooded lord thinking? She muttered. She must have incredible faith in your abilities. Her expression softened. I believe in you as well. But there is something you must be told. However, she warned, what I am about to say will consume all your remaining question tickets. Do you agree? Soyun didn't hesitate. They're just piling up in my inventory anyway. Do it.
All question tickets belonging to Challenger Soyun will be consumed. He watched them vanish, stunned.
For the system to use so many tickets at once, just how grave was this situation? The white crane sword began. In the Murim dimension, there exists a great power called the Murim Union. Son Hak, the man you killed on the 9th floor, held the important rank of commander within that union. Because of his high position, there are powerful figures from the Murim dimension looking for you. Seoyun's eyes narrowed. Are you saying the Murim Union is coming to kill me? She shook her head. More accurately, the Union is in chaos, fighting over the commander's now vacant position. Then who is hunting me? He demanded. The administrator's voice was grim. It's the Namgung families?
Heavenly Dragon Sword. A man named Namgung Hyuk. A being hailed as a true genius.
Even in the Miriam dimension, where martial arts are everything, he uses revenge as an excuse for his hunt. But in truth, he is driven by nothing more than simple curiosity. She met his gaze. I don't know when, but if you run into Namgung Hyuk, you must be prepared to risk your life. Moments later, the system announced his transfer.
You have been moved to the waiting room. He removed his cloak, his expression hard as stone.
Namgung Hyuk? So, a master assassin from another dimension was searching for him. He raised a finger to the system window. Then I'll just have to pay his dimension a visit first. Purchased power steel wings. 1,500 currency has been spent. Purchase of homecoming stone is in progress.
Seoyun stared at the mana-emitting stone in his hand. He'd learned something new, but it didn't change the bottom line.
He had to level up at a terrifying pace before he finally met Namgung Hyuk face to face.
The homecoming stone is being absorbed, destination Earth.
In a flash, he was standing in his room. He glanced at the phone in his hand and his eyes widened. What is this? The screen was flooded with missed calls and texts from Hyun. Every message was urgent, pleading for him to call back as soon as he saw it. The Hunters Association? A calm resolve settled on his face. He had to go, now. But did something happen? Suddenly, a system window flashed. The power of steel wings had been activated. Seon Yoon's eyes locked onto the message, as magnificent wings erupted from his back. With a determined glare, he launched himself into the sky. Moments later, a crowd poured out of the Hunters Association building. A man pointed to the skies, relieved. Thank God, he said. It's not a forced mobilization. Judging from the video, he's absolutely ruthless. A monster. What will become of Japan now? The man stared upward, in disbelief. With a serious expression, the protagonist descended, landing swiftly on the ground. He raised his hand with a slight smile, glancing aside to offer a quick apology. Seon Yoon then dashed into the association's headquarters. A man watched him, his face a mask of shock. Did that person just fly here? After a moment, he smiled, turning to Seon Yoon. It's good to see you, he said warmly. It was clear the protagonist had faced many trials inside the tower. Hyeon smirked, her hands clasped behind her back as she greeted Seon Yoon. He raised his hand, acknowledging it had been a long time. What's going on? Why the urgent summons? Hyeon placed a hand over her heart. A disaster has unfolded in Japan, she said, her voice grave. Right now? She was afraid he'd rush to Japan alone the moment he heard the news. That's why Hyeon had called him here immediately. The man
looked on with a grim expression, holding out a remote. I think words won't do this justice, he said.
Seon Yoon, you need to see this for yourself. What he showed him was footage from the body.
Cameras of Japanese hunters, released to the public. The location Shinjuku, after sensing a massive gate formation.
Japan's Hunter Association had dispatched a response team. They sent 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. But the man who emerged from the portal slaughtered 6 of them in a matter of seconds. It's believed this is the first recorded instance of a challenger from another world invading the Earth dimension. The protagonist looked away, stunned. A challenger. From another world, he thought. He then asked about the hunters who had just departed. Were they really forming a support team for Japan? The man bowed his head solemnly. In a crisis this unprecedented, almost every country is focused on protecting their own.
They're preventing any hunter resources from leaving.
The same applies to Korea. We cannot officially recommend sending aid to Japan. He then pressed a button on the remote. This is from the body camera of the only survivor. On the screen, a hunter reached out with bloodied hands toward Namgung-hyuk, who approached him without a shred of pity. The hunter begged for his life. Namgung-hyuk's gaze was ice, a terrifying aura radiating from him. He stared coldly to the side. My name is Namgung-hyuk. I have come to avenge Sun. Inchin... Hack! His words were a chilling command. Make sure everyone hears this. Seon-yoon's expression hardened. He never dreamed their paths would cross again so soon. His focus shattered as he felt Haein grab his hand. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. Why do you look like that? This isn't a forced mobilization, right? It was their first meeting. In so long. Shouldn't we get lunch together first? The protagonist's voice was firm. I'm go.
Haein cut him off, her face tense with fear. You're not going anywhere, are you? But Seon-yoon's resolve was set. I will.
Answer Japan's call. I'm going to the Shinjuku district in Tokyo. Fear flashed in the huntress's eyes. She cried out.
Why must you always be so reckless? Can't you think about how other people feel? Just for a little while.
Seon-yoon gently placed a hand on her head. Haein, thank you for worrying about me. His gaze was confident, unwavering. He extended a hand toward her. But this is a problem that I, and only I, must solve. As a child, Namgung, Hyuk stared at the sword in his hand, its blade shimmering with energy. Why, he wondered. Does no one understand the song of this sword? A boy, holding an injured friend, glared at the young master. This was just a sparring match, you went too far. Sunhack appeared, remarking, to master the release of chi energy at just 13 years old. It's astounding. He walked towards Namgung-hyuk. Your achievements surpass even my own. The other children bowed, greeting the swordmaster. Sunhack placed his hand on Namgung-hyuk's head. Martial arts are not for harming others, he said gently. They are the path to excellence. You must never hurt people without reason. Years later, a system window appeared. The testing tower
was choosing the strongest warrior from the Murim dimension. The crowd erupted in cheers, their hands raised high.
Our young master has already reached the 20th floor of the tower. But Namgung-hyuk stared down, clenching his fists. He knew it. Something was missing. Climbing this tower alone. It didn't quench his thirst. The crowd roared. He accomplished such an incredible feat in only 17 years. But for Namgung-hyuk, it meant nothing. He offered a mock apology to his mentor. But a single truth screamed from within him. There was nothing more exhilarating than the kill. A system window flashed. Namgung-hyuk has activated the authority of spatial invasion. With a deranged smile, he straddled his prey and plunged his sword straight through the man's skull, perched atop a car engulfed in flames. He announced his boredom. The fools in Murim were no longer satisfying. He couldn't just kill whenever he pleased there. A wicked grin spread across his face. He had a feeling that freak named Soo-hyun might just be the one to cure his boredom. Meanwhile, the man in question walked confidently down the road. R.A. Chika, the president of Japan's Hunter Association, gestured to a waiting car. This way, please. The main character wasn't just getting a ride, he was being escorted by an entire motorcade. After a while, R.A. Chika gestured to a door. Challenger Soo-hyun, please, come inside. Inside, other hunters were already waiting. Young Hwan looked up with a knowing smile. Well now, he said. After the 10th floor trial, it seems fate has brought us together again. Another hunter, Se-un, glanced down. You're later than I expected, Se-un noted, stepping forward. I heard from the Hunter Association about your potential involvement, and it seems you actually came. However, are you three really all they sent in response to Japan's call? Se-un folded his arms, clearly unimpressed with the turnout. I was told one more challenger from America would be arriving soon. Soo-hyun took in the scene, grasping the full picture. He thought to himself that while the three of them all had S-rank level skills, the otherworldly being that appeared in Shinjuku was a true monster, an enemy that even their combined strength might not be enough to defeat. Soo-hyun hoped the American challenger would be powerful enough to tip the scales. Suddenly, his head snapped toward the open door. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this presence? He was stunned to see Catherine standing there. She stood frozen by the door handle, just as confused, her eyes locking onto his. Ari Chika looked between them. Do you two know each other? Soo-hyun shifted his gaze. A little. We crossed paths once in the tower. Catherine nervously touched her hair, a blush creeping onto her face. I really didn't want to meet again under these circumstances. Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow. Was there some other way we were supposed to meet? The huntress's face turned beet red. She clenched her fists tightly. I wanted our meeting to be in a more normal setting.
A smirk played on the protagonist's lips. Our first meeting was about as far from normal as you can get.
So what exactly was your idea of a normal reunion? Catherine pouted. You're not wrong. But did you have to say it so bluntly? Seon looked on, amused. Is this a lover's quarrel I'm witnessing? Absolutely not. Soo-hyun immediately shot back. Catherine glared at him, a wave of resentment washing over her.
What kind of person is he? She fumed inwardly. Just saying no was enough. Why add absolutely to it?
Arichika clapped her hands, recapturing their attention. Now that all the candidates have finally gathered, I must apologize for the late introduction. She stated her name and position, leaving the protagonist stunned. Wait, she is the president of the Japan Hunters Association.
When he first met Arichika at the airport, he'd assumed she was just a full-time employee. For the president herself to come, things must be dire. Japan was clearly in a state of despair.
Arichika's face grew grim. No other support is expected. The situation is more serious than anyone knows, so other countries are controlling their hunters. Young Hwan looked away in shock. Even with strict controls, how could only 4 people come from the entire world? Catherine put a hand to her chin, her expression serious. This is far worse than I thought. Arichika's shaking hand clenched into a fist. The truth is, no one wants to help Japan. In this desperate moment, she suddenly bowed deeply before them. The 4 of you came when everyone else turned away. And for that, our nation is sincerely grateful. But Soo-hyun stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. Lift your head, he commanded. Now is not the time for bowing. Catherine watched in surprise. He seems so emotionless, but Soo-hyun, his eyes fixed on the president, didn't give her a moment to finish the thought. Instead of bowing, he said coolly, you can provide us with a higher reward. Catherine's jaw practically hit the floor. What is he doing? She thought in disappointment. Soo-hyun stood confidently, hand on his chest. Double the promised reward. Do that, he declared. And we will actively support you in solving this problem. Catherine could only think that, as expected, the protagonist was truly ruthless. A confident smirk finally crossed Soo-hyun's face. He wasn't here to be a hero or show kindness. He was only interested in the rewards and the growth he would gain from the kill, but with a grim resolve. Huck-A agreed. In a crisis of this magnitude, she knew her emotions were a liability. The creature in Shinjuku was no ordinary monster. This was an entirely different level of threat. Since they were all putting their lives on the line, the reward would be doubled. The president then gestured to the huntress, her voice filled with hope. The situation wasn't entirely hopeless. They had one ace up their sleeve. Catherine's ability could turn the tide. The huntress confidently summoned a fireball into her palm. She possessed the legendary powers of flame suppression. If Catherine could land a single touch on an opponent stronger than her, all their stats would plummet by 10%, and one of their skills would be randomly sealed. The hunter beside her stared in utter disbelief. Catherine clenched her fiery hand into a fist. With this power, they could seize control of the entire battle. Of course, as Yoon stated calmly, that's only if she can touch him. We need to create that opening for her. Moments later, helicopters sliced through the sky. A breaking news report echoed from a comms unit. The update was grim. China's S-rank hunter, Pian, who had gone into Shinjuku alone to provide support, had just encountered the challenger from another world. They stood motionless, seemingly locked in conversation. This was possible. As she knew, all challengers from the trial tower could communicate, regardless of dimension or country. Perched on a vehicle, Namenhuk looked down. Are you S. Yoon? He asked with disdain. The hunter, Jin, smiled, striking his chest with a fist. He introduced himself as a brother from Mirm, vowing to make the invader. Regret looking down on the people of Earth. The gentleman, however, remained unimpressed. With a stern glare, he placed a hand on his knee. I don't understand. I called for the strong one, but only weaklings appear. In a flash, Jin closed the distance, his fist crashing into Namunhuk's face, but the gentleman simply raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the blow. The way of the fists, he smirked. How interesting. The other hunters watched in horror as a devastating shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Aboard the chopper, Young Hun slammed his hand on the ceiling. Curse it, that Chinese hunter is acting on his own. Kneeling by the open door, Sunan watched the cataclysmic explosion. This situation, he muttered, is far from ideal. Seon turned to Catherine. If I get you into the air, he asked, can you land safely? The huntress looked at him, bewildered. What are you even talking about? I have an idea, the protagonist said, his expression deadly serious. Catherine looked away, processing his words.
I have a skill called Purity Jump, she admitted. It grants me immunity to all fall damage. Perfect, Sunan replied. That's all I need. If this plan works, I'll create an opening for a massive blow. At that exact moment, you need to activate your power. With no more time to waste, he wrapped an arm around Catherine's waist.
Forgive me, he said, his voice firm. It's time to go. The huntress stared back, completely flustered. Wait, she yelled. What are you about to do? A system window materialized before their eyes. The power steel wings had been activated. Like a meteor. S-Yoon dove from the sky, clutching the terrified Catherine.
He's trying to do everything himself again, Young shouted, watching them plummet. Sunam simply shook his head. We can't just watch this happen. In a split second, they too leaped from the helicopter, hurtling towards the battle below.
Song-Yoon, you've completely lost your mind, Catherine screamed against the wind. Who rushes into a fight like this without a plan? Seun's eyes were fixed on the chaos below. I'm just glad that Chinese hunter managed to piss him off. Tears streamed from Catherine's eyes. He wasn't listening to her at all. Letting go of the huntress mid-air, he gave his final order. The second Namun hook shows an opening. Use your power. With a determined gaze, he dove ahead. I'm leaving you here below them. Juan's punch slammed into the gentleman's guard, shaking the very air. Juan gritted his teeth, the armor on his gauntlet cracking under the strain. Pathetic, Namenhuk sneered. A hunter who can barely focus his chi dares to use fist techniques against me. In an instant, the gentleman unleashed a barrage of mana-infused fists, sending Juan flying. Namenhuk then raised his hand to the sky, gathering immense power. But suddenly, his eyes shot to the side as a brilliant beam of energy rocketed towards him. He crossed his arms just in time, bracing against an attack that sent him skidding backwards. A colossal pillar of smoke and debris erupted, tearing the ground asunder. Seriously now. Namenhuk steadied himself. As the smoke began to clear, a huge welt had formed on his hand. A lone figure stood amidst the ruin. One hand braced against a rock. With his sword at the ready, Nangan sneered. To fall from the heavens. That's a trick you only get to see twice. Fury blazed in Huck's eyes, his aura flaring as he demanded. Who are you? Samoon just smirked. To think? You hunted me so desperately, only to be clueless now that we're face to face. A system window appeared.
System notification skill. Ash and blood activated. All forms of pain inflicted upon the user are reduced.
By 40%. Having cheated death itself, the mastery of his ash and blood skill surged by 20%.
Huck's eyes widened in realization.
So, it was you. Seyoon's gaze was like steel. That's right, it was me. A new notification flashed. Power of the Chief Swordmaster has been activated. Instantly, his weapon was cloaked in brilliant blue mana. The swordsman glanced at his wounded hands, a cruel smile spreading. I've been dying to find out who you really are. To think all this fuss was over some weakling using a fake release Kai technique.
Nangun Hook slammed his fists together, his voice laced with venom. You can't possibly imagine
how much this revelation disgusts me. In a blur of motion, our hero shot forward, his sword aimed true as he challenged. What can you possibly do? This is my chance. Saman thought, I have to strike while he's unarmed. He swung his blade, now wreathed in fiery mana. They clashed in a thunderous impact, shattering the very rock beneath them.
Our hero knew a direct clash was suicide. Just then, the system chimed in. Skill Ash and Blood
has been activated, as a shimmering shield dissolved before him. Saman stared down his foe, his mind racing. He had hoped the aerial strike would have inflicted far more damage. Worse still, his counterattack shield had been obliterated in a single blow. At this rate, using the shield's reflective power would be impossible. Is this the true power of released energy? Nangun Hoot growled, his energy-cloaked sword held at the ready. Have you truly healed? But Seun was betting everything on the magic techniques he mastered inside the tower.
System skill, Lightning Sword, Shei, has been activated. Our hero unleashed a devastating slash that tore through the air with incredible force, ripping the stone floor into 1,000 pieces. Huck watched in shock as the wave of energy surged towards him. He countered instantly, his blade creating a vortex of fiery explosions.
As the chaos subsided, other hunters rushed in, aiming for Nangun Hook's unguarded back. But the master swordsman unleashed a powerful blow, blasting the ground between them. In that moment, Catherine materialized behind him, her hand raised.
Concentrating searing fire mana, she unleashed a blazing projectile, casting her ultimate skill, Flame Suppression.
A system window explained its power. Flame suppression upon impact. The target's stats are reduced by 10%, and one skill is randomly sealed. A massive, fiery explosion erupted at the point of impact. But as the smoke cleared, Catherine leaped back in shock. It didn't activate. Just then, Jung-hun pointed skyward and shouted, "Watch out above us." Perched atop a lamppost stood Nangan-hook, completely unfazed. His sword pulsed with raw power, radiating beams of fire. "These little insects," he mused, "are making my day, even for a veteran hunter, seasoned by countless life-or-death struggles." This next attack was simply impossible to block.
"I will crush every last one of you," he roared, pure killing intent blazing from his eyes. The hunters turned to flee. "We have to dodge," they screamed. But it was too late. A devastating torrent of energy slammed into the ground, illuminating the night.
We flash back to some time ago. Our main character stood with the white crane sword. Their hands joined. Consider this a small gift. The administrator smiled, filling the space between them with pure mana. This is a mana infusion. But you mustn't perceive this as a simple transfer of power. Seun, this is about establishing a connection. As mana enveloped him, our hero could only look on in astonishment. When the white crane sword pulled away, a shimmering thread of mana linked them. "Do you feel the difference?" she asked. Samoon stared at his hand. At first, it just felt like a normal surge of mana. But then, it was as if a part of you was inside of me. She smiled. "Precisely. Now, you must apply this feeling to your sword. However, after you leave this place, you must continue this training alone."
She paused, adding, "I cannot interfere too much, or I risk being punished by the administrator." Back in the present, the blinding stream of energy faded, leaving destruction in its wake. Nangan-hook stared forward,
his face a mask of pure shock as he stumbled to his knees. A system window appeared before everyone. Released Kai was achieved. Not through strength or skill, but through enlightenment. For the first time on Earth, a user has unlocked this power on their own.
A new status alerts the tower's challenger. Soo-hyun has achieved the milestone union of body and sword. The penalty of increased mana consumption from the Chi Swordmaster's power has now vanished.
His eyes narrowed. Soo-hyun gripped the blade, now wreathed in flowing energy. This was perfect control over his ki. Lowering his sword, he turned to his comrades. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, his voice steady. Catherine stared ahead, confirming they were safe. All thanks to him. Her expression turned grave. Soo-hyun had nullified that devastating attack in a single, breathtaking instant. The two of them. They were already monsters. The hunters peered through the dark smoke, toward the sound of manic laughter. It was Namgung-hyuk. A sinister grin spread across his face. "I should have done this from the very beginning," he declared. "I was almost disappointed in you all. The more complex the design, the greater the joy in its destruction." In a flash, the madman shot toward our hero, his blade a blur of silver. Soo-hyun gritted his teeth, barely turning in time. He parried the relentless strikes, thinking, the challengers from other worlds were annoying. But this lunatic is on a whole other level. Planting a hand on the ground, Soo-hyun vaulted backwards in a tactical retreat. Smoke trailed in his wake. "My apologies," he said seriously. "But could you all fall back to a safer place? If I have to protect you, I'll lose my focus." Sang-hoon raised a hand to stop Catherine. "It's frustrating, but Soo-hyun is right." He knew, just like in the last test, that he was powerless to help this time. Sang-hoon stared at the battlefield. "When you see an opening and you're certain of success," he said, "give us the signal for Operation Fireworks." The hunter then leaped away, back to the others. "Be careful," he warned. Then, the clash began. Namgung-hyuk and Soo-hyun became a whirlwind of steel and smoke. A nearby car was thrown aside, torn to shreds. Their auras erupted into the heavens, lighting up the sky. Powerful explosions rocked the earth. Yong-hyun shielded his face from the violent shockwave. "Now I see why he told us to get back," he gasped. Catherine clutched her head, her face etched with worry. Soo-hyun is still fighting that monster on equal footing. But Sang-hoon saw the truth of the battle. "No," he corrected her. "I feel like our main character is always one step behind. At this rate, an attack will get through sooner or later." Soo-hyun's blade rose desperately to block another crushing blow. He realized with grim certainty, he might stand a chance against Namgung-hyuk if his core skills were just a bit higher. He recalled the White Crane's words. She had guessed Namgung-hyuk's swordsmanship was at least rank A. The memory faded, leaving a bitter reality. All of my sword skills are stuck at rank C. Even without comparing skills, Namgung-hyuk's power was overwhelming. The madman looked down calmly at Soo-hyun, who was now forced to one knee. "Tired already?" he sneered. Soo-hyun's expression was grim. He'd already burned too much stamina just to recover. Using any more would cripple him in this fight. Suddenly, Catherine hurled a potion through the air. "Soo-hyun, catch!" He snatched it instantly from the air. "Nice," he exclaimed. But as he uncorked the bottle, a shadow moved. Nam Gung-hyuk slammed a vicious kick into his stomach, sending him flying. He snatched the potion from the air and downed it with a laugh. Ah, I'll enjoy this. Thank you. Catherine watched in horror. No, this can't be happening. Young Hyun clenched his fists in rage. Who is this bastard who keeps interfering? Nam Gung-hyuk just smiled. Humans always cling to something called hope, and in that, you are no different from the rest. A system window appeared. A small amount of stamina has been restored. The villain continued his lecture. Perhaps if you try your very hardest, you can win. Maybe, just maybe, you'll find a way to defeat me and survive. Nam Gung-hyuk pressed a trembling hand to his head. But when those thoughts prove to be impossible? Despair finally replaces that foolish hope on your face. His eyes glowed with a malevolent red aura. That expression, that is the only thing that brings me true pleasure. He lunged, attacking Soo-hyun with savage force. The city crumbled around them under his onslaught. Soo-hyun stared back. His expression hardened. How dare this monster! Yet, the master of despair could still see it. A flicker of hope remained in Soo-hyun's eyes. With a roar, Nam Gung-hyuk slammed his sword into the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Soo-hyun was thrown back by the sheer force. He landed hard among the shattered ruins, his body trembling. But his eyes were still locked on his enemy. The protagonist stared calmly at the monster before him. But Namun-huk merely gritted his teeth in fury. He couldn't understand it. Seun barely had the strength to stand, so why was he looking at him with those eyes? The fiend swung his sword in a rage, striking at Seun. With blood erupting from his eyes, the hero screamed. Blinding pain shot through him. His eyes, they were destroyed. His endurance, the key to his recovery, was at its absolute limit. Even if he summoned every last drop of his strength, he could only manage one more attack. He gritted his teeth, raising a hand, but his world was plunged into darkness. He couldn't see a thing. He wouldn't even be able to land a single blow. Just as despair set in, the other hunters rushed toward him, shouting his name. A tense look crossed Esun's face. If they came any closer, it would be a massacre. He shot his hand out, roaring at them to stay back. But Namun-huk just smiled, a terrifying, twisted grin. Ah, your precious comrades, he sneered. So that's the reason for that annoying look on your face. In that instant, Catherine leapt into the air, launching a fireball. But the demon vanished, reappearing right behind her. A devastating blow struck her back, sending the huntress flying. Catherine, Seun roared, turning toward the sound. Sang-hun swung his hammer, leaving a trail of lightning as he charged his opponent. But Namun-huk simply leaped up, delivering a savage kick to Sang-hun's head that drove him into the very earth. Blinded and furious, Seun could only turn his head toward the chaos. Namun-huk smiled, grabbing Catherine's hair with one hand. He lifted her effortlessly, pressing his sword against her while standing right beside the hero. She closed her eyes. Her hands rose defensively as she screamed for him to let her go. Her eyes shot open in agony, feeling the cold energy of the blade against her neck. Namun-huk laughed. I can smell your comrade's flesh burning. Sun-yun, kneeling, the protagonist roared at the freak to stop, but the monster just cackled with glee. Now that's a good expression, he mocked. In a flash, Sunan used a skill and shot forward, teeth gritted. He appeared before the enemy, concentrating mana in his hands for a final desperate attack. But it was Young-hun who struck first. His hand shot out, a magic circle glowing, as he froze Namun-huk's hand with the skill Eye Shackles. He immediately scooped up the wounded Catherine, knowing she needed a healer, and fast. The villain's face contorted in rage. You wretched insect, he roared, looking to the side. He clenched his fist with a terrifying expression, shattering the ice that bound him. In the next moment, Nangun-huk was already pursuing the fleeing hunters. Young-hun thrust his hand forward, casting Zir Ball, a shield that enveloped Catherine. He hurled the protective sphere as far as he could. It was the most he could do. Now, he had to disappear. With fear in his eyes, Young-hun activated his concealment skill, but it was too late. An ominous shadow fell over him. A hand grabbed his head, and a powerful wave of sword energy slammed into the hunter, throwing him aside like a rag doll. It was happening all over again. Just like that day. 7 years ago, he was powerless to protect anyone. A sad, broken expression crossed the protagonist's face as he covered it with his hand. Suddenly, a red-eyed rat scurried past, then another, and another, until a massive swarm of rats headed straight for him. They sensed the disaster. Tens of thousands of them were fleeing to the surface to survive. He saw it then, his one and only chance. With his last attack, the protagonist slammed his hand into the ground. The earth erupted, killing the rats instantly. A system window appeared, stamina restored by consuming all souls in the domain. Yoon clenched his fists. He threw his head back as a massive torrent of souls poured into his chest. Nangun-huk paused. holding his own severed hand. Sang-hun looked back in awe, bathed in the aura of countless souls. The protagonist declared, "You Miram freak! You should know when to stop." But the villain just smiled, holding up his mangled hand. "I don't want to. Watching your reactions. It's far too amusing." "Enough!" A new voice roared. A fist wreathed in fiery mana shot forward, slamming into Namunhuk's body. The system window flared to life. The target's abilities have been greatly reduced by the fire suppression force.
Fencing in the flaming sword is sealed for 10 minutes. All except the user-specified Namunhuk are immune to this flame.
The villain, now shrouded in crimson fire, gritted his teeth and hissed in pain. Jian stood tall, his eyes blazing. "You think a hero of China would fall so easily?"
The hunter dashed forward, leaving a trail.
With a furious roar, he raised his blade. "These insects, they dare struggle until the very end." But a system window flashed before his eyes. His ultimate swordsmanship was sealed by the fire suppression skill. The nobleman grit his teeth in pure rage. Cursing his fate, he swung his sword skyward. Beams of mana erupted, forming countless blades with his battle of the strongest skill. The sky rained down destruction. A storm of mana blades crashing into the earth. A new system alert appeared. A duel zone was forming. Within a 30-meter radius, his unique characteristic was activated. Apart from Sung-yoon and Namgun-hyuk, no one else could enter the sacred battleground. Mana erupted from the pierced earth, creating a shimmering fence. Our protagonist stood still, his expression vacant, as blood trickled from his now blind eyes. Namgun-hyuk grinned maliciously, his fist already wreathed in flame. "If your sword is sealed," he sneered, "try stopping my fists. What good are your eyes if you can't see a thing?" Sung-yoon's mind raced. How long had this been happening? He dodged the fiery blow instinctively. The spiritual eye, a skill that was meant to perceive things beyond his normal line of sight. That's how he had always understood the ability. But now, he could see more than just the energy wall. Inside this 30-meter dome, our main character could feel every single pebble. In losing his sight, Sung-yoon had gained something far greater. He finally realized he had never used the spiritual eye correctly. It was like awakening a third eye. The system confirmed his breakthrough. He had grasped the true essence of the spiritual eye. The skill leveled up. His spiritual eye skill was now rank B. In this life or death battle, he was forced to rely on pure instinct. His sixth sense skill upgraded to rank B, a forgotten ability now roared to life, sharpening his senses beyond belief. He felt everything with chilling clarity. The system chimed again. He had survived a deadly clash with a swordmaster. His Demon Slayer skill had been upgraded to rank B in mere moments. Through one crisis after another, our hero had been reborn, pushing far beyond his known limits. The Ashen Blood skill evolved to rank B. Namgun-hyuk could only stare in utter disbelief, with his own blade glowing with mana. Sung-yoon met his gaze. Against a weakened opponent, he thought. Now, we can finally fight on equal ground. He opened his eyes, a powerful aura exploding from him. Namgun-hyuk watched Sung-yoon charge, his own fist ready. What was happening? With every step, the protagonist's movements grew sharper, more refined. The nobleman clenched his teeth. He couldn't understand it. Each sword thrust was more precise, more deadly than the last. A system window flashed. Secret Shadow Walk has been activated. He moved through darkened space. The user's movement speed increased by 30% to instant acceleration, and Grace of the Wind activated. His total speed surged by 70% current stack. 7 out of 7. Sung-yoon blazed forward, his eyes filled with absolute resolve. Another system notification appeared. Furious Swordplay activated. Sword attack speed increased by 20%. Current stack 10 out of 10. Their blades clashed, a titanic impact of pure mana. Sung-yoon grit his teeth. The strain immense. Even with his entire arsenal unleashed, he had only just reached a level where they could fight as equals. But this was a high-stakes gamble. His stamina was draining fast, and Namgun-hyuk's power would return in full. In just 10 minutes, he had to end this while the flames of suppression were still active. In a desperate gambit, Sung-yoon hurled his mana-infused sword forward. Namgun-hyuk just smirked, raising a fiery fist to meet the attack. A foolish choice, he roared. Confident victory was his. He thrust his fist forward with overwhelming force. "You absolute fool!" he screamed. But Sung-yoon dropped low, the attack whistling past him. Calmly, he eyed his opponent's fist and activated his final move. The Steel Bloodsword. The system confirmed it. Power of the Steel Bloodsword activated. Sung-yoon leaped back, kicking the hilt of his own blade. Namgun-hyuk stared down in shock at the sword now buried in his chest. He coughed violently, blood spewing from his mouth. Shaking with agony, he reached for the hilt. This was impossible. He grit his teeth, fury mixing with pain. A curse! he thought. The blade had struck his Chai energy core. He had to act fast to recover. But it was too late. A system message declared the end. The flame suppression power had expired. The unique characteristic, Battle of the Strongest, had ended, the duel zone vanished, and the hunters could finally intervene. With a gasp, someone cried out the barrier had vanished. But Nam Gung Hook, his face twisted in fury, reached inside his robes. He sneered. I've played with you long enough. Next time we meet, this battle ends. His subordinate swiftly raised a mana-infused stone. Instantly, a shimmering blue portal ripped open the fabric of space. Yonghyun's eyes widened in alarm. Is that a portal? He shouted. Jin confirmed with a grim look. He's escaping. Back to the Miriam dimension. In that instant, a chilling realization washed over them all. If they failed to kill him here and now, he would one day return as a catastrophe for their world. The hunters charged after their retreating foe. Don't let him get away, they roared. We can't lose him. But as they closed in, Nam Gung Hook turned back, a cruel smile on his face. Escape, he scoffed with contempt.
Who said anything about escaping? He raised a sword crackling with lightning and wreathed in fire. A torrent of pure destructive energy erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the hunters. The entire city trembled from the force of the impact.
Thick, dark smoke choked the air, obscuring everything in a shroud of chaos. A system window appeared before him.
Counterattack shield has been disabled. Reflecting accumulated damage is now impossible.
Sang-hoon stared in horror at his own severed arm. Catherine, her voice trembling with fear, cried out to our hero. Your hand, she screamed. But Sung-yoon, already healing his own wounds, cut her off sharply.
Forget about me, he commanded. The enemy is still right there.
Rage burned in Sung-yoon's eyes as he faced his tormentor. Nam Gung Hook met his gaze, his expression cold as ice.
I could have ended you with a single strike from the start, he mocked. Do you truly wish for the master to see this through to the end?
Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, his fury boiling over. He was seething, but he had no answer. Nam Gung Hook turned his back, stepping towards the portal. I'll be seeing you soon, he promised. The hunters rushed towards their fallen comrade. Sung-yoon, they yelled, their voices filled with concern. Meanwhile, back in the Miriam dimension, an attendant rushed to his master's side. Young master, you've returned, the assistant cried out. Just then, Nam Gung Hook dropped to one knee, his body trembling. He slammed a fist to the ground, coughing up a spray of dark blood. The attendant's face went pale with terror. Young master, are you all right? He stammered. Someone, call a physician, quickly. But Nam Gung Hook angrily wiped the blood from his lips. His eyes blazed with hatred as he thought, no matter what it takes, I will plunge Sung-yoon into the depths of despair. Sometime later, beneath the quiet night sky, inside a hospital near Tokyo, our hero's eyes slowly fluttered open. Arachika gasped, her face filled with relief. He's awake! He's finally awake! Covered in bandages. Sung-yoon slowly pushed himself up. Leaning on his one good arm, he weakly asked, Where am I? The president gently pushed him back down. You're in the hospital. Don't make any sudden movements, she warned softly. You were severely injured. Sung-yoon's eyes fell upon the empty space where his arm should have been. Arachika bowed her head, her expression full of sorrow. I don't know how to thank you for your incredible sacrifice. Just then, a familiar blue window appeared. Skill. Ashblood has been activated. The president watched in utter disbelief as his arm began to regenerate before her very eyes. Sung-yoon calmly removed the bandages, flexing his fully restored hand. I'm fine, he stated simply. Now? Where are the others? A short while later, Sung-yoon threw open the curtains to another room. Catherine, he called out. How are you feeling?
Catherine, sitting up in her bed, simply stared at him. Suddenly, a loud smack echoed through the ward, nearly shaking the walls.
Moments later, Yonghyun hobbled down the corridor on crutches. Seeing his friend, a smile broke through his grim expression. Whoa, Yonghyun chuckled. What happened to your face, Sung-yoon? A bright red handprint blooming on his cheek sighed. I just checked on Catherine, he explained. Seeing she had that much energy, I figured she's doing just fine. His smile faded. By the way, Sang-hoon isn't in his room. Do you know where he went? Yonghyun's face grew somber. I only saw him briefly this morning. I think he's in a really dark place right now. He's devastated about losing his arm. Sure enough, high on the hospital roof, Sang-hoon stood alone, staring out at the city lights. Sung-yoon found him there. So this is where you were? Sang-hoon turned, his expression unreadable. Ghost of the sword. You came. His eyes drifted down to our hero's arm. Is it true? He asked quietly. Did you really restore your hand with a skill? Sung-yoon clenched his fist, a silent confirmation. That's
An unbelievable skill, Sang-hoon murmured.
You truly never cease to amaze. He then lifted his own empty sleeve, revealing the stark reality of his injury. As you've probably heard, he said, his voice heavy, my arm couldn't be saved. I'm sorry, Sung-yoon replied, his own voice laced with guilt. If only he'd been a fraction stronger, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. Se-hun revealed his hand, now made of pure mana. He told him not to dwell on it. Fortunately, with his unique skill, this new form wouldn't hinder his movements in the slightest. Se-hun leaned on the railing, a somber look on his face, confessing he climbed the tower like a man possessed, all for the sake of his own ambition. With a cigarette in hand, he admitted it wasn't all bad. That very thought is what forges a protagonist's strength. But the strong must always protect the weak. At least, that was his life's principle. Soo-won looked down, lost in thought. Admitting this battle had taught him a harsh lesson as well. It turns out he'd forgotten something vital. The hunter, cigarette still in hand, lifted the mask from his face, assuring him the main character could rest easy on one thing. Though he was strong, he wasn't some monster who abused his power. Se-hun clenched his fingers and lit up, confessing that when they first met in the tower, he couldn't read Soo-won's intentions at all. The hunter then asked if the main character needed a light. Soo-won looked away, bewildered, and stated that he doesn't drink or smoke. He asked aloud what was happening. Was this really him, the hunter, now unmasked? Simply smiled. Of course, he said, admitting he'd completely forgotten to introduce himself properly. Later, the hunters and management representatives posed for photographs as the host interviewed the main character. After some time, Soo-won presented the jewelry to Catherine. She smiled, fastening the necklace around her neck. With that, the hunter bid farewell to the main character. A while later, Soo-won looked down while putting on his tailcoat. He raised a hand with a smile, thinking that the design of the coat seemed to have been slightly improved. The protagonist gripped the hilt of the sword, slid it into its sheath, and noted that his equipment was polished to a brilliant shine. From Japan's perspective, a disaster had been prevented by the challengers, so this grand treatment wasn't surprising. He quickly collapsed onto the bed. These 3 days back on Earth had been nothing but endless chaos. Song-yoon never wanted to become so famous. He looked at his phone in disbelief, seeing that there was already a video of their battle circulating on the internet, filmed from a Japan Hunters Association helicopter. In the comments, under the video, people were in awe. Are all the challengers really that strong? Didn't the protagonist essentially handle everything by himself? It seems I know who this person is. There's a training center called White Lotus, and Soo-won trained there for about 7 years. The man couldn't believe that someone so untalented could resist a monster that demolishes buildings so quickly. Watching him fight, it was clear the protagonist is a true master of the sword. This was a real sword ghost. Soo-in read the messages and it clicked. So that's why Sang-hoon called him a sword ghost. He calmly gazed at the ceiling, thinking he never expected Se-hun to be the legendary Lightning Emperor. Even among the S-rank hunters, the Lightning Emperor was rightfully considered the strongest. He cleared portals at a speed other S-rank hunters couldn't even dream of. He was a true hero of Korea. Just a while ago, Sang-hoon had smiled, extending a hand. That held a business card, and said that if Soo-won suddenly needed his help, he could call him at any time. The Lightning Emperor had been honest. He wouldn't mind recruiting the protagonist to his side. Soo-won could contact him for any personal matter, for any reason at all. At that moment, a system window appeared, notifying him that his time was up. The protagonist pushed himself up from the bed. He needed to become stronger to truly deserve the nickname of the Sword Ghost. The system window chimed, returning to the Tower of Trials. Soo-won looked up, a confident smile on his face, and declared it was time for him to return to the tower. After a moment, the system announced, "You have entered the waiting room on the 11th floor." The protagonist sat up on the bed. He thought with a serious expression that he had learned some valuable lessons from the fight with Namun. Soo-won commanded the system to open the store. He knew the problem was stamina. Ash Blood was a powerful recovery skill, but it was very effective. Only when he had something left in the tank. It wouldn't activate if his stamina hit 0. Soo-won looked forward with determination, thinking it was time to get a new skill, one that would let him instantly recover his stamina. He moved his finger across the system window. All the skills looked good. The best way to overcome doubt when buying is to simply get everything available. The system window announced that Soo-won had purchased the automatic stamina recovery skill. Description:
Automatically restores 0.7% of total health points.
Every 180 seconds. 15,000 points were debited from his account. The protagonist then purchased the Moonlight Absorption skill. Description: when exposed to moonlight, the basic ability to restore health points increases by 100%. 10,000 points vanished. With his points spent, San acquired the Sunlight Absorption skill. Whenever he was bathed in sunlight, his natural health recovery would surge by 100%. 10,000 points vanished from his account. Next, the protagonist claimed the Overgrowth skill, boosting all stamina recovery by a massive 70%. Another 20,000 points were consumed. Finally, San purchased the Blood Call skill. By absorbing the blood of creatures he personally defeated, his physical strength and vitality would be massively restored.
20,000 more points disappeared. A confident smile spread across his face. He had finally amassed enough power.
He had all the skills he needed. Just then, the system window chimed. The power of skill synthesis had been activated. San could now browse his skills and choose which ones to fuse into something greater. He decided to start by combining the most compatible abilities. The system flashed. Sunlight Absorption and Moonlight Absorption were selected for synthesis. The fusion was complete. A new skill, photosynthesis, was born. Its effect was incredible. Under moonlight or sunlight, his basic health regeneration skyrocketed by 200%. He could even absorb mana from the light itself. A grin touched his lips. This was perfect. Not only had the rank increased, but the strengths of both skills were woven together seamlessly. Now, to add Blood Call into the mix for the ultimate effect, the system window glowed once more.
Photosynthesis and Blood Call began to merge. The synthesis finished, creating the Blood Contract skill.
Its effect allowed him to extract vitality, stamina, and mana from a creature's blood. But it only worked on enemies he killed directly. San's eyes widened in shock. It was a failure. The rank hadn't increased, and the amazing benefits of photosynthesis were completely gone. Undeterred, the system window appeared again.
He had purchased the Blood Call skill once more. 20,000 points vanished in an instant. With a serious expression, the protagonist tapped the screen. "One more try," he declared. "This is the last one."
His plan was simple: combine the failed blood contract with a fresh blood call. The system window began to glow intensely. The synthesis was complete. A brilliant light erupted, revealing a new skill. Bloodseeker. San stared in awe. A B-rank skill, he whispered in disbelief. The system laid out its incredible power. Bloodseeker's basic effect allowed him to drain life force, stamina, and mana from blood, granting him terrifying blood manipulation abilities. But the additional effect was game-changing. Any blood that left his body would automatically restore itself over time. He wondered aloud, could he really drain life force and even command blood itself now? There was only one way to find out. San drew his blade, slicing his palm without hesitation. He calmly raised his hand, watching the blood rise.
A wicked smile formed. He could control it. He effortlessly molded the blood into a sword, then a sphere.
I can create any shape I want, he realized. He raised a finger, and a crimson orb floated above it. He focused, drawing the blood out with a smile. It was now possible to call his blood forth, without even needing to cut himself. Though for a large amount, a wound would still be necessary. The protagonist grinned. This power would be incredibly useful. Now, only one task remained: to refine the Eye of Truth. The system announced the synthesis was complete. A new skill, the Fire Dragon's Eye, had been created. Its rank was A+. Its power was divine. The might of a fire dragon now resided in his eyes, letting him perceive the unseen. As a bonus, he could now read information about objects,
and even detect when another person was lying. The Fire Dragon's Eye activated. New information flooded his vision. Old Vampire Tailcoat consumes stamina or blood to temporarily manifest a blood shield. Speed boots. When filled with mana, the acceleration period will be increased. The protagonist's eyes glowed with power.
These were details he'd never seen before. He quickly turned his gaze to his sword, a new sense of wonder filling him. The system flashed, bloody sky demon blade. When the wielder, who has mastered the flamesword stage,
unleashes its exclusive blood energy effect to the absolute maximum, the blade's true power will finally be unlocked.
Sawan was stunned. The flamesword. That was the very technique Namunhuk used to annihilate the entire Shinjuku district. So only a master of that caliber could awaken this blade's hidden potential. He had always thought it was just a pretty good sword, never imagining such an earth-shattering power slept within it. Sawan's finger decisively tapped the air. With this new arsenal, he was ready. It was time to continue his conquest of the tower.
A system window announced his arrival. You have entered the 11th floor of the Tower of Trials High Difficulty. The theme is
a test of mentality, with a time limit of 7 days. The condition for success is to break through all 7 gates within the allotted time. The condition for failure is the death of the applicant, or the expiration of the time limit. The reward for a successful breakthrough is an ancient testing mirror, and the
penalty for failure is death. Siyun's expression was grim as he was transported to the 11th floor where a priest
named Johan greeted him in the Temple of Trials. Siyun asked in surprise. This is the Temple of Trials. The priest just smirked, crossing his arms. From this moment on, you will face the trials, given by the God of Trials. These tests will continue until your death. Since you, a simple adventurer, decided to walk this path, you will have to bear the full consequences of your choice. Standing in the temple's gloom, Siyun asked, "What must I do to pass the first gate?" Johan scoffed. "Do you truly not know the rules of the trials of the 7 supreme gods of Ares?" Our protagonist confirmed his words, and
a thought sparked in his mind. This must be the same dimension Ares from which the Black Knight came, invading his trial on the Kochuntin
5th floor. The priest's expression turned cold. "I have no idea how an ignorant fool like you made it this far. Nothing to be done now. I suppose I must explain. The trials in this temple are simple. We test the body first, and at the very end, we reach the most difficult of all the mentality test. Passing through the gates is straightforward. In each trial room, Siyun, a high priest will be waiting for you. You must convince them, or kill them. All you need to do is go to the next room." Siyun's gaze hardened. "So, I just need to break through, no matter the problem?" Johan smirked. "I've given you enough information. I'm sure a clever boy like you can draw his own conclusions." He launched himself from the ground. "Now then, let the first trial begin."
With a severe expression, Johan shot forward at incredible speed. The priest lunged, aiming a fist straight for Siyun.
The protagonist thought, this level of power, it's more than enough to belong to a true contender. As a pioneer who had conquered the most difficult trials, Salmon moved without hesitation, drawing a drop of blood from his finger. The system-confirmed Bloodseeker skill activated. He confidently pointed his finger and flicked his blood forward. The priest was sent flying, disbelief etched on his face from the impact. Salmon looked down at the fallen Johan, thinking to himself that this was a truly powerful skill. He even thanked the priest for the crucial information. A system window appeared. The spirit of Johan has been absorbed. Skill proficiency increased by 5.8%. Watching from their realms, the constellations were in an uproar. The priest of the 7 gods was stunned by Salmon's outrageous behavior. In contrast, the Godslayer swordsman gave a nod of approval at the protagonist's ruthless efficiency. The hero of the ruined world looked on, praising him for delivering such an interesting spectacle. The Seeker of Divinity, however, simply stated that there was nothing to worry about. Salmon was performing perfectly, but the protagonist's expression grew serious. He had to remember the names of these administrators. He knew he'd caught their attention because this trial was directly connected to a god. Another message popped up. The Steel Bloodlord is surprised by your actions, and the White Crane Sword was annoyed that the protagonist had entered the test without a word. Salmon looked at the system window and scoffed. It wasn't like he even knew how to contact them. After a moment, he knelt beside Johan's body. He picked up a mirror, realizing it was an item. The system notified him that the priest of the 7 gods was watching his every move. The hero of the ruined world admired his boundless greed. The Godslayer swordsman nodded as if he understood completely.
Fire Dragon's Eye skill activated. Salmon's vision shifted, peering through the item's secrets. The system revealed it was the divine mirror
of the high priest, a sacred object Johan had imbued with divinity every single day. The user could
harness this divinity to create a divine shield, but only once. However, creating it would severely shake the user's mentality. Salmon thought
that the basic information ended there. But then, a hidden phrase appeared, visible only through the fire dragon's eye. The system explained that the divine power of the god of verification, contained within the mirror, might motivate the user to prove their destiny. Salmon stared at the mirror in shock. Motivate the user to prove their destiny. What in the world does that mean? He decided for now, it was best to think of it as a simple one-time protective barrier. He moved on, placing his hand on the next door, hoping to find more treasures like this. But as he pushed it open, he froze. A figure was waiting inside. Priestess Jane spoke, her voice echoing from her throne. "I never expected an adventurer, whose name I don't even know, would reach this place so quickly." The priestess smiled, placing a hand on her leg. "It seems Johan's days have finally come to an end." Salmon stared back, unfazed. "Are you the priestess in charge of the second trial?" Jane's smile widened. "I am," she confirmed confidently. Placing her hands on the armrests, she added, I'm in charge of the second test. Then, with incredible force, she hurled the entire throne forward. It's a pleasure to meet you, she purred. With a serious look, the protagonist caught the chair with a single hand. So you're resorting to violence already. I see this really as a trial of the body. Jane dashed forward in a blur, leaping into the air. You're a sharp one, she cried, smiling as she brought her mana-cloaked sword down. Saemon instantly dodged the devastating blow. He recognized that energy. It was just like his own. A system window flashed, the power of the Chi sword, Master and the Lightning sword. Chai has been activated. The protagonist quickly raised his hands to his sides, blasting a beam of his own mana forward. Jane's confident expression shattered, replaced by pure astonishment. She slammed her aura-wreathed sword down, bracing herself. How is it possible? She gasped. For an ordinary adventurer to wield a complete aura. Saemon raised his own glowing sword and stared her down. If a priestess like you is able to use it, then what's stopping me from doing the same? Jane retorted that this was divine power, granted by the god of verification, a sacred power that only priests were meant to wield. She breathed heavily, trying to compose herself. I was just a little surprised that a man with no hint of divine power could possess such a powerful sword technique. Jane stood tall, her hand glowing with healing mana. Saemon realized that first strike was meant to kill. After all, divine power is said to always reach its target. The priestess charged toward him, stretching, her hand forward. The protagonist met her head-on, his sword clashing with her mana-shrouded weapon as he quickly raised his blade. He sheathed his sword, recalling the first priest's words. To pass through this gate, killing the guardian wasn't necessary. He asked if his performance was convincing. The priestess simply smiled.
I'm not so sure, she mused. Perhaps. If you carry yourself with the authority of a god.
San felt the power in his veins. How many more gates are left? A dangerous glint appeared in Jane's eyes. The more you speak, the more arrogant you sound. He was far too calm, too confident for her liking. Do you truly believe you've already won? In a flash, she lunged, her sword blazing to life. Mana exploded around her blade. You can ask your questions after you've earned the right. But Saon remained perfectly still. His expression was unreadable. A system window flashed. The instant acceleration skill activated. Her blade, glowing with a pink aura, was flung aside. In the next moment, he had her pinned. With her back against the wall, he simply said, I win. Her eyes burned with pure fury. Impossible. How did you do that? Gripping her wrists, San demanded. A promise is a promise. Now tell me. Everything about this trial. A blush crept up her face. Are you planning to take the information by force? A system window appeared. The hero of the destroyed world waits patiently for her reply. The Lord of Steel Blood watches him with narrowed eyes. The White Crane Sword is concerned by the sudden question.
San scoffed.
That's not my style.
The priestess suddenly laughed, her tension breaking. What a complete relief. The system chimed again. The Lord of Steel Blood completely agrees with the priestess.
The White Crane Sword expresses its unwavering trust. The Seeker of Divinity observes his choice with keen interest. San's gaze hardened. Would anyone, after coming this far, truly resort to that? Jane raised an eyebrow. You really think so? You're quite naive for an adventurer. But a promise is a promise. I will tell you.
There are 2 more trials of the body remaining. The trial of faith begins and ends at the 6th gate.
Saon processed this. So the trial of the mind is only at the 7th gate. Jane's expression became grim. Yes, and before you challenge it, I advise you to reconsider. Because no one has ever cleared the 7th gate. A chilling smile spread across her face. Everyone who has ever entered either lost their minds or died screaming in agony. Another notification. The Eye of the Fire Dragon confirms she is telling the absolute truth. Jane smirked. And now, my end has come, as a final word. I must admit, that was the most fun I've had in ages. San spoke calmly. If there's a way to pass without killing you, then tell me. Jane's expression was final. With your current power, it is impossible. Aren't you afraid to die? He asked. A horrifying grin stretched across her face. Not at all. Death only brings me closer to my god. In one swift motion, San's blade moved. It pierced through her. The longer I delay, the harder this becomes, he thought. A system window appeared. He had absorbed Priestess Jane's spirit. His skill had increased by 88.8%. Shrouded in the lingering soul energy, Seon pressed onward, his heart heavy. Sometime later, he reached the next chamber. Inside stood Rillian, the next priest.
With a stern gaze, he raised his sword, pointing it forward.
I am the blade of the god of verification, and I shall now test your martial prowess. Prove to me that you are worthy of advancing. In an instant, Rillian's blade ignited. A brilliant aura of flame erupted around it. Saon's eyes narrowed. That intense fire. It's unstable, but that's unmistakably a flame sword. To face a flame sword on only the third trial. This is serious. He would have to put his life on the line. Their blades clashed in a blinding explosion of mana. The entire room lit up. As Saon slid back, a thought struck him. Something was terribly wrong. It wasn't just the priest's physical stats. The raw power flowing from that sword was clearly inferior to his own. So why was his own chi energy being completely overwhelmed? He recalled how Manhwa had used the flame sword before. Back then, Saon assumed it was simply a high-level sword skill. He figured it was because that monster, Manhwa, was just overwhelmingly strong. But maybe the flame sword wasn't merely a skill. His expression hardened with realization. A wave of energy from Rillian's blade slammed into his own.
Saon's aura shattered on impact, just as he suspected. No matter how hard he attacked, only his own chi was being destroyed. The priest channeled his furious energy, slamming his blade down with earth-shattering force.
The very floor cracked and splintered. He raised his sword, his expression grim, and declared that no matter how powerful the protagonist Samoon had become, he could never shatter that sacred blade. Only one who could master the unseen
could ever hope to break it. Saemon noted that while the priest was weaker, that flaming sword was a different story.
He tilted his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face, and remarked that it was like someone who studied less than him but somehow managed to pass with a much higher score. He gripped his own aura-wreathed blade, his mind racing.
So, Rillian was saying he had to handle something invisible to the eye. In that case, the protagonist would absolutely shatter that sword. He surged forward, his determination hardening his face, clenching his fist. His aura and the opponent's fiery blade clashed in a brilliant explosion. Saemon's only thought, I will break him. Rillian carved through his energy, shouting that only those who master the invisible can forge a blade that pierces all of creation. The protagonist unleashed a storm of strikes, his will screaming, I will break it. As the priest parried the blows, he revealed that this is how a magical blade, an aura with absolute power, is finally born. Saemon's resolve solidified. He gripped his hilt, raising the sword for the final blow. In a flash, his blade found its mark, piercing straight through the priest's body. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable. This, he thought, was the true difference between his unleashed chi energy and the flame sword. The principle of the flame sword was simple willpower, so dense it manifested as pure physical strength. Saemon remained calm, his own blade pulsing with immense mana. But Rillian, smiling, put his hand under, the blood flowing from his mouth. He looked up with pure joy, proclaiming this was not the imperfect flame sword borrowed from a god, but the real thing. You actually did it. Saemon was baffled. Was he genuinely happy in this moment? The priest cared more for another's triumph than his own death. It seemed he had a mission of his own, but the protagonist couldn't tell if it was unwavering faith or pure madness. Rillian, stretching out a trembling hand, shouted that Saemun had grasped its entire essence. This realization made his heart quake with pure bliss. The protagonist had passed the trial of his martial path. The priest, smiling through tears, lowered his head and told Saemon to continue moving forward with that same spirit. With a hardened gaze, the protagonist knew. With a single, clean strike, he severed Rillian's head, promising the priest a painless end. A system window appeared. He had absorbed Priest Rillian's spirit, increasing his mastery by 14%. The main character's gaze hardened as the priest's soul was devoured. The system announced that his unique characteristic, necromancy, had reached 100%. The characteristic's rank was leveling up. Sanyan's mind reeled. Necromancy was already rank B. He stared forward, wondering what incredible new ability would be added to his arsenal. This time, a notification flashed. An additional effect had been unlocked for absorbing the souls of stronger opponents. Once the assessment was complete, Sanyan would gain the ability of power extraction. He was stunned. The power to literally steal an enemy's abilities. Every time necromancy leveled up, it exceeded all expectations. And this was just rank B. What unimaginable possibilities awaited him at the higher tiers? Sanyan burned with curiosity for what rank A and S would bring. Looking at his status, he realized even his base stats were nearing triple-digit numbers. Back when he was just a trainee dreaming of becoming a hunter, such figures felt like an impossible summit. The system confirmed it by absorbing the priest's spirit. His stats had surged. Strength increased by 8, agility by 6, endurance by 7, mana by 8, and stamina by 9. But that wasn't all. One of Rillian's own skills had been absorbed. Sanyan had acquired indomitable will.
It was a skill symbolizing those who challenged the impossible, who never surrendered to despair. Its main effect when facing a superior opponent, the user's physical abilities and concentration would be massively amplified. As an added bonus, activating the skill made it easier to achieve enlightenment and strengthened his mental defenses. Sometime later, the protagonist strode down the corridor. He placed a hand on the next door, his expression grim, and pushed it open. Sanyan's eyes swept across the vast chamber. With a stern gaze, he thought, "Is there really no one here? I see Rillian has departed from this world." From the ceiling, Kiran, an apostle candidate serving the god of verification, descended on powerful wings. Landing softly behind the main character, he looked down, his face a mask of disappointment. This situation, he mused, is not unfolding as I had foreseen. The system flared with warnings. The Godslayer swordsman urged Sanyan to be on his guard. The hero of the destroyed world cautioned him not to be arrogant. A true enemy had finally shown himself. The White Crane Sword noted that this priest's energy manipulation was the real deal, and the Lord of Steelblood roared with admiration for the sheer power radiating from the apostle. Sanyan instantly moved, swinging his sword in a wide arc. Kiran, now on the floor, simply balanced on one leg. "It seems you have no desire to waste time on conversation." Kiran's voice was cold. "Very well. Let the test of the fourth gate commence." Smoke billowed at his feet as Kiran's wings flared. "I am Kiran," he declared, his voice echoing with divine authority. "By the law of verification, I will now begin the examination of your vessel." A stark warning flashed in the system. A powerful opponent has been encountered. The user will face an extremely difficult battle. The indomitable will skill immediately activated. Sanyan stared forward in shock. This was an energy of overwhelming might. It couldn't even be compared to the priests he had fought before. Kiran raised a hand, summoning a shard of pure light. With a severe expression, he held out the shard as it pulsed with blinding energy. The priest then unleashed a devastating attack. A beam of light sliced through the air. Sanyan instantly threw himself aside, narrowly avoiding the blast. But the beam ricocheted off a mirrored surface on the ceiling, flying straight back toward the protagonist. A system window flashed. The Fire Dragon's Eye skill has been activated. Sanyan gritted his teeth, parrying the reflected beam with an energy-infused strike. He thought grimly that these beams, bouncing off mirrors from every angle, were going to be a serious problem. Cloaking himself in mana, the protagonist launched himself toward the priest. He had to attack before Kiran could pin him down endlessly. Sanyan swung his sword with deadly intent, but the priest simply flapped his wings. A powerful gust of wind cut through the air, blowing the protagonist back. Kiran raised the glowing shard to his side. With a grave expression, he unleashed a powerful slash at Sanyun, a trail of light burning in its wake. The protagonist blocked the blow, sparks flying from his sword. He realized in that moment, it felt like he was facing a sword made of pure flame. The priest beat his wings again, soaring effortlessly into the air. Sanyan's expression tightened. This must be his guaranteed win strategy. Kiran attacks from a distance with a beam. Even if the enemy dodges, the mirrors installed everywhere reflect the attack. They target the enemy's blind spots. Then, in close combat, the priest uses his wings to create distance and defend. A sharp gust of wind to throw his foe off balance, allowing Kyan to counter with a blazing sword. The main character ducked under the searing beam, thinking, "What kind of dirty trick is this?" Kiran flapped his wings, whipping up a gale that blew Seon back, but he confidently parried the fiery assault, thinking that while the strategy was simple, dealing with the mirrors would be a nightmare. If they broke, the fragments would scatter that beam into 1,000 pieces, making it impossible to dodge. A system window appears. The administrator, Sky King, is starting to question the difficulty. Level of the 11th floor trial. The priest of repentance wonders if these are truly just apostle candidates. The Black Devil coldly wonders how Sion will meet his end. The main character scoffs. Are they really asking how I'm going to die? The system alerts him that the Steelblood Lord sees the candidate as a mere insect, wasting his precious time. But the eyes of the White Crane Sword administrator glow with anticipation. Siyun gripped his sword, energy coiling around it, realizing that the administrators didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Kiran held up a second shard, declaring, "This time, it won't be so easy. You'll have to try much harder." Several beams of light shot towards the priest, and he deflected them in an instant. The reflected rays shot directly toward the main character on the floor below. A massive explosion rocked the chamber, illuminating the entire space and shattering the ground into rubble. The system announces that charging is complete. The counterattack shield skill has reached its maximum damage, absorption limit. Sion stood firm, his shield raised, completely unharmed by the blast. With a grim look, he unleashed its power. The system announced, counterattack shield will now instantly release all accumulated damage. A colossal pink beam erupted from the shield, piercing straight through Kiran's body. The priest stared in terror, blood spilling from his lips. He gritted his teeth and shouted, What is this incredible power? There were no traces of mana training on him. Could he be using the power of a god? Siyun looked on, surprised, and replied that he knew nothing about the power of a god.
Kieran, gravely wounded, declared that the main character did not flee
The battlefield, and he did not lose the fight. Therefore, according to the law of this trial,
I declare that all physical verifications have been completed, as the priest fell from the sky.
blood pouring from his wound, he conceded that Siyun had passed the test. A system window notified him that he had absorbed the spirit of Priest Kieran, increasing his mastery by 88.8%. When absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, a power extraction evaluation is performed. The evaluation was a success. The spirit's power was confirmed, extracted, and engraved upon the main character's very soul. Samun stared in awe at the magic circle that appeared before him. He looked down, realizing that this must be the power the priests used in place of mana. He felt a new energy seeping into his heart, but it wasn't circulating at all. Siyun clutched his chest and realized that the methods for controlling divine power and mana were completely different. The system notified him that the White Crane Sword Administrator is asking why the divine power has entered his Chai energy core. The Steel Blood Lord is baffled, sensing no trace of a god in this power flowing through his heart. The main character, shrouded in an aura, wondered if possessing divine power was truly such a big deal. The system
Announced that absorbing Priest Kieran's spirit had increased his stats strengths
up by 4, agility by 3, endurance by 3, mana by 4, and tenacity by 5. A short while later, the doors to the next chamber opened. Priest Henner stood waiting, saying that the main character is someone possessed by the madness of martial arts. Siyun looked at him, asking what he meant. The priest calmly replied, "This is about victory. Is it not your goal to grow endlessly? To become the absolute strongest?" Siyun thought with a serious look. It was true he wanted to become stronger by continuing to grow. But wasn't Henner exaggerating by saying he wanted to become the strongest? In a flash, the priest appeared right behind him, whispering, "I am not exaggerating. I am simply voicing the conclusion. You will eventually reach..." The main character spun around, his expression grim. He swung his sword with all his might. With no intent to attack, Henner simply stated there was no need for such anger, leaping down gracefully. "This gate," he explained, "doesn't test the body, but the strength of one's faith." Reacting in a flash, the protagonist
swung his sword. Stunned, the priest's movements were impossibly fast. Yoon, his face etched with
alarm, sensed the presence of several priests. Had they read his very thoughts? He gritted his teeth, glaring at the force that seized his arms, his strength draining away as if stolen. In the crushing darkness, countless shadowy hands swarmed over him. Yoon stared, his mouth agape, at the giant face before him. Shackled by the spectral hands, the main character was completely consumed by the monstrous entity's mouth. Without opening his eyes, Henner murmured, "Ah, so this is the taste of his will." Siyun, bewildered, suddenly found himself back in the room. The priest looked at him and announced that the main character had passed. Stunned, Siyun looked back at him.
"What are you talking about?" he demanded. The priest simply stated the fifth gate had been conquered.
The main character could now proceed to the next trial. Siyun demanded to know how that was even possible. Henner explained that the fifth gate begins with contemplating one's mental images. In other words, only those with an unshakable will are granted the right to gaze into their own inner world. The priest stared ahead with a grave expression. He continued, saying he sensed that unbreakable will within the main character, a fierce will to kill anyone in order to grow stronger. Henner raised a hand, a sound of sheer pleasure escaping his lips, confessing he felt that same powerful urge, the desire to kill, to become infinitely stronger. All of it was buried deep within Siyun's consciousness. "If you truly wish to kill this old man," he challenged, "then you must do it quickly. Fortunately, I will
find solace in the embrace of my god, before my mind completely fades away."
But the protagonist flatly refused. "I won't do it." Henner's eyes narrowed. "And why not?" Siyun calmly looked away.
"You already said the trial was over," he replied. "There's no point in killing someone for no reason. Why ask something so obvious?" Henner's expression was unreadable. That is, an unexpected answer.
The priest mused that Siyun likely would have succeeded even if he'd faced the official trial of the fifth gate. "Let me be clear," Henner repeated. "You have already passed." He smiled, placing a hand on Siyun's shoulder. "Move on," he urged, wishing him success in conquering the remaining stages. Siyun walked down the corridor, sword in hand. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in shock at what lay ahead. The main character found himself in a vast, dark space. He realized the mirror's surface had been swallowed by darkness.
throwing him into a void where no light existed. A silken voice whispered right beside his ear. "Greetings, Seon." It was the priestess Eileen, servant to the god of testing. The protagonist spun instantly, his blade carving a trail of energy through the void as he took a defensive stance. "So it's happening again," he thought grimly. Eileen confirmed his fears. "That's right. You are already in the world of mental images." Seon clenched his jaw. Everything was just as he'd feared. The priestess explained that the priest Henner had planted a seed within him, allowing him to enter this world of the mind. Seon scratched his head, recalling their encounter. "Are you really talking about that crazy old man?" he muttered. Suddenly, ethereal threads bound him tight. Eileen placed a hand on the bindings and confirmed he was right. But he shouldn't worry. With a sly smile, she purred. "After all, I'll take very good care of your physical body." His face tensed. Her words did the exact opposite of reassuring him. A cold blade suddenly pressed against his throat. Why are humans so cruel?" she whispered. "Such a rude thing to say to a lady. If I wanted to, your neck would be pierced through. Would that satisfy you?" Taken aback, he shifted his gaze. "Could you perhaps tell me how I'm supposed to pass this trial of faith?" Eileen laughed, her smile widening. "Oh, look how polite you've suddenly become. Of course, I'll explain everything." The space they were in was his own mental world. To pass, Seon simply needed to be able to see it. Once he completed that task, the sixth gate would be conquered. The protagonist was confused. What does it mean to be able to see my own world of mental images? Eileen explained that a person's inner world is built from their deepest beliefs. It is shaped and created based on those convictions. However, no one is actually able to see this process. The world of the mind is much like closing your eyes. You see nothing but a solid black curtain. The protagonist, eyes shut in the endless dark, had a realization. Does she mean I have to be able to see the true essence of this darkness itself? A devious grin spread across Eileen's face as she looked down. "That's right." The priestess then announced the beginning of the sixth trial. Seon plunged through the illusionary ocean, crashing onto the seabed. His lips were clenched in pain. The priestess leaned in close to his face. "Surprised, are you?" she taunted. "After all, this pain feels completely real." He had to find a way out of this, and fast. In the worst-case scenario, the main character could actually drown here, without a single drop of real water. A system window suddenly appeared. The power of serene mind has been activated. Eileen stared in shock at the light emanating from Seon. "What is this power?" she exclaimed. The system explained serene mind prevented him from losing his composure. As a result, the restriction of the mental world was weakening. Seon puffed out his cheeks, a sense of relief washing over him. This was so much better. As long as he didn't panic, he could hold his breath for far longer. But more importantly, for just a moment, Seon felt a faint tingling in his fingertips. He looked at his hand, clenching it with newfound confidence. "Your willpower is astonishing," Eileen admitted. "I never imagined you could break free from the mental shackles, let alone actually move your body." The priestess placed a hand on her chest. "He's protecting himself, even on an unconscious level," she declared. "Just what kind of monster is this man?" Her eyes darted toward the protagonist, who was now smiling as he swung his sword. Eileen decided she'd keep it a secret that his sudden movements almost got her killed. Seon focused on his hand, a look of determination on his face. It felt good. He was slowly but surely regaining the feeling in his body. The priestess smirked. "Now, what's this? In a mental world, you shouldn't be able to feel a thing." How did he regain complete control of his body? In just 2 hours, Seon stared back, bewildered. 2 hours? It's only been a minute, since I got here. Eileen explained that time flows much faster in the real world. A chill ran down his spine. This was incredibly dangerous. If he spent too much of the allotted 7 days inside this sixth gate, he would fail the trial and die. Seon had to conquer this mental world, and fast. He could feel his body again thanks to the power of serene mind. That meant he could probably use his other skills too. A system window flared to life. Skill Fire Dragon's Eye has been activated. His entire body was instantly enveloped in brilliant red mana, illuminating the dark water around him. Seon's eyes widened. "I can see everything." He looked in astonishment at the crimson streams rising around him. Should he call this place a sea of blood? The priestess clutched her head, her face a mask of disbelief. "This can't be. How is this even possible? Why has his mental world opened up?" Eileen stared, dumbfounded, at the wings that had just sprouted from Seon's back. She collapsed to the floor with a nervous smile.
Are you even human? Why do you have wings of steel, eh? System notification. The power of steel wings has been activated. With a surge of confidence, he launched himself forward. A brilliant beam of light
tore through the streams of water he left behind. This was his mental world, revealed by the fire dragon's eye.
He had no idea what it all meant, but the entire landscape felt ominous and deeply unsettling. Hovering in the air, he saw countless blades pointing up towards the sky. His eyes darted to the side, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the mana-infused blade in his hand. The protagonist touched down on the ground, the impact shattering the floor beneath him. He stared forward with unwavering resolve.
Back in his real body, Siyun instantly sat up. Was all of that my own creation? Eileen stumbled backward, shouting, "Why does my world look like this?" A system window appeared. The administrator, White Crane Sword, is glad
that you have awakened. The Steel Bloodlord sighs in relief. The constellations were buzzing. The hero of a ruined world is puzzled. You woke up so quickly. The main character looked at his hands, in disbelief. Does this mean I passed the test of faith, but what did any of that have to do with faith? The priestess gave him a knowing look. The test of faith is a path to recognizing oneself. Siyun was confused. The path of self-recognition. It's strange, isn't it? Eileen said. Most people don't even understand what they truly believe in. They never stop to think about the core of their own convictions. The purpose of this gate, she continued, was for you to confront the mental world created by your own beliefs, thoughts, and actions. Only by overcoming his past weaknesses could Siyun become truly strong. Humanity, that was what she saw in his mind. So simple, so pure. But to hold on to such simple desires, to remain true to them, that was another challenge entirely. The priestess wished him luck as Su-un threw open the doors to the next chamber. A system window announced his arrival. He had reached the 7th gate. He moved along a narrow path suspended in a dark sky, surrounded by flying stones and crackling lightning. Su-un watched in awe. The system declared the god of verification is watching you.
A colossal eye, shrouded in thunder, stared down from the heavens. He recalled the priestess's warning no one had ever passed the 7th gate.
The immense pressure slammed him to his knees, his hand hitting the ground as dark smoke billowed up. The system's voice was cold. The gaze of the god of verification is fixed upon the challenger. Su-un, tense and looking down, he exhaled a cloud of vapor. Sweat beaded on his face as he felt an overwhelming sleepiness. It was a primal defense mechanism, the body shutting down when faced with an insurmountable force. Fear paralyzed him, his body refusing to move. He thought, I just appeared, and that is a god. He clenched his teeth, his voice a defiant roar. Never again will I stand helplessly and watch myself be destroyed. Su-un remembered his past. Cowering on the floor, hands over his ears, a broken photo frame lay shattered before him. Snapping back to the present, he raised his sword. Without hesitation, he plunged the tip of the blade deep into his own palm. A new notification appeared. The skill Ash and Blood has been activated. All pain is reduced by 17%. With a terrifying look in his eyes, his aura blazing, he let out a guttural roar. He ripped the sword from his hand, his resolve hardening. I will survive. I will break through any trial that comes my way. Su-un shot to his feet, healing the wound on his hand. He was certain this was the very principle the training ground was built on. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. He didn't know if he could even scratch that massive pupil, but if there was even the slightest chance to get 1 centimeter closer, then the blow would be dealt with a terrifying battle cry. Su-un launched himself forward. His sword, now shrouded in powerful energy, flew at immense speed. He swung with all his might, unleashing a powerful torrent of energy. The eye in the storm simply watched it approach. Before the energy could even connect, it instantly dissipated. Su-un looked up, exhausted. Was that just its gaze? The system chimed. The god of verification values the challenger's spirit. The god's voice boomed. It has been a long time since I have seen a challenger with such high spiritual power. Prove yourself. Looking into his confident eyes, the god seemed to remember the existence of the challenger, Su-un. The protagonist looked back, bewildered. What is it talking about? The system announced the verdict. The god of verification announces the beginning of the trial of the 7th gate. Now, on one knee, Su-un noticed the god's presence was gone. He looked down in fear. Do gods really exist? In place of the eye, a mirror covered in branches and light had appeared. The main character looked at the mirror and asked, Is this it? The system instructed him to establish contact with his future self. And begin synchronization. Su-un reached out, his finger touching his reflection. He watched in surprise as a bright light erupted from the point of contact. The system announced a mentality test was beginning. The assimilation speed with his mirrored self began to increase. Suddenly, he was falling into a massive, dark mouth. A notification appeared. Candidate Song Soo-eun will now undergo the most suitable test. For his mentality, he needed to prove that his beliefs would not change in the future. Soo-eun looked around in shock. A moment later, he fell from a glowing hole in a ceiling, landing hard in a room. Jo-han, sitting on the floor, asked where they were. The main character looked at him in surprise, hovering in the air. Is this the priest from the first gate? With tears in his eyes, Johan asked where his mirror was.
A bright light from a window draws Soo-eun's gaze forward. He quickly turned back, but the window was already disappearing.
Instantly, he found himself in a crowded city. He thought, is this Christmas? This place looked exactly like South Korea. And there, watching him from the future, was himself, the one he had seen before. What is this? The main character stared in disbelief at his own reflection, standing in a corner, slicing its hand with a sword. Seo-jun could only wonder in horror. What was his other self about to do all around them? Figures covered in blood collapsed, screaming in agony.
What kind of monster has he become, he thought, his anger flaring. Suddenly, a system window flashed into existence.
Assimilation rate with the mirrored self has been forcibly increased to 10%. The protagonist gritted his teeth, his body surging with mana. It felt as if his chest was being ripped open, as if someone were tearing away pieces of his very soul. In this terrible storm of guilt and rage, his future self placed a hand on his shoulder. With a terrifying glare, he asked, "Was it you who took my mirror?" A crushing force then gripped the main character's head. The pain was blinding. Seo-jun, head throbbing, gritted his teeth and looked forward. Another system window appeared. From this moment, all skills and powers that interfere with the applicant's spirit will be sealed. In a flash, his future self sword swung, taking a priest's head clean off. "This is my mirror," he declared. Seo-jun clutched his head, realizing this was a curse. In a mentality check, a trial where mental defense is key, his ultimate skill, serene mind, was now blocked. He quickly glanced towards a rising stream of souls. The future Seo-jun looked at the souls in his hand with a twisted smile. "If I'd known about this," he proclaimed, "I would have crossed this line from the very beginning." The system's cold text appeared once more. Assimilation rate has been forcibly increased to 20% due to the unbearable psychological shock. The challenger is now afflicted with an abnormal status chi intoxication. The protagonist buckled over with a terrifying look. He coughed up blood, his mind racing as he tried to understand what was happening. How did everything go so wrong, he wondered. As his future self watched, he couldn't grasp why he was committing such horrific acts. True, he craved power, but he would never, ever go this far. The system window explained the dire situation. You are under the effect of the abnormal status chi intoxication. If you fail to remove it, your magic chain skill mastery will drop to a maximum of 10%. Your magic circuit skill mastery will decrease by 0.3%, 0.7%, and 0.4%. Seo-jun cried out, clutching the blinding light erupting from his chest. His magic circuit was being pushed to its absolute breaking point. In the next instant, the protagonist found himself in a completely new location, staring at his future self once again. Is this the world of Mirm? He wondered. His future self, sword in hand, approached a group of warriors. "Bring me the head of the Mirm Union, now!" He spoke with chilling calm. "Do that, and I might spare the lives of those who remain." Just then, Jin Hanan, the head of the Mirm Union, strode forward. "I've heard rumors of a monster called the Sword Ghosts. Who has appeared in Mirm? Seeing you now," the leader said. "I can see you've more than earned that name. I am Jin Hanan." He introduced himself with a serious look. "And who might you be, the future Seo-jun?" His eyes glowing with a dark aura, charged forward without a word. The leader raised 2 fingers, preparing to counter. They soared into the air. Their battle erupted, raising clouds of dust and smoke around them. When the chaos finally cleared, the future Seo-jun stood among a field of corpses, kneeling. Jin Hanan was speechless. "You killed all of them. Every single member of the Union, after you promised to spare them. Have you no shame at all?"
The protagonist's future self just scoffed. Shame, not in the slightest. These freaks are just combat resources.
"That keep me from getting tired. They have no other value." With that, Seo-jun stepped forward and struck the leader's head. Severing it with a single swing, the system window chimed in once again. Assimilation rate with the mirrored self has been forcibly increased to 30%. The protagonist threw his head back, coughing violently as blood sprayed from his mouth. He realized that as the scenes inside the mirror kept changing, his future self was becoming infinitely stronger.
He had destroyed thousands of enemies, transforming into a true monster imbued with sheer terror.
A creature that sought only growth, a beast that could never lose. The system message appeared again, assimilation rate with the mirrored self. He has been forcibly increased to 40%. Seojun screamed, his body writhing in overwhelming pain. The relentless system continued. Assimilation rate with the mirrored self has been forcibly increased to 50%. The protagonist knew that if this kept going, he would be lost forever. But then, a twisted smile formed on his face, tears streaming from his eyes. "What is this feeling?" he gasped, his thoughts hazy. "This can't be pleasure, can it? What a sick joke." Sometime later, lightning split the dark sky, illuminating a massive tower. The future Seojun kicked down the door with thunderous force, casting it aside with brutal force. His gaze snapped upward, his voice laced with contempt. "After committing such atrocities, do you truly believe you'll face no consequences?" Siyun stood drenched in the rain, clutching Yoongun-mo's lifeless body. Hyun stared in devastation, asking why. With tears carving paths down her cheeks, she screamed, "Why? Why do you kill innocent people just to become stronger?" Siyun's gaze went distant, his tone cold. Why ask the obvious? He callously let Yoongun's body drop into a puddle. A chilling smile twisted the main character's lips. "I kill them," he declared, "because they are nothing but fuel for my growth." Sunan stepped forward, his sword crackling. Lightning enveloped his blade as he asked, "Do you have any idea that I can command the storm?" He gritted his teeth, his expression terrifying. Blinding lightning flared from his eyes. "In weather like this," he snarled, "you should prepare to die." Sunan lunged. He raised his hammer, unleashing a torrent of lightning into the heavens, and roared, "Perish!" Siyun spread his arms, weapons ready. "Even I must acknowledge Sunan's power," he admitted.
A predatory grin appeared on his face. Or rather, I did, when I was human. A beam of red energy slammed into Sunan's body,
Watching in sheer terror as her comrade's body was torn apart. Hyun screamed for the Siyun from the future to snap out of it, drenched in gore. Siyun looked down at the scene. He clenched his jaw in fury, realizing one wrong move, and this monstrous entity would devour his very soul. He knew that even 50% assimilation would utterly destroy his mind. Before it was too late, Siyun had to find an answer. A system window flashed assimilation speed, forcibly increased to 60%. Mastery of the magic chain skill plummeted by 0.1%, then 0.5%, then another 0.2. Blood streamed down the main character's serene face. In an instant, he found himself submerged in an ocean of blood. The system's cruel words appeared again.
Assimilation speed forcibly increased to 70%. Rising from the bloody vortex, Song-Yun knew.
He couldn't bear it much longer. The psychological assault was overwhelming, blurring the line between excruciating pain and twisted pleasure. He calmly laid his head back into the blood. Thinking, he felt good. His body began to sink rapidly into the crimson abyss. As he drowned, a memory surfaced. The priest, his face a mask of fury, hand gripping his shoulder. "Was it you?" he'd demanded. "Who took my mirror standing over Johan's body?" Siyun stared down, then snapped back to reality. A new message from the system. "This is the divine mirror."
Of the High Priest, creating a divine shield, it can restore your mentality. With newfound hope, Siyun ripped his hand from the blood.
He was holding the mirror. Another notification. The effect of the divine mirror has been activated. A holy shield surrounded him, dispelling all levels of mental corruption.
With a surge of confidence, he grabbed the ribbons on his head and tore them away. System notification. Abnormal status.
Spiritual instability has been cancelled. The Siyun from the future stared in disbelief, his sword still raised over Hyun. In a flash, the main character plunged his hand into his future self. The entity let out a soul-tearing scream as its body was ripped, clean in half. A powerful aura flared in Siyun's eyes as he roared. "Did you truly believe that I would allow myself to be absorbed by you?" A system window announced his victory. Achievement unlocked, Steel Spirit, stamina increased by 1.
A brilliant light pierced the heavens. On the rooftop, amidst the chaos,
The system declared that the main character had proven his beliefs remained unshaken. The mentality check was complete. Siyun looked at the dissolving fragments in shock, realizing he'd been standing there. The entire time, a new window appeared. The Steel Blood Lord is relieved that the contractor has overcome this critical obstacle. The hero of the destroyed world laughed, impressed by a method he had never considered. The white crane sword was overjoyed that the contractor's condition had stabilized. The verification. God is satisfied with the applicant's results. The verification god wishes to meet him. In person, Siyun threw his hands up in surprise as the ground beneath him shattered, and he began to fall. A system window announced the god of verification is forcibly summoning you to the Holy Land. Siyun looked up in awe as he plummeted, into a rift of pure light. A forced summoning, he wondered. A notification appeared. The god. A verification has temporarily concentrated authority, using divine power within the test tower. All administrators associated with the challenger will be forced to stop monitoring the test. The test tower permits this summons, on the condition that the main character's personal safety is guaranteed. Siyun entered the portal, the sacred abode of the god of verification. His gaze shot upwards, his expression hardening as he shouted into the vastness. A moment later, he found himself standing amidst radiant clouds, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. A blinding sun illuminated the space around him as a divine being descended from the heavens, trailing streams of celestial light. The entity's voice boomed, demanding to know who Yun was and why he radiated such potent divine power. The protagonist knew instantly. This was the god of verification. The god met his stare, advising him not to look so intently. After all, he would only perceive vague outlines. But now, meeting face to face, the god could see the truth. The protagonist was different. Could he be a pseudo-deity? One of the tower's creations, Yun was stunned. Pseudo-deity, the term was completely foreign to him. He replied with a serious look that he had no idea what the god meant. The god calmly clarified. Inside the tower, they are also called administrators. He then posed a direct question. Was Yun a being who had received the status of a divine hero under a contract with the tower? The main character shook his head. He was no administrator, merely a challenger climbing the floors. The god noted that Yun was indeed different from the others. Unlike other divine heroes, he possessed his very own divine power. Yun braced himself, his mind reeling in confusion as he looked up. The god mused that it had been a long time since he'd observed the tower. Clearly, many interesting events had transpired. It's impossible to create something real with a divine hero's power. But Yun had done just that. This challenger was truly an extraordinary existence, an anomaly. Siyun stared ahead in shock, his hands clenching into fists. What does this all mean? He looked down, his thoughts racing. It sounded like he had accomplished something legendary. But in truth, he had just obtained it by accident. He had acquired divine power after killing Kiran. Is divine power really such a big deal? The god's response was sharp. You extracted divinity yourself and were unaware of it. Did you not perform the extraction process perfectly? And completely erase the original god's traces. But seeing the look on Yun's face, the god knew. He had no idea what divine power truly was. The main character could only repeat that he'd obtained it by chance. The god placed his hands on his hips. Even if it was a mere imitation reproduced by the tower, such a perfect result was only possible with power a god bestows upon a future apostle. So how did Yun absorb this power so completely, erasing all traces of its origin? Even if his actions were unconscious. It was no mere accident that he had extracted Kiran's power. The god sensed a powerful connection at play, a thread of cause and effect. Siyun stared back, astonished. Causality. The god confirmed his suspicions. It was obvious that the Tower of Trials had immense expectations for this particular challenger. The protagonist was baffled. The tower has hopes for an ordinary challenger like me. The god averted his gaze, admitting he had spoken too freely. He could already sense the tower's displeasure. That information was forbidden. For now. Their time was up. Farewell. The god promised to watch over him from the heavens. But Yun quickly raised a hand, shouting that he still had so many questions. Why did he become that monster in the future? What exactly is this divinity? And what did the god mean by causality? He dropped to one knee, clutching his head in confusion. The god sighed. It seems you have gazed too deeply into your own future. But when you stare into the void stares back into you. It seeks a weakness to invade your mind. You must be wary. His time in this divine realm was ending. Siyun looked around wildly, his hands raised in protest. He desperately pleaded for just a little more time. But the god said it was impossible. Their conversation was over. No matter what kind of god stood before him, the tower itself is an existence. That is not to be trifled with. There was nothing more to be done. However, if you visit the verification temple in Ares, in the future, perhaps I can answer your questions then. As a parting word, the god gave him one last piece of advice. You cannot trust the other gods. From this day forward, they will all view you as an enemy. Then, the system window appeared. He had passed the 11th floor of the tower. As a breakthrough reward, An antique inspection mirror was sent to his inventory. As another breakthrough reward, 70,000 points and 30,000 special points were awarded. As an additional bonus, 1,500 special points were awarded. He was then transferred to the waiting room. In a flash, S-Yun appeared in the room. He stood with his hand on his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. That divine being had told him more than anyone he'd met so far. It was by the will of the tower that the divine power was extracted and acquired. The tower wanted him to have this power.
He assumed this was the causality the god spoke of. And on top of that, a chilling warning echoed in his mind.
The tower had high hopes for him. A mere applicant, Songun had even forged a contract with an administrator, an apostolic contract, one that drew divine power directly from the spirit of Kiran. If all of this was the tower's will, then what was its true goal? The protagonist's mind raced. Memories flooded back in a dizzying torrent. A god's warning echoed from his past. Do not trust the other gods.
Snapping back to reality, he roared in frustration. I don't understand any of this.
His only comfort was a single thought. Even if the gods were his enemies, they couldn't reach him. As long as he was under the tower's protection. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The system was expanding. The Earth dimension had been officially registered in the Tower of Trials. This formal registration offered Earth a new layer of defense, a shield against interdimensional invaders. Now, challengers from other worlds would face a penalty for entering Earth's dimension. And another benefit? Even non-pioneers could now earn a halo. Finally, the restriction on observing his trials had been lifted. The steel-blooded lord sighed in relief. The contractor was finally back, and safe.
White Crane's sword watched over him, tears welling in his eyes. But Songun just smiled, crossing his arms.
Another memory surfaced. The god's question. In the tower, they are called administrators. Are they not?
The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Administrators are gods. His blood ran cold.
In this treacherous game, could any of them be trusted? He couldn't trust a single soul. The situation was dire. The system announced his arrival in the world of steel and blood. Immediately, the protagonist stormed towards the residence, his hands clenched into tight fists. The lord saw him approaching and called out, Songun, are you all right? Were you injured? In response, he thrust his sword forward, blazing with a hostile aura. The administrator dodged with lightning speed. Her expression hardened. Songun? His eyes burned with suspicion. Did you conspire with the tower to use me, to... A slight smile touched her lips, a side effect from the mentality check, it seems. He lunged, tearing at his own flesh with his teeth, leaping high. He slammed his sword into the snow below. The lord's gaze sharpened. He'd cut his own hand. Songun, get a hold of yourself, you've lost your mind. He ignored her, flinging his hand forward. Drops of his own blood shot out like bullets. The tower and its administrators, you're all connected, aren't you? You've been using the players all along. A blast of wind pushed her back across the snow. What is this nonsense you're spouting? She waved her hand dismissively. Stop this foolishness at once. Why? Songun snarled. Do you keep telling me to calm down? A terrifying smile stretched across his face. I have never been more clear-headed. Fear flickered in the lord's eyes. Stop. With a grim expression, he unleashed a devastating slash that tore through the air. The administrator began to warn him. If you strike with your full power... But it was too late. A colossal beam of energy slammed into the snow. A massive explosion erupted. The administrator gazed at her residence. Now a frozen ruin. Her face contorted with rage. You actually did it. Songun himself seemed surprised by his own power. He glanced up at the blades of energy hovering above him. They shot down, slicing through the air. With a confident smirk, he turned to flee. But in an instant, the administrator appeared behind him, her face a mask of fury. Her hand clamped down on his head. And where do you think you're going? She slammed his face into the snow with immense force. Even pinned down, he fought back, swinging his sword wildly near her face. Countless blades materialized, pinning his hands, immobilized. The protagonist finally looked down. After a moment, clarity returned to his eyes. I apologize, he said calmly. I'm myself again. Later, tied to a pillar, Songun pleaded, Can you untie me now? The lord glared. Of course, eventually. She was worried that next time, he might destroy her entire home. Placing a cup on the table, she began to explain. I believe a fragment of darkness lingered within you. It will always be a part of who you are. Even though you saw a version of yourself from the future, it was still you. So your suspicions were not entirely baseless. She summoned a sword of pure mana into her hand. The truth is, no one knows the tower's true intentions, not even we administrators. Songgun's eyes widened. Does that mean the tower expects nothing from me? The administrator's grip on her sword tightened, in her hand, declaring, "It's exactly like this." With a swift motion, she swung the sword, unleashing streams of energy. The blast shot forward, instantly severing the ropes that bound our protagonist. The Lord stated that as far as she knew, the tower has never revealed its desires to any player. Therefore, the tower definitely doesn't expect anything special from him. The administrator gazed at the mountains, asking, "Judging by your doubts, did someone tell you otherwise?" The protagonist, holding a cup, confirmed her suspicion. The god of verification had told him the tower expected something extraordinary from him. The administrator smirked, realizing the god of verification was the source of his inner conflict. She rose from her seat, hands pressed firmly on the table, and reiterated that just like him, she too merely obeyed the tower's will. Seung, sipping his tea, wondered if he could learn anything more about this place. The administrator smiled as she walked towards him. "I'm glad you like the tea," she said. "It's brewed from the fluid of a black dragon." Seung's eyes widened. He spat the drink from his mouth, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He raised a hand to his chin, a serious look taking over. The god of verification had mentioned something else, that the administrators received divine power through a contract with the tower. The Lord placed a plate of sweets on the table, explaining she couldn't reveal those secrets now. In any case, Seung would soon learn the truth for himself. Very soon, he looked at her, insisting he still had another question. The administrator sat on the edge of the table, cookie in hand, and asked what was on his mind. Seung brought up her cherished wish. The White Crane Master had said that these wishes are granted by the tower and must be fulfilled by players who signed the apprentice contract. The Lord, nibbling on her cookie, asked, "Is that really true?" It seemed she'd already told him everything about cherished wishes. Seung looked forward with a serious gaze, asking why she would reveal such a thing to him. The administrator stood up from the table. "Because," she admitted, "I was scared." The protagonist asked in confusion what she meant. The Lord explained that he severely underestimates himself. She had seen how obsessed Seung was with his own height. She calmly stated that for the sake of gaining height, she believed the protagonist would immediately challenge the trial of desire. Seung's eyes narrowed with sadness. "I'm only obsessed with height," he confessed, "because I have no talent." The Lord looked away with a faint smile, remarking that she didn't know what he considered talent. Very soon, the protagonist would realize just how much he underestimated his own power. After all, the trial of the 12th floor is a battle against oneself. A short while later, Seung shot up in bed. He believed talent was a gift from the heavens, something that couldn't be changed. In the world of hunters, it was divided into 3 parts: acquiring skills, increasing stats, and innate abilities. They were known as the 3 gifts for a hunter. And the protagonist possessed none of them. He couldn't acquire new skills. His stats never increased, and he had no unique abilities. Even after climbing the tower, so much had changed. But one truth remained, that he would never become stronger. The Lord of Steel Blood was wrong. Seung had no talent. If he did, he would have become a famous hunter even without the tower's help. The protagonist remembered the Lord's words. In the trial of the 12th floor, he had to fight and defeat himself. So why was he just sitting here and wallowing in his thoughts? Seung tapped his finger on the system window, declaring that the trial's essence was an objective assessment of his power. He would treat this as another chance to hone his combat skills. A system window appeared. Skill Mastery, Increase Potion. A potion created by the tower for those blessed with talent. Upon consumption, the mastery of one skill will increase by 10%. The protagonist recalled that this was one of the rewards from the Japanese government for his help with Namgung-hyuk. A skill mastery increase potion. Catherine had given him hers, and he still had 3 remaining. The system window chimed. Seung has used a skill mastery increase potion. Please select a skill to enhance. The protagonist wiped the potion from his lips with his hand and declared, "Magic control. Selection complete." Seung knew this was a wise choice. It was a skill he received from the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor. Magic control was the foundation for all his other skills. So improving it was the most logical step. Mastery of the skill. Magic control has increased by 10%. The protagonist then thought about his reward. From the 11th floor, the system window displayed its information. Old verification mirror. A mirror obtainable only by players who have passed the God of Verification's trial. By infusing magic into the mirror, The unique effect, Thought of the Past, will be activated. The skill of the Fiery Dragon Eye is also triggered, but only the first time. Seon can acquire a skill from Thought of the Past, but the player cannot choose which skill it will be. The God of Verification had altered the trial, specifically for a single player. The ancient mirror of past contemplation hummed to life, staring into its depths. The protagonist felt a strange familiarity. A system window flickered into existence. The old verification mirror has been activated. The player receives a skill born from reflections of the past.
Skill combat concentration has been acquired. All of his combat skills were now sealed within this new power.
Because of this, his mastery surged by a full 11%. This skill would let him focus on battle to the absolute limit. His concentration could now be boosted by a staggering 20 times. A confident smirk played on Esyun's lips. Not bad at all. A new notification appeared. Test theme, surpass your limits. The trial for the 12th floor was beginning. Time remaining. 48 hours. The victory condition was to eliminate the copy within the time limit. Failure meant the end of the timer, or his own death. The reward, the Ash Crown of the Ancient Emperor. The penalty for failure was annihilation. After a moment, the main character plunged forward into a dark chamber lined with imposing statues. The blessing of the God of Darkness has sensed an intruder, and is creating guards. The message continued. You should consider how well you truly know yourself. Item copied, the old tailcoat of the vampire count. Seon had to defeat a perfect replica of himself, born from the God of Darkness. His mind flashed back to a conversation with the Lord. The administrator had looked away, his voice calm. The copy will be flawless, he'd said. It will even possess your experiences. Seon snapped back to the present. The copy knew every single one of his techniques. He recalled the Lord's warning that it would also inherit his talents. If Seon underestimated his own latent abilities, he was finished. He realized he had to find out just what his talent was capable of. Clutching his sword, he shot towards his enemy, ready to strike. He'd wondered for a while now why he was always crossing paths with gods.
His clone, or rather his copy, was a perfect reflection. According to the Lord of Steel Blood,
the copy could only replicate one item. It chose the old tailcoat of the vampire count. A protective item? This was a perfect chance to objectively measure his own power. A system window flared. Skill Instant Acceleration activated. Skill Blessing of the Wind activated. His speed skyrocketed by 70%, with 7 uses remaining. Seon leaped forward, his body wreathed in energy. It was time to test his talent. Another notification appeared. Skill Combat Concentration has been activated. His focus had been doubled. The protagonist glanced to the side in shock, feeling the surge of power. He tore forward, and it felt as if time itself had frozen around him. Seon gripped his sword, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. So this is that skill's true power. Skill Flame Sword activated. He launched himself over the copy's head, his blade blazing with brilliant energy. But the copy slid away with impossible speed, smoke trailing from its feet. It stared back, its own sword glowing with mana. Seon recognized it instantly. The Iron Blood Sword. It was the obvious choice. And now, the copy was even using the counter shield. The main character's gaze hardened. Using the Iron Blood Sword with the counter shield was his own signature move. His eyes widened in amazement. A crimson aura flared around the copy's sword as it cut through the air. Swords were crossed in both its hands. Had it actually transformed the counter shield into a second blade? The copy stared at him, holding a sword in each hand. Seon's mind reeled. It was a dual sword style that even he had never used in a real battle. A transformation like that would consume a tremendous amount of mana. He'd never used it himself. So why would the copy choose such an inefficient tactic? Of course, Seon had considered it before, but he never dared to use it when his life was on the line. Did his copy truly believe this was just training? In an instant, they clashed, unleashing powerful streams of energy from their blades. Seon was thrown back, caught between the flows of raw power. He sensed that, somehow, he was slightly inferior in combat skill. The copy thrust its hand forward, launching another attack. Seon dodged by a hair's breadth. He looked up in shock, wondering how it was possible. Could it be?
Unbending Will, Mastery 27%. The system window confirmed his suspicion.
Skill description: the user does not give up and does not despair, fighting until the very end. Normal effect. During a fight with a strong opponent, concentration and physical capabilities increase. With this skill active, learning anything new would be effortless. A mental shield formed in Salman's mind. He believed his items gave him the advantage, triggering his unbending will. But the copy descended like a hawk, unleashing a powerful blow that erupted with energy in all directions. Salman realized, if the clone's physical strength was already greater than his, and it could maximize its concentration. This was a terrifying possibility. Confusion flashed across his face as he was trapped by the energy beams. He grit his teeth, knowing the true problem wasn't its power, but its swordsmanship. Saemon's eyes locked onto the blade hurtling toward him. He saw it wasn't just using two swords. It was using his own techniques. The protagonist was blasted backward. At blinding speed, cutting through the air, he struggled, trying to escape the shower of shattered rock from the impact.
Staring at his duplicate, a chilling realization struck him. That was, without a doubt, the sword of the blue sky dragon. Those were Nam Gung-hoo's techniques. He recalled seeing them just once before, yet.
But their incredible power was seared into his memory. Now he understood why that man looked down on mere skills. This was no
skill or ability, but a true martial technique. Saman wondered, could such techniques truly surpass the system?
Nam Gung-hoo's style existed outside the realm of skills, something he could never hope to master on his own. This had to be the raw talent the Lord once spoke of. A system window flashed before his eyes. A formidable opponent has been detected. The unbending will skill has been activated. The copy charged forward, its expression grim, arms spread wide.
Saman clenched his jaw. The system itself had judged him to be at a disadvantage,
even with his superior items. Did that mean the clone had somehow grown even stronger? He faced his foe,
bracing against a relentless assault. He grit his teeth so hard they might crack. The skill, battle concentration, has been activated.
Concentration increased tenfold. Rage simmered in his eyes as he stared his enemy down. He exploded forward, his sword a blur of motion, unleashing a wave of pure energy. But the clone moved with impossible speed, dodging the blow completely. Saman dove aside, skidding across the ground and kicking up streams of dust. He stared ahead, a weary look on his face. Was this clone really his equal? No. This thing was a complete monster. Concentration has increased 15 times. The main character slammed into the earth, cratering the ground beneath him. In a flash, he appeared behind the clone, deflecting its blade. Saman then unleashed a devastating attack, smashing the copy into the ground with overwhelming force and raising a plume of dark smoke. Wings of steel activated at maximum velocity. He shot forward with renewed confidence. Concentration has increased 17 times. Diving from above, Saman roared with fury. "You're caught!" He raised his hands, preparing to end this, but the clone's blood-red orb suddenly burst. The creature had injured itself, and the fluid inside
sprayed violently in all directions. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist shielded his body from the crimson rain.
He cursed as something got in his eyes. Saman crashed to the earth, splashing through pools of blood. He lowered his sword and looked around. Had the clone really just torn off its own arm to escape? Through the haze, he saw it. The one-armed clone pointed at Pyongid, sword enveloped in blinding energy forward, illuminating the entire space. A powerful stream of energy rushed towards Saman, leaving rings of aura in its wake. He watched in stunned amazement. Was he really going to die here? He threw himself back, barely dodging the lethal attack. System alert. Concentration has increased 20-fold. User has surpassed all limits. He twisted midair and slammed into the ground, bracing himself with one hand. The protagonist touched his face and muttered, "This is a terrible feeling." The clone stared back with a vacant expression. Saman slowly raised his head. "I almost died," he whispered. An ominous smile spread across his lips, a crimson aura flaring in his eyes. "How dare a mere copy interfere with me?"
Warning, the user has exceeded all known limits, experiencing severe mental recoil as a side effect.
The clone charged, shrouded in dark smoke. It thrust its sword directly at the main character's face, but Saman vanished, leaving a bright trace of energy where the enemy's blow struck the wall. The structure instantly collapsed, throwing stones and dust everywhere. The protagonist calmly raised his hand, watching as drops of his own blood floated up from the cut. With terrifying confidence, he flicked his hand forward, sending them scattering. Blood splattered against the pillars, leaving deep dents in the stone. The clone recoiled, his eyes wide with shock before lunging forward. With a thunderous crash, the pillars collapsed, kicking up a cloud of debris and bloody mist. Sonen watched with a grim smile. He shouted, "How can a mere clone possess this kind of power?" The enemy warped behind him, a terrifying aura of dark smoke
coiling around his form. Powerful blows flashed, lighting up the entire area. They were both sent flying in opposite directions,
unleashing shockwaves across the battlefield. The clone glanced down, watching the wound on his hand seal itself. The protagonist raised his hand with a smirk, admitting this copy was freakishly strong. Meanwhile, the Lord sat upon her throne, watching the events unfold in a swirling vortex. She slammed her cup down with such force that tea sloshed over the sides. "Not this again," she hissed. The administrator clutched her head, a strained look on her face. She was utterly mortified. She couldn't openly aid Sonan, but to simply stand by and watch was unbearable. The Lord glanced back with a smile, saying she was a bit concerned about how the tower would react. A system window appeared. The administrator was trying to contact the protagonist. The Lord shielded her face as the vortex collapsed, splashing water everywhere. Another system window flashed. Her messages were temporarily blocked, preventing her from giving him any hints. The Lord smiled wryly, raising a hand to her face. "My apologies," she whispered. "I just wanted to help. My contractor, even a little..." Back in the fight, Sonan stared in disbelief at his own broken fingers. He then slammed his fist into his own cheek with tremendous force. Sonan glared as the clone slid back, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Doing something like that mid-battle is dangerous," the clone taunted. The protagonist roared, "Stop messing with my body and get out." He was instantly pulled into a sea of blood that bound him tightly. "Is this nightmare happening all over again?" he cried out. Sonan threw his head back in pure rage. He thought he had already dealt with the twisted version of himself from the future. This was infuriating. A monstrous form coalesced from the blood, staring him down. His future self spoke. "I fought for you when you were on the brink of death, and you never even thanked me." The protagonist looked away, stunned. "You freak," he spat. He clenched his fist in a surge of fury, yelling, "Future Sonan, get out of my body right now." The future version of himself just sneered. "Have you still not figured it out? Then think, Sonan, think hard," with an ominous smile. His future self continued. "You trained so hard, reached the 12th floor of the tower, yet you can't even face your own reflection. He declared, "am the real monster." Enraged, the protagonist raised his fist, ready to strike. "What's wrong with that?" he screamed. He shattered the blood restraints in an instant and lunged, his fist aimed straight for his future self. But the future Sonan merely raised 2 fingers, creating a lattice of blood to block the attack. He smiled, turned, and began to walk away. Sonan hammered on the kai blood bars with all his might. "Where are you going? Get back here," he demanded. His future self called him pathetic. "Let me tell you something. As long as you rely only on skills, you will never master true martial arts," he scoffed. "You fool! Do you understand now?" As his future self walked away, he declared, "For the rest of your life, you will only be a spectator." He then vanished, reappearing within the blood. "I will be the one in control of this body." Sonan grabbed the crimson bars in horror, tearing into the abyss. Back in reality, the clone watched in surprise as a new wave of energy surged toward him. The protagonist smiled, pointing his sword forward. "I think I'm getting used to this feeling." A system window appeared. The Lord of Steel Blood has sent you the item Black Dragon Potion. This elixir is created by refining the fluids of a black dragon. When consumed, it boosts mental strength and clears the user's mind. Sonan glanced to the side in surprise. He moved to the bloody prison and tore the bars apart with his bare hands. The protagonist was back in the present, gritting his teeth as he stared at his hand, now glowing with mana. "What is this?" He thrust his hand into the system window. It was that freak again. Sonan immediately grabbed the potion, bringing it toward his face. But the clone moved in a flash, its weapon slashing down and severing Sonan's hand at the wrist. The protagonist leaped into the air, his mouth wide open. In a desperate move, he caught the falling shards of the potion with his teeth, swallowing the precious liquid. The clone skidded to a halt, carving deep grooves in the ground as it stared ahead. It then looked to the side, completely bewildered by Sonan's actions. Sonan spat the glass fragments from his mouth. He felt his mind clear. He raised his hand, laughing. "I'm back," he declared. With a serious expression, the protagonist thought to himself that while during the clash, a realization struck him. Sayun had to let go of his reliance on skills. His grip tightened on his glowing weapon. He thought, if my own copy can do this, so can I. A system window flashed. Concentration increased 20-fold. Sayun dropped into a devastatingly low stance. Focusing his energy, he let out a powerful roar. He grit his teeth as a new clarity dawned on him. His thoughts began to accelerate. The ego of his other self started to rise. And in that moment of accelerated thinking, he found enlightenment. In a moment that stretched to infinity, the clone lunged forward, its speed creating powerful air currents. But Sayun was calm. He smoothly dodged the attack. A single thought echoed, I must discard them all. Every skill I've accumulated. I must empty my mind and adapt. He weaved past the clone's blindingly fast sword strike. His gaze became distant, seeing only the flow of air itself. He had to abandon the very concept of his skills. A system window appeared. Through a profound enlightenment, your mastery of magic control has increased by 10%. Achievement unlocked, enlightenment stamina. Increased by 1. A new confidence burned in Sayun's eyes. A blue aura flared to life around him. He had to purge himself of every false thing he'd relied on. The system notified him of another achievement. His mana had increased by 4 now. Sayun could finally defeat his opponent. The unwavering will skill deactivated. The clone stared back, its expression grim and cold. Sayun simply smiled and advanced, raising his sword. He thought, from this moment on, everything will be different. Launching off the shattered stones, he attacked, sending his clone flying. A grin spread across his face. He could finally use Nam Gung-hoo's most powerful techniques. And the feeling was surreal. He spun in midair, his weapon leaving a brilliant trail of energy. The blue aura in Sayun's eyes blazed fiercely. He analyzed his own movement. This was maximum speed. A perfect fusion of the wind's blessing and instant acceleration. The clone landed, instantly pivoting to dodge the assault. It stopped, and smiled as it looked forward. The main character surged towards him like a hurricane, swinging his sword. The clone took the blow, and was sent flying sideways, kicking up torrents of air. Sayun landed with a smirk, his hand touching the ground. Dark smoke rose from beneath his feet. The clone glared, its eyes burning with rage as it charged forward again. It exploded off the ground, but the main character dodged effortlessly. I'm starting to understand, he thought. He was finally seeing everything clearly. It wasn't about skills. It was about pure technique. And Sayun's understanding was growing at an incredible rate. Soaring toward the clone, he swung his sword, unleashing a trail of destructive energy. The clone grit its teeth, staring into the blinding light. Enraged, it balanced on one leg and raised its sword high for a counterattack. With a calm expression, the main character evaded the blow. He thought, with this newfound understanding of technique, I can see all of my copy's flaws. It wasn't using the true techniques of Nam Gung-hoo. It was just a cheap imitation. A system window appeared. The will of the Iron Blood Sword has been activated, Sayun realized. In this case, any mistrust could weaken the chi of his flame sword. He raised his blade, which was now shrouded in a crimson aura. He understood. It meant that even while practicing his master's techniques, he must always focus on this principle, on strengthening the flame sword. Sayun looked forward confidently, settling into his stance, his blade glowing with blue energy. He rose into the air and swung his sword with all his might, creating a powerful torrent of air that rushed toward the clone. The beam of energy grazed the enemy's shoulder, leaving a deep, sizzling scar across its body. System notification. The Bloodseeker skill has been activated with a dangerous aura radiating from his eyes. Sayun struck forward with his hand, unleashing drops of blood. The mists of blood shot forward, hitting the enemy's fresh wound. The clone flinched from the attack, and in the rain of blood, it aimed its sword forward. A massive explosion of blood and smoke lit up the entire room. The clone looked on in surprise at the blast. But the protagonist charged right through it. A beam of pure light energy tore through the bloody mist. The enemy desperately raised a shield to defend itself. It grit its teeth in rage, looking away. It exhaled sharply and began to heal its wound, but the protagonist was already running forward. He held his sword tightly, thinking. The clone instantly turned its sword into a shield, a quick move to avoid death. The enemy spun its blades, leaving trails of energy in the air. The protagonist met the assault with a powerful swing. His sword struck the clone with pure energy. It looked forward in shock, raising a hand and wondering, what is this power? One moment, the fight was a clash of aggressive sword arts. The next, the enemy shifted to the soft sword style. Its movements became fluid and precise. Another perfect copy of Nam Unhwa's legendary techniques. How deep does this clone's mimicry truly run? Seeing his own innate talent wielded against him was unsettling. Though Sam Un understood its origin, the sight still ignited his frustration. He knew then this battle couldn't be won without a serious gamble. With a burst of power, the protagonist hurled his foe forward. Then, he tossed his own sword aside. A system window flared to life. The counterattack shield skill has been activated. The clone's eyes blazed with anger, but Sam Un simply smirked, raising his blade again and asking, why so surprised? With a confident grin, he declared, anything you can do, I can do better. In a flash, our hero exploded forward. Moving at blinding speed, he left a trail of smoke in his wake. Their energies collided, filling the room with a storm of blinding light. Their afterimages danced in a deadly ballet. Samon gritted his teeth, blocking a devastating blow. They hung suspended in the air, swords locked. A brilliant light erupted between them. The protagonist's gaze sharpened, his mind racing. Just as I planned. The copy sword is charging. If that's the case, it's time for a little adventure. Samon lashed out with a vicious kick, launching the clone toward the ceiling. With incredible speed, it raised its swords high. The clone glared down with a menacing expression and swung, carving a trail of raw aura through the air. The impact was catastrophic. The floor instantly shattered into countless pieces, sending plumes of dark smoke billowing upwards. The protagonist took a defensive stance, his grip tightening on his sword. He realized the opponent had countered his attack with the counterattack sword, a deadly variant of his own shield. Fine. Sam-un would respond in kind, charging his own counterattack sword. He looked up, bracing himself. As the clone descended, he met it strike head-on with his own counterattack sword. But under the immense pressure of that overwhelming energy, his blade instantly shattered. Sam-un knew it was inevitable. Against an attack that powerful, a normal sword would simply break. He tossed the hilt aside, a new strategy already taking shape. If that clone truly is me, then it knows this is the moment my counterattack energy has vanished, the moment my defenses are at their absolute weakest.
It'll think this is its golden opportunity. As predicted, a cruel smile twisted the clone's face as it dove down for the finishing blow.
But Sam-un was prepared. He summoned his blade and perfectly blocked the assault. The protagonist smiled. Heh, I'm stronger than you think. The clone retaliated with a brutal kick, sending him flying across the room. Samon crashed to the ground, but immediately landed on one knee. As the enemy swung its sword with an ominous look, he thrust his hand forward. The clone closed the distance, murder in its eyes. But a confident grin spread across the protagonist's face as his hand began to glow with mana. You're caught, he thought. A blade erupted from the floor, piercing the clone's body clean through. The enemy looked down in pure rage. It saw a hand made of blood grasping the sword's hilt. Sam-un mused that his iron blood sword, which he'd hidden in advance, and the clone's own desperate impatience, had combined beautifully. The protagonist smiled confidently. The use of these two elements was the perfect checkmate. I can end it right here. Sam-un charged towards his foe, his sword crackling with power. But as his energy-shrouded blade neared, the clone raised its hands with a terrifying look, shattering the ground beneath its feet as it let out a deafening scream. The main character stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? He watched as the clone began to change, its appearance twisted into that of a huge, grotesque monster. What in the world is going on? The monster opened its toothy mouth wide and lunged. It swiped a massive hand forward. Samon dodged with a grim expression, narrowly avoiding the blow. The monster then bit down hard on its own fingers, tearing them off. It exhaled with incredible force, spitting them forward like bullets. A series of powerful explosions thundered across the room, ripping up chunks of the floor. The main character looked back in shock. What kind of monster is this? He was completely baffled. The enemy's entire attack pattern had changed in an instant. Sam-un quickly leaped into the air. Raising his sword high, he flew forward, just as the monster's massive hand came rushing toward him. Flying clear of the immediate battle, he saw the hand begin to glow with an ominous light. He had to cover his face from the powerful explosion of blood that rocked the chamber. The monster looked to the side, raising its other hand, now shrouded in healing mana, and let out a triumphant roar. Sam-un reacted instantly, raising his counterattack shield above his head. He saw the energy-infused sword appear near his hand and thought, fortunately, the recovery time for the counterattack shield just expired. With his defenses restored, the main character's confidence returned. He squeezed the sword in his hand and taunted his foe. Why are you just standing there? Are you not going to attack? The monster gritted its teeth and surged forward at immense speed. A bright, malevolent aura flared from its eyes. It attacked Samon by raising its own limbs and detonating them. The protagonist was aghast. This monster has completely lost its mind. It's using the explosion of its own bodies. No matter how insane it looks, as a surprise attack in close combat, a technique like that can be lethally effective. The beast had lost its temper, unleashing explosions wildly. My ash and blood skill would simply absorb it all. A foolish tactic that drains far too much stamina. Once its energy hits zero, the assault will stop. Exhausted, the monster stumbled forward. Samon seized the opening, leaping high and swinging his blade in a blinding arc, severing its hand. His expression turned cold. There's no point in wasting any more time, he declared. This is the end for you. The creature clenched its teeth in pure rage, letting out a deafening roar. It slammed onto the ground before vaulting over the railing. Salmon's eyes narrowed. "And just where do you think you're going?" he yelled, launching into a deadly sprint.
He closed the distance in an instant, sword held at the ready, but the protagonist stopped short. The enemy raised its remaining hand
And began siphoning torrents of blood from the very air. It forged a colossal, bloody fist and hurled it straight at Smoon. But he was ready, instantly blocking the blow with his counterattack shield. The sheer force sent him skidding backward, carving a deep scar into the floor. A smirk played on Samon's lips. What a freak, he thought. But I should thank him for using such immense power so recklessly. Just then, a system window appeared, charging complete. The skill counterattack shield has reached its maximum damage absorption limit. Seon raised his palm, raw power crackling within it. He mused that the shield's accumulated energy was now filled to the absolute brim. His gaze turned to ice as he faced his foe. "It's time," Seon stated grimly, "for you to die." The monster could only open its fanged maw in a furious growl. The protagonist unleashed the condensed ball of energy. He moved fluidly, crossing his arms and swinging his blade. He struck the orb, infusing it with powerful streams of wind. The energy sphere shot forward like a cannonball, smashing directly into the monster's face and sending it flying. Yoon watched, his expression grim. "Release," he commanded. A new system window appeared. The counterattack shield skill will now instantly release all accumulated damage. A devastating torrent of energy erupted from the impact, creating a blinding stream of light. The monster's head was instantly vaporized, torn clean from its neck by the holy light. System notice. You have overcome the trial of the 12th floor of the tower.
As a reward for your breakthrough, the Great Crown of the Ancient Emperor will be sent to your inventory.
You are awarded 880,000 points and 3,500 special points for your breakthrough. As an additional reward, you have acquired the skill. Last resistance. Returning to the waiting room. Mastery of the shield counterattack skill has reached 100%. The skill has been raised by 1 level. Yoon finally exhaled in relief.
But a new notification flashed before him. The skill combat concentration has been deactivated. Warning, a backlash from exceeding your user limits is imminent. Just then, the protagonist's cheeks puffed out.
And he coughed violently, spewing blood onto the ground before him where it formed a dark puddle. System notice the skill. Ash and blood has been activated. Yoon wearily wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. As expected, he thought, a faint smile on his lips. Ashen blood never fails. He had been counting on it to the very end. He knew this skill could even counteract the rebound from overusing his concentration skill. If he didn't have such a cheat-level ability, a recovery skill as broken as ash and blood in his arsenal, he never would have been able to push himself this far.
The protagonist looked away, a peaceful expression on his face. He wondered when he would ever be able to climb this tower with peace of mind. Was such a thing even possible just then? The monster's soul emerged, concentrating into a glowing orb. Seon glanced at it sternly.
So this is the spirit of my own copy, he mused. System notice administrator messages, which had been restricted, will now be activated. The protagonist looked up in surprise as a flood of messages appeared on the system window. The Steel Bloodlord is complaining about the sanctions she received for giving her contractor a cup of tea. She asks you to treat her well from now on. Seon looked forward tiredly and thanked her for the potion in his thoughts. He had also accidentally learned a new fact. Administrators are also subject to sanctions if they interact too much with contractors. System notice, all previously restricted administrator messages are being displayed at once. The wandering knight who lost his master is surprised by your talent, the right hand of the vampire lord. Wonders where a monster like Yoon even came from. The first dragon slayer in 1,000 years admires the sheer difficulties of the 12th floor trial, and the fact that you have so confidently overcome it. Yoon looked up in amazement. Are there really this many administrators watching me? He wondered. He thought back on their messages. Some were stunned by his talent and the trial's difficulty, even calling him a monster, while others reacted as if they were already tired of him, completely unimpressed by his feat.
They questioned if he was truly the same challenger who was still stuck on the 12th floor. Sam Yoon simply looked at the system window with a complex expression.
With a stunned expression, he saw the system window flare to life. The administrator's servant of the soul Holy Knight was watching him. The fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church was staring him down. Even the Seeker of Divinity had its gaze fixed on the protagonist, as if they were all waiting for something. Si-yoon processed the messages, a cynical thought crossing his mind. Weren't these the same administrators who only spoke when they pleased and vanished when they lost interest? Why were they sending messages? Now, without a clear purpose, he stared at the flood of system windows, demanding to know why they were acting this way. Of all the people in the tower, why him? Their contracts were already set. So why were they all vying for the protagonist's attention now? A confident smirk began to form on Si-yoon's face. Could it be that with the system expanding, the administrators now needed his help? Their desperate reactions turned his guess into a certainty. If that was the case, then this was his chance. Without a second thought, he made his move. It seems that as the system expands, even administrators without a contract to me will be able to gain benefits in the future. Si-yoon raised his hands, a playful look in his eyes.
Don't you all think it's a bit unfair to just send me messages, hoping for a handout? He asked. If you
truly need something from me, he said calmly, then prove it. Send me your power as a show of support. Then the protagonist will be sure to remember. You, when the system fully expands, a new message instantly appeared. The administrator, First Dragon Slayer, born in 1,000 years, is displeased with the applicant's arrogance. The fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church declared that his demand was out of the question. The hero of the destroyed world urged the protagonist to reel in his greed. They remarked that he must have a very high opinion of himself, but Si-yoon just smiled. Let me make it clear, he announced. This offer is only valid for the first 3 who respond. In an instant, the system windows blazed with a flurry of messages. The system announced that the fallen heir of the Blood Demon Church